international law is being followed. My colleague Siddhant continues to be with us. We were talking about exactly this. But this has become laughable a little bit, right? Yes, world leaders will remind them. You can tell us a little bit about the statement as well. But we all know that they're not listening to the UN or any world order or any international rules at all.
Well, that's right, Shivani. So there is this basic difference which I could notice, that this is one of the strongest statement so far by any grouping, multinational grouping, other than the United Nations, any multinational grouping. And this statement is from ASEAN. Now, it also blames Israel and the United States. A statement says that we follow closely the situation and express serious concern over the escalation of conflict in Middle East following the attacks initiated. So the word is very important. Following the attack initiated by Israel and the United States against Iran and the subsequent retaliatory attacks by Iran against several countries in the region. So attacks initiated, perhaps Israel and America are being blamed now in the ASEAN statement for throwing region into the conflict. In fact, this statement, Shivani, also says that we emphasize the importance of immediate cessation of hostilities and call on all parties concerned to exercise utmost self-restraint, avoid any acts that may further aggravate the situation.
All right, we've got some more breaking news coming in. There is the markets that are open today, and we're getting to know that the Nifty is down by nearly 500 points. The Sensex is down by more than 1,500 points. So remember, we've already seen crores of worth being wiped out as far as the Sensex in India is concerned, the markets are concerned, and with greater instability, with more and more instability, and of course a long-drawn war at the prospect, this is going to continue. I've got Haim with me, 500 points nearly for the Nifty and 1,500 for the Sensex. I think once again this could be worse than the first day on Monday when the markets had opened. They had stabilized a little bit, but this could go further down.
Absolutely, and we're going to continue seeing these sort of disruptions going forward as well. Remember, of course, when we talk about the Strait of Hormuz, that remains the key bargaining chip is what they're calling it. Right now, operations are completely suspended there. If we could later also bring you some of the marine traffic maps on that as well, you will see that there are so many, earlier as well, before it was announced that the Strait of Hormuz was going to be completely shut down, we'd seen a lot of ship owners that backed out citing security concerns as well. We're looking at the surge, we're seeing about 8 to 9% surge in crude oil prices as well. And remember, Shivani, if we were to go by the timeline that President Donald Trump has given us, which is about 4 to 5 weeks, many analysts there are arguing that as per that timeline, we could see prices surge to about $130 a barrel. Right now, it's at $85 a barrel. But if things continue at this rate, that's the kind of surge that
interestingly, yesterday when he was speaking, Donald Trump seemed to suggest to the American population that actually after the brief jump in oil prices, they will eventually stabilize. He has shown that kind of confidence that eventually the prices will stabilize. The entire world is actually a little bit on tenterhooks right now, a little bit nervous about what's going on. And there are some experts that are pointing out, has the world been condemned to another economic downturn, another economic, slide, just when we thought that maybe we could come out of the 2008 slide of COVID, of the pandemic. We've got another war. We had already 2 wars going on, Siddhant.
Yeah. So biggest concern for the world right now, Shivani, is the impact on the economic activities. The Gulf, the entire Gulf region. If we only talk about the United States, let's not discuss any other country, the impact on any other country. If we talk about the United States itself, there's a heavy United States investment in Gulf, in their refining sector, in multiple other sectors. In fact, Strait of Hormuz, LNG production, Aramco was hit, etc., etc. So the economic activities are being impacted, and perhaps US is a country driven by markets, driven by corporates. So there is immense pressure on Donald Trump now to justify this war. I mean, we've been hearing from their lawmakers criticizing Donald Trump only because you have not been able to achieve the objective. B, now you're changing the goal.
The costs involved. But since you cover foreign affairs, Siddharth, I want your perspective on this. A lot of people talking about how, ahead of that April visit to China that Donald Trump has lined up, basically this is one of his ways to tighten the screws on China. The macro picture is this is US versus China playing out. Donald Trump only wants to, continue to collect pockets of influence so that he can, have some bargaining with both China and Russia behind the scenes. These are the two major countries that are anti-US today, two major countries that have criticized this action, but also that are in almost a Cold War situation, a new Cold War situation with them. So is all of this playing out for greater oil influence? We've seen Venezuela, we've seen the Gulf now.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, in fact, many experts are saying this, that this is all about the oil influence. In fact, Russia and China both are now, in fact, trying to mediate. They are speaking to both Israel and Iran. A Chinese foreign minister spoke to both Israel and Iran. And in fact, they're urging all sides to exercise restraint, to end the war. But a very important point, Shivani, which in fact nobody is discussing, but I personally feel, in fact, I've spoken to many experts as well, that Donald Trump was really not in a good position politically in his own country. Epstein files, then Supreme Court striking down tariffs. Okay. So many are also linking this decision of going after Khamenei at this point in time.
But is it winning him any brownie points domestically?
I don't know, but are we
People
talking?
might be more upset.
Okay. But are we talking about Epstein anymore? Are we talking about tariffs anymore?
All right,
Objective is achieved.
Yes. So, wonderfully in politics, diversionary tactics is what people often say politicians or those in power go for. We've seen these allegations being made in India too. I want to quickly go across to my colleague Pallavi also joining us. Pallavi, the markets in the red once again, and this could be a pretty bad day today if we go by the opening itself.
Oh, yes, absolutely, Shivani. In fact, markets have not been doing too well in the last couple of weeks. But, this is also something which I think the government has been anticipating and also has been monitoring. Especially, they're going to look at the energy stocks, which the government has also reached out and given an assurance that there's no need to panic because we have enough supply, both the crude and energy supplies. So we're going to wait to see that whether these are the shares and the stocks which have been affected as far as the market crash is concerned. But whenever, Shivani, there's a little bit of uncertainty, global volatility, but more importantly, in those areas like the Gulf areas, which hits the supplies, that is where one does expect this kind of impact on the markets.
We're also getting updates that the rupee is continuing to slide further down. 66 paisa is what we know right now. Tell us more of how, the Indian Finance Ministry, the RBI and others are looking at this situation.
Shivani, the gold surge and the silver price surge is something which has been going on for weeks and for a couple of months. And the RBI closely monitors it. The Finance Ministry says that they step in only when they find the situation completely alarming and out of control. So far, they say that that situation has not arisen. The immediate impact which they really would worry about is the fact that it could have an impact on the inflationary tendencies. But as far as the rupee sliding is concerned, again, this was something which the Finance Ministry says and sources are saying that we were aware of. We did know that this is something which is going to happen. Again, the RBI is doing a 24/7 monitoring of the situation. As much of the situation that is there in their control, they're trying to do, but they are trying to improve the market sentiment. At this point of time, it is very important to make our exporters, the traders, and generally those who are working in the market, that you have to ensure that things are under control, but also more importantly, give an assurance and a confidence that there's no need to panic.
Okay, Pallavi, we'll keep coming back to you. Remember, the entire game could be about oil, and Iran has blockaded the Strait of Hormuz, which is a very, very important port. 20 to 25% of all global oil is transferred or traverses from here. So I want to show you, the biggest question in everybody's mind is, what are the alternatives available for this route? The Gulf region has limited backup routes to keep this oil flowing. So let's take you through those. One, of course, is the Saudi Arabia East-West pipeline. This is the one that goes via the Red Sea. This has a capacity of about 5 million barrels a day. It can be expanded to 7 million barrels a day. So remember, this is the Strait of Hormuz, which is now blocked. Iranian, IRGC forces, others, they're just not allowing tankers to go through. They've already been, firing at certain vessels as well. This is the Red Sea. This is the Red Sea. This is Saudi Arabia. So obviously, the oil was to go through this route. Saudi Arabia has a pipeline. They have the port of Yanbu here. And some of that oil can, of course, go via the Red Sea as well. Even this has a very, very narrow point of exit as far as Africa and Middle East is concerned. So this is one of those. It has a capacity of only 5 million barrels a day. Remember, as far as the Strait of Hormuz is concerned, there's about 20 million barrels a day, which is its capacity. So this moves the crude from the eastern oil fields to the Red Sea, and it bypasses the Hormuz entirely. What is the other option? The other option is the UAE's Abu Dhabi crude oil pipeline. This will go via the Gulf of Oman. This can carry about 1.5 million barrels a day. So none of them are going to replace the requirement of the Strait of Hormuz, but there can be some backup options. So where is this port of Fujairah in UAE? So this is the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, ships have to come out from there, have to go in from there. This port of Fujairah is a little bit before that, in the Gulf of Oman. So this also then doesn't become captive to the Strait of Hormuz being held captive. So this also bypasses the need of going through the Strait of Hormuz. These are the couple of options. Barring that, there's not much else, frankly. And even their capacity is not so high that this can replace the requirement entirely. The Indian Oil Ministry, Petroleum and Gas Industry Ministry has already talked about how they are looking at alternative routes. Some of these are these routes, but they will also have to, of course, diversify their oil requirements from other sources. What happens to that Russian oil embargo is the big question as well. We'll slip into a very short break. News and updates continue in just a bit.
Devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone of massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah. And this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less an organized.
US bases have been targeted. Drone has been shot down now.
Iran can then threaten or attack enemy nationals.
A massive missile and drone attack over here.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
Breaking news coming in. According to Iranian media reports, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei will be buried in the northeastern city of Mashhad. This is the latest information that we are getting right now. According to the Iranian media reports, Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei to be buried in the northeastern city of Mashhad, and this is the latest that we're learning right now. For more on this, we have General Kulkarni with us, as well as Ambassador Prabhu Dayal. Thank you so much for staying on with us on the broadcast as well. Ambassador, if I could come to you as well. Now, there's also been a lot of conversation of what Ayatollah Ali Khamenei meant for a lot of people, what he symbolized, and that's been something that has led to a lot of discourse online as well.
You know, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was the second supreme leader. When the Islamic Revolution occurred in 1979, Ayatollah Khomeini became the supreme leader. He was certainly the biggest voice in the Islamic forces. And after his demise, Ayatollah Khamenei was elected the supreme leader. I happened to serve in Iran just a few years after he became supreme leader, and when I was serving there, he continued to be a very powerful person in Iran. Now, his son has now been elected the supreme leader, and this is because the IRGC and the clergy don't want to appear disunited. You know, the Americans want to bring about a regime change. So do the Israelis. So, as far as the IRGC is concerned, it wants to show that Iran stands united. And if there were dissenting voices which openly questioned the election of Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, then it would have appeared that the regime is fracturing. But the Iranians have tried to give the impression that they stand united and that any pressure to bring about regime change has not succeeded. Let me also mention that this war is going on exactly as it was expected. It was expected that the Americans and the Israelis would escalate the conflict and they would inflict a huge damage on the Iranians. That has happened. More than 787 persons have died. In fact, there are reports that the casualty figure has crossed 1,000. And it was also expected that the Iranians would widen the area of the conflict. And that they have done by attacking US embassies and consulates in the Gulf, also American bases. But of course, there has also been a collateral damage, and that has made the Arab Gulf states quite angry. And in fact, their alliances with the United States seem to have been cemented even further because they need the US for helping them out.
And Ambassador, the military escalation by Iran has only gone up. We've not seen them back down as yet, and this despite a leadership void at least for a few hours. Now, General Kulkarni with Mojtaba Khamenei taking over, how do you see this playing out for Iran militarily? Because here's a man who's not a high-ranking cleric, does not have an official role in the regime. Yes, during the Iran-Iraq war, he did serve in the Iranian armed forces. Will that be enough to take Iran to the last phase of this conflict? What are your thoughts there? Because a lot of muscle and military flexing is underway as we speak. US says we have enough stocks, we're all stocked up. Iran says US stockpile is shrinking. You know, Israel has its own back and forth on with Hezbollah as we speak. Where do you see this leadership now take Iran?
Yeah, I fully agree with my distinguished panelist, Ambassador Dayal, because he has first-hand information of Iran. And let me tell you, if you want peace, be ready for a very, very destructive war, very, very expensive war. Mojtaba brings no change. He's the new Mustafa. His brother may be Mustafa, but he's the new Mustafa with IRGC in complete control. And Pezeshkian almost sidelined. Even in the olden times, the ambassador sir will agree. Even in olden times, when Khamenei was there used to be a huge lot of differences between Rafsanjani and Ahmadinejad. But despite that, he managed it. But
if this prolongs.
Good morning, Mangalam. There is certainly an impact. The good news is that everyone is safe, guests and our associates. The impact is more significant in Dubai than in India at the moment. But yes, there is disruption in air traffic. When it comes to international passengers, I have a lot of requests coming in directly to me for people who have got stranded in India and want to go back to Europe, if they could extend their hotel stays and what we could do for them on a special need basis. So there is certainly an impact. But I also have to say, it's very strange. We started the financial year in April with Pahalgam and then followed it with Operation Sindoor in May and the airline accident in June. And now we are ending the year with geopolitical tension, which we have not witnessed in this scale, and that too very close to India.
Right. So, if you could draw upon some of the financial impact that you saw at the start of this financial year because of these, tensions that we saw in the country, and as a result of which, if you had to extrapolate the impact that could happen at this point as well. Obviously, it's good to know that all your guests, employees, associates, everyone is safe. This is a human crisis, and hotels, to give them credit, they've been very, very supportive. We see posts on social media, etc. as well, where they've been fairly supportive of stranded tourists. But all of that does come at a bit of a cost. Not the perfect time to discuss this, but an important one nevertheless.
Yeah, for sure, Mangalam. The year has been as volatile as it could have been. I mean, it's it must have had an impact of 5 to 7% on the top line for us, despite the fact that we have been, guiding and posting a double-digit growth, pretty high. We still feel that we'll end up the year north of 14% for the year, including in flight kitchen business. It could have been much higher because the demand has been very strong. So the good news is that despite all the challenges we have seen in the last 12 months, the sector has demonstrated resilience and it keeps coming back. Just like you just now showed some airline figures that there has been growth in Jan in 7% in air traffic, as an example. So for us, Jan was good, but February was outstanding. And we don't see the domestic demand or cancellations in the way we have seen cancellations for Dubai or the rest of the Western world.
Right. And it's not only an impact on flights to Dubai, it's also an impact flights through Dubai, right? The thing that the hospitality sector has been grappling with right now, post-COVID, is that international travel hasn't returned to India in the way it was pre-COVID. And that was one of the deltas for the sector, which could have driven higher room rates, etc. But with this happening, do you think that gets pushed down the road?
Absolutely, it will be pushed down the road. So there is the bad news is that the international foreign tourist arrivals never picked up the way they should have post-COVID. But also that has some good news that there is not much needed to replace that business, which if it would have been very strong. So I think we were lagging behind and we continue to lag behind. And the majority of the seasonal traffic is over, which is October to March is when you get the majority of the international traffic coming in. So we got our very good share through the government delegations. We just finished the Canadian Premier's visit at Taj Mahal in Mumbai, or we had, German Chancellor, British Premier, AI Summit got in so many heads of states. So I think all in all that helped the numbers of foreign tourist arrivals, but because we are coming at such a low base, the impact of foreign tourists going down does not help us to cover that delta, as you said, Mangalam. But it also is not that we have a loss of business in a very significant amount.
Right. And finally, just to wrap this conversation, impact on Middle East, yes, there is some, but limited to you guys. And despite, the kind of geopolitical tensions that we've seen, your revenue over the last 1 year has been impacted only by 5 to 7%. It would have grown a lot higher had it not been for these things. But growth, nevertheless, is there. And let's end this conversation with that growth part itself. This quarter is a strong one for MICE as well, meetings and weddings, conferences, etc. How has that part played out so far? And are you reasonably satisfied with all the other parts barring this?
Well, Mangalam, nice that you said, let's wrap this up, and let's wrap this up on a positive note. It's been a very good start to the last quarter of the year. So Jan and Feb have been good. I see no reason after the disruption, unless, something major happens in terms of this geopolitical tension, taking a totally different dimension. I have no doubt that the domestic demand, which has been very, very resilient post-COVID, will help us sail through with a good finish to the Q4 of this financial year.
And the current crisis does not impact your hotel signings and openings that you've lined up for West Asia, right? If you could throw some light on that.
What answer you're looking for, Mangalam, but our signings and openings, this is the strongest year in the history. The number of hotels we signed equals maybe the number of hotels we had 8 years ago. So the total signings in 1 year exceeds the number of hotels we had in the portfolio. So that way the going is strong. And if we take a breather or a pause for a few months, it does not change anything in the openings. We'll be opening. We have opened 2 hotels this month already till the 4th of March, and we will open another 3 but all on the domestic front. We might end up delaying Frankfurt by a week or 10 days so that it goes into, post-Easter in the month of April.
So it's supply and signings delayed, not supply and signings denied.
Absolutely.
Take that point. Good luck. Once again, wishing that all your employees and guests are safe amidst this crisis, along with your leadership teams, etc., out there as well. And the impact is limited to the financials that we speak of. With that, we'll take a short break, come back, the discussion around shipping and rice sector and the impact following the US-Iran tensions for you.
Welcome back. This is Corporate Radar and you're tuned in to CNBC TV 18. Well, keep an eye out on the index. The problem is, the Nifty Bank that continues to see a lot of selling pressure, and that's down 1,200 points. Remember, the highest amount of FI weightage is on the banking names. And because of that, in fact, the markets are seeing a lot of selling pressure. However, a few stocks are trying to put in a bit of a fight. Let's pull up a few of those names. Bharti Airtel, I think it's seen more than a 10% correction just in the last few days. That's recovered close to 2% from the day's low. So Bharti Airtel is one stock. Big boy HDFC Bank as well was down close to 2.5%. Now that's cutting its losses, and that's a large weight. So that's why we're seeing some bit of a pullback out there. And Eternal as well has cut its losses. That stock as well has moved up a little bit. It's on the verge of moving into the green. So keep an eye out on that one. And as I mentioned earlier today, the tech stocks could actually be in focus because they've actually got sold into, it's underperformed big time. The rupee weakness could play out in their favor as well. So for the time being, that is the outperforming index today. The tech index up 0.8% in a market that's a little bit wobbly. But the broader markets, I think, are calling for attention. As of now, only 330 stocks are advancing. That compares to 2,500 stocks that are declining. Well, let's move on then. US President Donald Trump has said that the US Navy will protect ships in the Middle East if the need arises. That's if it's necessary, in a bid to stop the energy supply crunch sparked tensions in the region. To discuss this, how will
the question is, who's going to run out first? The Iranians say they've held back a large part of their stock. So this could go on for a long time, and more of these Iranian missiles and drones could get through. So we've only seen the beginning. And then Trump starts off by saying that we're going to have regime change. Then he urges the Iranians to take to the streets. The estimate is that if the U.S. really was serious about putting boots on the ground, we need 500,000 troops in the area. But you can't take anything that the U.S. or Israel or probably Iran says at face value. Donald Trump is a pathological liar. And he said at the beginning that we needed to do this because, number one, Iran had reconstituted its nuclear enrichment program. The International Atomic Energy Agency says that's not true. He said, Witkoff said that Iran's going to have enough nuclear material for a bomb within a week. We know that's not true, that they've reconstituted their nuclear program. And thirdly, that Iran is building intercontinental ballistic missiles that will be finished soon that could hit the United States. The Defense Intelligence Agency in the U.S. said recently that if Iran had a program, which it doesn't, to do that, it would take 10 years. So don't believe anything that the United
Donald Trump
States
is saying. I want to come back to you with more of what he has said and what the implications are if what you are saying is right, that, none of what they're saying is correct or accurate. So why was this operation planned in the first place? Was it because Israel wanted it, plain and simple? But I'll come back to you, sir, with more on that. I want to go across to Hormaz Fatakia of CNBC TV 18, joining us with more on the market scenario. Hormaz, over to you.
It's not a pretty picture at all if you are watching the markets right now, and it's a 2% cut on the broader markets. The Nifty is down 500 points in just the first few minutes of the trading session. Remember, we were shut for trading yesterday on account of the holy holiday, and today is when the trading has resumed. And it's not a pretty picture across the Asian markets at all. The South Korean index is now down 12%. The trading has been halted there twice already. And for the Indian markets as a whole, even though not being directly part of the conflict in West Asia, but the indirect implications are too hard to ignore. The rise in oil prices, of course, being a net negative first up. The exposure to a lot of the companies over there in the Middle Eastern region, L&T, for example, stocks like those are down 7-8% already. The attacks in Qatar, which has resulted in the largest LNG manufacturers halting production there, the import of LNG from the Strait of Hormuz, and that is the worry as well. That has impacted stocks like Petronet LNG, the force majeure clause being triggered there as well. So all in all, the indirect implications are too hard to ignore right now, and as a result of which, in just the first few minutes of the trading session, we have lost almost 11 lakh crore in investor wealth. Almost every sectoral index is in the red. There are pockets of green though. IT is seeing some buying. Defense stocks, for obvious reasons, are seeing some buying in today's session, but otherwise it's just a sea of red across Dalal Street as of now.
All right, Hormaz Fatakia, thanks a lot for bringing up that update. Markets will be very closely watched out for today. It could signal what could happen for the rest of the week as well, because this conflict is not going anywhere. We'll slip into a very short break. More news and updates coming up in just a bit.
Anything, we have things coming in, so we are going to just unmic. Dan, why don't you take your mic off?
And then go downstairs?
Yep, I'm going to show you exactly where we go. All right.
Well, that's pretty dramatic.
We do need to move pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, and there we go. We're just going to get onto this camera. All right, and come with me, Dan. You can just leave that there. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to just move slowly here while Dan's coming with me. Okay, and we're going to move. So you hear the sirens now, and this is all around the area that we're in Tel Aviv. So that initial warning, it was about, I think, 5 or 6 minutes, Dan?
5 or 6 minutes.
Okay, and then let's just keep going. All right,
Yeah, this could be fire from Lebanon as well, from the Iranian instructed Hezbollah, which is part of the Iranian regime strategy of what's called survival warfare. Mobilize as much missiles coming from Lebanon. It could be the Houthis in Yemen, we don't know, but this is the Iranian regime survival strategy. Mobilize as much terror as you can to distract the world's attention away from the Iranian front itself.
What more can you tell us about this broad wave of strikes launched by Israel in Iran, and what are they targeting?
Well, Anderson, this has been an extraordinarily active day of Israeli airstrikes over the skies of Iran, likely joined by American strikes as well. As far as the Israeli strikes are concerned, indeed, the Israeli military is describing the strikes that are happening right now as broad strikes, targeting in particular launch sites, aerial defense systems. And I can tell you from speaking with Israeli officials that one of the primary goals of the Israeli military right now is to degrade Iran's capability of firing ballistic missiles at Israel. Those are the missiles that have killed at least 10 people so far in Israel in these first days of this war. And indeed, it appears that Israel is succeeding in degrading Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. While we have continued to see ballistic missiles being fired from Iran towards Israel, it does appear like those barrages are getting smaller by the day. That is at least the trend line, although it's clear that Iran still retains some capacity for firing these missiles. Earlier today, I was on the outskirts of Tel Aviv with Israel's paramedic and rescue service at the scene of a missile that was intercepted, but nonetheless, just the shrapnel from that missile able to partially cave in a roof, resulting in 7 light to moderate injuries among people there. So these missiles are still posing a threat to Israelis, but in a sign that is confident this threat has been reduced. As early as Wednesday night, we expect that some flights are going to start resuming back to Israel, mostly bringing Israelis who are stuck abroad back home.
What are you experiencing and expecting right now?
Well, look, I mean, the city of Beirut is very much on edge because, you know, at any moment there could be more airstrikes of the kind we've been seeing very intensively over the course of the past 24 and 48 hours. I'm actually on a rooftop here overlooking the suburbs of South Beirut, and that's known as a Hezbollah stronghold, and it's where much of the Israeli airstrike activity has been taking place in this city. The majority of it, though, to be honest, has been focused on the south of the country, in South Lebanon, which is again those traditional stronghold areas of Hezbollah. There's been rocket fire, drone activity in the other direction as well. Hezbollah continuing an important Iranian-backed proxy for Tehran, has been firing these drones and rockets across the border into Israel as well. They've not been causing a lot of damage. They've not been particularly effective. You know, some of the power that Hezbollah once had in terms of its vast missile arsenal has been eroded since 2024, when Israel really kind of made significant gains in eroding the ability of that organization as a fight. But the response from Israel has been extraordinarily tough. They've been retaking areas in southern Lebanon, and again, they've been stepping up that air campaign. It's led to lost lives, dozens of people killed and injured, and of course, thousands of people, particularly in those suburbs of Beirut and in the south of the country, fleeing their homes, trying to escape the violence and seeking places elsewhere in the country for safety. And so that's an issue that's pending now. The Israelis have ordered 50 villages and settlements in South Lebanon to evacuate because there's going to be more military action there, they say. And so that's compounding the problem of people being displaced by the fighting.
Is gearing up its evacuation plan with helplines for expatriates in war-hit areas. The Ministry of External Affairs is establishing dedicated control rooms and helplines. This is to assist all the Indians stranded in Gulf countries in this ongoing conflict, disrupting flights. The government is prioritizing the safe return of all affected citizens. We're given to understand, coordinating with embassies to track their whereabouts and to estimate the numbers. Top government sources also tell us the safety and well-being of nearly 1 crore Indian citizens living and working in the Gulf region is the highest priority for the government of India. At this point, Indian embassies and consulates in the affected countries remain in close touch with Indian nationals, using regular advisories and extending all possible help to those stranded by the conflict. All right, for more on this, Christine is bringing us more updates from the newsroom. Christine, over to you.
Thanks for that, Him. Yes, we're talking about 1 crore individuals, Indians who are residing in the Gulf, and that's the priority which has been highlighted by the central government as well. And how they're going to make this happen remains a huge challenge, because remember, the airspace in the Middle East is largely closed. We did see a little bit of a relief the last few hours, but what the latest situation is looking like, I do need to quickly bring in Siddhant. He is joining us from the newsroom once again. Siddhant, while you answer that for us, tell us what the situation on ground is looking like. What is the kind of communication channel between the government here, the embassies out in the Middle East? Also, in the meanwhile, if you can quickly take out for us the flight data and what really is the airspace situation looking like in the Middle East as we speak?
Well, the airspace over Iran is shut. It's not safe to fly over Iranian airspace, and this is the reason that the evacuation of Indians stranded in Iran is not happening. Point number one. Point number two, yesterday, if we can show these visuals, so such special buses was arranged by Indian embassy in Iran. These Indian students were taken from Tehran to the city of Qom, where they have been shifted to a safer places, Kritzwin in Qom. Now, and I'm in regular touch with these students. Students are safe. They are happy that they have been taken away from Tehran. Now, what's going to be the second stage? Perhaps we really don't know how Indian embassy is going to bring them back to the country. There is another set of students in Urmia city of Iran, at Urmia University. In fact, they are also reaching out to us, and they also want Indian embassy to evacuate them. There are multiple explosions which were in fact heard yesterday around the Urmia University. The students are directly reaching out to us, and the efforts are being made by the Indian government to rescue, to evacuate these students. Now, look at the explosions taking place around Urmia University. These are the first-hand footages and images which these students are sending us.
Killed in Lebanon. US President Donald Trump said Iran's Air Force and Navy have been knocked out and that new strikes targeted Iranian leadership. Israel also struck a compound allegedly belonging to a group responsible for electing Iran's next supreme leader. Let's get you some updates from the theater of war.
We are in the city of Ramat Gan on the outskirts of Tel Aviv, and the scene that you're going to see behind me, there is a lot of destruction, but mind you that this is not even a direct impact of one of these missiles. This is just what can happen, the kind of destruction that can happen when one of those ballistic missiles is intercepted and shrapnel falls in a residential area. You can see in particular on the top of this home here, part of the roof has caved in, and so you can imagine that that was likely quite a large piece of shrapnel that fell. Keep in mind, these ballistic missiles are huge. And so when we're talking about shrapnel, that can sometimes be something as big as a car in length that is falling on a building. We're told that there were only 7 injuries here. Most of them were light injuries. One person is in moderate condition as a result of some of that shrapnel. We were actually among the first to arrive on the scene here because we were traveling with Israel's Magen David Adom rescue service. We sped down here in one of those emergency vehicles with a paramedic and arrived on the scene to find people who were really in shock, but relatively okay, particularly when you consider some of the scenes that we've been reporting from in recent days, where some of these missiles made direct impact, like in Bet Shemesh on the outskirts of Jerusalem a couple days ago, where 9 people were killed. Now, the question that Israelis are asking themselves is how much longer is this going to continue? We know that Israeli and American officials certainly have the appetite for at least a couple of weeks of continued airstrikes in Iran, and the Iranians have vowed to continue to retaliate. But I've also been told by Israeli officials that the strikes that we've seen over the course of the first 4 days of this war, and particularly the last 24 hours, are expected to significantly reduce Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. And so I'm told that as of tonight, they expect that there will be a significant drop-off in Iran's ability to fire ballistic missiles and in the kind of impact sites that we see like this here. But for now, it's clear that that threat of Iranian ballistic missiles is still a very real one. And we'll have to see whether those Israeli expectations of a diminishment in Iran's ballistic missile capability actually come to fruition over the course of the coming hours and days.
Today, as I know you have been doing constantly, Michael, since this war began. So help us understand his mindset right now as we're coming into day 5.
Yeah, first of all, it's great to see you, Aaron. Welcome to Tel Aviv.
Anything, but we have things coming in, so we are going to just unmic. Dan, why don't you take your mic off?
And then go downstairs?
Yep, I'm going to show you exactly where we go. All right.
Well, that's pretty dramatic.
We do need to move pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, and there we go. We're just going to get onto this camera. All right. And come with me, Dan. You can just leave that there. Okay. All right. All right, I'm gonna just move slowly here while Dan's coming with me. Okay, and we're gonna move. So you hear the sirens now, and this is all around the area that we're in Tel Aviv. So that initial warning, it was about, I think, 5 or 6 minutes, Dan? 5 or 6 minutes. Okay, and then let's just keep going. All right,
This could be fire from Lebanon as well, from the Iranian instructed Hezbollah, which is part of the Iranian regime strategy of what's called survival warfare. Mobilize as much missiles coming from Lebanon. It could be the Houthis in Yemen, we don't know, but this is the Iranian regime survival strategy. Mobilize as much terror as you can to distract the world's attention away from the Iranian front itself.
What more can you tell us about this broad wave of strikes launched by Israel in Iran, and what are they targeting?
Well, Anderson, this has been an extraordinarily active day of Israeli airstrikes over the skies of Iran, likely joined by American strikes as well. As far as the Israeli strikes are concerned, indeed, the Israeli military is describing the strikes that are happening right now as broad strikes, targeting in particular launch sites, aerial defense systems. And I can tell you from speaking with Israeli officials that one of the primary goals of the Israeli military right now is to degrade Iran's capability of firing ballistic missiles at Israel. Those are the missiles that have killed at least 10 people so far in Israel in these first days of this war. And indeed, it appears that Israel is succeeding in degrading Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. While we have continued to see ballistic missiles being fired from Iran towards Israel, it does appear like those barrages are getting smaller by the day. That is at least the trend line, although it's clear that Iran still retains some capacity for firing these missiles. Earlier today, I was on the outskirts of Tel Aviv with Israel's paramedic and rescue service at the scene of a missile that was intercepted, but nonetheless, just the shrapnel from that missile able to partially cave in a roof, resulting in 7 light to moderate injuries among people there. So these missiles are still posing a threat to Israelis, but in a sign that is confident this threat has been reduced. As early as Wednesday night, we expect that some flights are going to start resuming back to Israel, mostly bringing Israelis who are stuck abroad back home.
What are you experiencing and expecting right now?
Well, look, I mean, the city of Beirut is very much on edge because, you know, at any moment there could be more airstrikes of the kind we've been seeing very intensively over the course of the past 24 and 48 hours. I'm actually on a rooftop here overlooking the suburbs of South Beirut, and that's known as a Hezbollah stronghold, and it's where much of the Israeli airstrike activity has been taking place in this city. The majority of it, though, to be honest, has been focused on the south of the country, in South Lebanon, which is again those traditional stronghold areas of Hezbollah. There's been rocket fire, drone activity in the other direction as well. Hezbollah continuing an important Iranian-backed proxy for Tehran, has been firing these drones and rockets across the border into Israel as well. They've not been causing a lot of damage. They've not been particularly effective. You know, some of the power that Hezbollah once had in terms of its vast missile arsenal has been eroded since 2024, when Israel really kind of made significant gains in eroding the ability of that organization as a But the response from Israel has been extraordinarily tough. They've been retaking areas in southern Lebanon, and again, they've been stepping up that air campaign. It's led to lost lives, dozens of people killed and injured, and of course, thousands of people, particularly in those suburbs of Beirut and in the south of the country, fleeing their homes, trying to escape the violence and seeking places elsewhere in the country for safety. And so that's an issue that's pending now. The Israelis have ordered 50 villages and settlements in South Lebanon to evacuate because there's going to be more military action there, they say. And so that's compounding the problem of people being displaced by the fighting.
Is gearing up its evacuation plan with helplines for expatriates in war-hit areas. The Ministry of External Affairs is establishing dedicated control rooms and helplines. This is to assist all the Indians stranded in Gulf countries in this ongoing conflict, disrupting flights. The government is prioritizing the safe return of all affected citizens. We're given to understand, coordinating with embassies to track their whereabouts and to estimate the numbers. Top government sources also tell us the safety and well-being of nearly 1 crore Indian citizens living and working in the Gulf region is the highest priority for the government of India. At this point, Indian embassies and consulates in the affected countries remain in close touch with Indian nationals, using regular advisories and extending all possible help to those stranded by the conflict. All right, for more on this, Christine is bringing us more updates from the newsroom. Christine, over to you.
Thanks for that, Haim. Yes, we're talking about 1 crore individuals, Indians who are residing in the Gulf, and that's the priority which has been highlighted by the central government as well. And how they're going to make this happen remains a huge challenge, because remember, the airspace in the Middle East is largely closed. We did see a little bit of a relief the last few hours, but what the latest situation is looking like, I do need to quickly bring in Siddhant. He is joining us from the newsroom once again. Siddhant, while you answer that for us, tell us what the situation on ground is looking like. What is the kind of communication channel between the government here, the embassies out in the Middle East? Also, in the meanwhile, if you can quickly take out for us the flight data and what really is the airspace situation looking like in the Middle East as we speak?
Well, the airspace over Iran is shut. It's not safe to fly over Iranian airspace, and this is the reason that the evacuation of Indians stranded in Iran is not happening. Point number one. Point number two, yesterday, if we can show these visuals. So,
four damage could easily be seen here at 4 different places in this particular image at Ali Al Salim Air Base, Kuwait Air Base. Also, Shivani would like to add this point that when an enemy damages or destroys your radars, there is a commonality between these air bases, the hits by the Iranians. Then it usually means that they are trying to blind your air defense systems at the very start of the conflict. So this, according to me, this is also a plan of a strategy by Iranians to take a hit at the radar system, the communication systems, to weaken the air defense systems of the United States and allied forces in the region.
Because that's what Americans did first as well. You would know how Donald Trump talked about that all of Iranian air defense systems are now knocked out. You need to do that along with, of course, hitting actual military infrastructure as well. This is Camp Arif Jan in Kuwait again. Again, this is an image from Feb 23 and this is an image from March 1. I'm not sure if we can make out extent of the entire damage, but I think here we can see a few of these domes that have been hit. In this you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 white domes. 1, 2, 3, 4. And these are all black. I think this one is also hit. So you can see 3 easily, but not the other 3.
So this dome is not visible and 2 domes here are not visible.
I'm guessing these are satellite dishes again.
The picture is not clear, viewers. The satellite pictures are not very clear, but yes, we could easily understand and establish the damage caused by Iranian missiles, drones at these various air bases.
This is possibly again one of those better images that we've got. This is the very important Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. This is the image from March 1, and you can clearly see there is some sort of a structural damage here. A lot of satellites, I think these are all satellites here. And these are all required as far as your communications are concerned. Let me just reconnect my phone. By the way, we are using this phone to live project some of these images that we are getting.
Yes, Al Ubaid Air Base is a very important US air base in the region. It hosts many US personnel, and in fact, the most sophisticated weaponry, air defense systems, etc. are installed at this air base, and Iranians could easily manage to hit and target this air base in Qatar.
I just want you to come here a little bit closer to my phone so that I can get you. This is our network phone. We've got some more images here. We've got another image of the US Navy's 5th Fleet Headquarters in Manama, Bahrain. Remember, this is also a very important base. And here also you can see this is the image of destroyed satellite communication terminals. So the Americans have taken a lot of hit. This is satellite imagery showing smoke rising from a building at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Again, an image that kind of shows you the kind of damage. There's been another picture that's been going viral online, actually, on social media. It almost looks like from a Transformers movie.
This is quite clear. This is quite visible, the smoke rising out of this particular site. So
all right, these are the images that we've got. So it clearly goes on to show to you that, you know, there's been a lot of damage as far as these US-American bases are concerned, which means it's not like Iran gave up without a fight. They are still holding, it looks like, ammunition to continue to mount this, especially if the radar and the satellites have been damaged for the Americans. Siddhant, I do thank you for joining us with more on this. Let's also go across to some of our guests joining us. Sanjay K. Verma, former Indian diplomat, Major General Rajan Kochar, defense expert, also joining us. Major General, I'm coming to you first up. I'm not sure if you've been able to see some of these images that we were putting on air, but your sense of the damage that Iranians are managing to pull, especially on the communications and radar systems on the US bases.
Good morning, Shivani. I was able to see all those images, what we putting it onto the screen. And it seems from the first glance, what you could actually make out that damage has been significant, and it's not that Iran has been not been able to retaliate. And one larger concern, what I am seeing is that we got an impression that the Americans had a very robust air defense system around all their bases. I think that has taken a hit because the kind of damage assessment, what I can make out is radars have been damaged, communication center damaged, certain views which you can see that damage has been caused to a basic infrastructure which is there in the airbase, which is the command and control center. So I think these are significant hits. And
so why hasn't the US been able to avoid this? I think that's the question that everybody will have on their minds. Why weren't they better prepared to avoid these damages to their bases?
See what happens, Shivani, that there is no air defense system which can stop 100% tracks. And even Iron Dome has a success probability of only 82%. So when you have a swarm drone attack, because basically all these bases have been hit by drones. And when you have a swarm drone attack in which more than about 50-100 drones are latched on to a particular objective, then you are not able to hit each and every drone because your air defense systems get saturated. Because there is a capability built in the air defense systems, and the interceptors also, there is a rate of fire involved also as far as the interceptors are concerned. So they are not able to catch on to each and every drone, and therefore this new technique of using swarm drones has been evolved to ensure that
overwhelm the system. Yes. No, but I want to understand from you, these US bases in the Gulf are not being used by America. They haven't been allowed to be used by the Gulf countries for any action against Iran. So there is no activity really happening there. And I think America is having to mount whatever counter offensive, defensive action is concerned from other locations, either in Israel or from the sea. So could the distance also be creating problems for them because they can't use the territory of these Gulf countries?
You see, what is happening is this is a deliberate strategy on part of America, because that is my assessment, that in case they are launching attacks from here, the Gulf countries will also become vulnerable to a counter attack. We have seen this happening, that most of the assets, American assets, in this last 30 days have been moved out of these bases because these are very, very vulnerable, because you have not heard any of their aircrafts being hit on these bases, because most of these bases are either Air Force or naval predominant, and they have their gunships and things like that. So what I can see from the satellite imagery is that most of the US assets have been moved out from this region. And that is why I think America is not unduly worried even if you destroy a particular radar or a particular communication center, because these are not taking part in the war as one can see it, because most of their attacks are based from their aircraft carriers and their assets, which are 700 to 800 kilometers away in the sea, because the aircraft carrier is also, I believe, Lincoln is more than 1,000 kilometers away from the Iranian coastline. So I think that's a deliberate ploy by the Americans not to endanger their assets in very close proximity, because a drone attack is very much possible on these assets, and it has happened.
Yeah. So we're getting some more updates, more of the American assets being pounded. A drone has now targeted the US Embassy's logistical support camp near the Baghdad airport as well. This is being reported by Al Jazeera Arabic. Sanjay K. Verma also joining us. How long before pressure mounts on Donald Trump as more and more of the American assets get hit? There is already, of course, as many as 6 casualties amongst their servicemen and women.
Shivani, one is the domestic pressure there. And that will be mounted when you have more body bags coming from there. So far, that has not happened. But then another one is pressure mounting from the international partners. In Europe, we have already started seeing that Spain has spoken out, France has spoken out, UK has spoken out. So therefore, these pressures will be multidimensional. It will come from all directions. And sooner the petroleum prices go up, pressure will come that much sooner. So what we are looking at is now $85 for the Brent. As soon as it crosses $100, probably you'll see much more pressure coming on to the both sides to call the hostilities ceased.
Yes, also the American president is facing questions currently whether he needed a congressional approval before he launched his war. There is, of course, the UN Charter, which prohibits the use of force by member states except in self-defense or with Security Council approval. And in the US, the framework also requires that you speak to the Congress before you declare war. None of that is being adhered to. And this is the world that we live in. But America has tried to kind of suggest that this is defensive in nature, this is preemptive in nature, that Iran was going to hit them, their nukes was going to be prepared, or their missile program was going to be able to reach American soil. All of these justifications have been given. But there's no way to verify this, Mr. Verma. There's no way to know exactly who is telling the truth, especially on their nuke program, for example.
So first of all, if you look at the congressional approval, this is not the first time that the US has been able to provide congressional approval.
Yes.
And go ahead. So that's settled. Now, when you look at the claims and counterclaims on nuclear program, we will see in the future even much more disinformation campaigns coming out from all quarters. No one exactly knows. IAEA has got the best database that it can on Iran and Iran's nuclear program. So we'll have to go by that. There is no other way. One thing which is coming out from there is the 60% enrichment has happened to more than 450 kilograms of uranium in Iran. Now, again, that's a claim. It's very difficult to confirm that, but that claim resides with the IAEA. So I would go by that. And 60% enrichment of uranium is quite high for weapon grade materials.
Yes. Well, we'll wait and see exactly what happens, both as far as American politics is concerned. You know, Israel is a different deal, but in America, there will be some opposition and considerable opposition as far as another war is concerned. Yes, Donald Trump and his colleagues are currently trying to tell and convince the American public that this is not going to be long drawn, this is not another Iraq, this is going to be very, very different. But some of their statements are also contradicting each other, and that is why it is leading to confusion as to what was the real need of this war right now. Yes, Iranian threat is very well established, but why now? And secondly, whether this was needed at all in the manner that it has been carried out. CNN's Nick Robertson is also reporting from Riyadh. Remember, Iranian strikes have hit US diplomatic sites here. Take a look.
What are you seeing on the ground where you are tonight?
Yeah, one of the things that's happening in Saudi Arabia, because flights can operate out of here, there are a small handful of people who are organizing to drive from places like Bahrain, from places like Qatar, from places like the UAE, through Saudi Arabia. It's only a handful of people. That's one way that some people are getting out. But the reality on the ground, and this is the picture that's emerging and the calculation that the leadership here in Saudi Arabia is making, particularly to what Clarissa was mentioning there, how is the Iranian leadership going to respond to this development in that Kurdish area, or potential development in the Kurdish area of Iran? And the view from Saudi Arabia at the moment is that the Iranian leadership is able to pick and choose targets to escalate up a ladder of putting pressure on the United States by targeting the embassy here last night in Riyadh. That is now shut down. There was an immediate threat warning, ballistic missiles or drones on the US consulate in the east of the country here in Dhahran. That was a shelter in place. Don't leave your house. Don't come to the consulate. A similar warning to shelter in place in Jeddah, the consulate in the east of Saudi Arabia here. We've seen the smoke rising. Who would have expected to see that kind of smoke rising from a US consulate in Dubai? Secretary of State said that the missile there impacted in a car park. It set fire to the Chancellery. Everyone there accounted for. No injuries, as we understand, here in Saudi Arabia. But it is causing, as you say, these embassies here in Kuwait and in Lebanon to be closed. And it's putting the United States in this invidious position of being questioned. Didn't you get people out earlier? So, but going back to that assessment of how smartly the Iranian leadership and coordinated it is operating, it is doing this intentionally. That is the assessment, to put pressure on the White House as well as driving up the price of oil to end the war. So it's coordinated. So the assessment here, Iran is still acting in a coordinated way.
Unmic. Dan, why don't you take your mic off?
And then go downstairs.
Yep, I'm going to show you.
Knocked out, and that new strikes targeted Iranian leadership. Israel also struck a compound allegedly belonging to a group responsible for electing Iran's next supreme leader. Let's get you some updates from the theater of war.
We are in the city of Ramat Gan on the outskirts of Tel Aviv, and the scene that you're going to see behind me, there is a lot of destruction, but mind you that this is not even a direct impact of one of these missiles. This is just what can happen, the kind of destruction that can happen when one of those ballistic missiles is intercepted and shrapnel falls in a residential area. You can see in particular on the top of this home here, part of the roof has caved in, and so you can imagine that that was likely quite a large piece of shrapnel that fell. Keep in mind, these ballistic missiles are huge. And so when we're talking about shrapnel, that can sometimes be something as big as a car in length that is falling on a building. We're told that there were only 7 injuries here. Most of them were light injuries. One person is in moderate condition as a result of some of that shrapnel. We were actually among the first to arrive on the scene here because we were traveling with Israel's Magen David Adom rescue service. We sped down here in one of those emergency vehicles with a paramedic and arrived on the scene to find people who were really in shock, but relatively okay, particularly when you consider some of the scenes that we've been reporting from in recent days, where some of these missiles made direct impact, like in Bet Shemesh on the outskirts of Jerusalem a couple days ago, where 9 people were killed. Now, the question that Israelis are asking themselves is how much longer is this going to continue? We know that Israeli and American officials certainly have the appetite for at least a couple of weeks of continued airstrikes in Iran, and the Iranians have vowed to continue to retaliate. But I've also been told by Israeli officials that the strikes that we've seen over the course of the first 4 days of this war, and particularly the last 24 hours, are expected to significantly reduce Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. And so I'm told that as of tonight, they expect that there will be a significant drop-off in Iran's ability to fire ballistic missiles and in the kind of impact sites that we see like this here. But for now, it's clear that that threat of Iranian ballistic missiles is still a very real one. And we'll have to see whether those Israeli expectations of a diminishment in Iran's ballistic missile capability actually come to fruition over the course of the coming hours and days.
Today, as I know you have been doing constantly, Michael, since this war began. So help us understand his mindset right now.
White domes, 1, 2, 3, 4.
4, and
These
yes,
are all
2
black.
other
I think
domes
this one is
cannot be
also
seen.
hit.
Yes.
So you can see 3 easily, but not
3.
the other 3.
So this dome is not visible, and 2 domes here are not visible.
I'm guessing these are satellite dishes
Yes.
again.
The picture is not clear, viewers. The satellite pictures are not very clear, but yes, we could easily understand and establish the damage caused by Iranian missiles, drones at these various air bases.
This is possibly again one of those better images that we've got. This is the very important Al Udeid air base in Qatar. This is the image from March 1, and you can clearly see there is some sort of a structural damage here. A lot of satellites, I think these are all satellites here. And these are all required as far as your communications are concerned. Let me just reconnect my phone. By the way, we are using this phone to live project some of these images that we are getting.
Yes, Al Ubaid Air Base is a very important US air base in the region. It hosts many US personnel, and in fact, the most sophisticated weaponry, air defense systems, etc. are installed at this air base, and Iranians could easily manage to hit and target this air base in Qatar.
I just want you to come here a little bit closer to my phone so that I can get you. This is our network phone. We've got some more images here. We've got another image of the US Navy's 5th Fleet Headquarters in Manama, Bahrain. Remember, this is also a very important base. And here also you can see this is the image of destroyed satellite communication terminals. So the Americans have taken a lot of hit. This is satellite imagery showing smoke rising from a building at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Again, an image that kind of shows you the kind of damage. There's been another picture that's been going viral online, actually, on social media. It almost looks like from a Transformers movie.
This is quite clear. This is quite visible, the smoke rising out of this particular site. So
all right, these are the images that we've got. So it clearly goes on to show to you that, you know, there's been a lot of damage as far as these US-American bases are concerned, which means it's not like Iran gave up without a fight. They are still holding, it looks like, ammunition to continue to mount this, especially if the radar and the satellites have been damaged for the Americans. Siddhant, I do thank you for joining us with more on this. Let's also go across to some of our guests joining us. Sanjay K. Verma, former Indian diplomat, Major General Rajan Kochar, defense expert, also joining us. Major General, I'm coming to you first up. I'm not sure if you've been able to see some of these images that we were putting on air, but your sense of the damage that Iranians are managing to pull, especially on the communications and radar systems on the US bases.
Good morning, Shivani. I was able to see all those images, what we putting it onto the screen. And it seems from the first glance, what you could actually make out that damage has been significant, and it's not that Iran has been not been able to retaliate. And one larger concern, what I am seeing is that we got an impression that the Americans had a very robust air defense system around all their bases. I think that has taken a hit because the kind of damage assessment, what I can make out is radars have been damaged, communication centers have been damaged, certain views which you can see that damage has been caused to a basic infrastructure which is there in the airbase, which is the command and control center. So I think these are significant hits. And
so why hasn't the US been able to avoid this? I think that's the question that everybody will have on their minds. Why weren't they better prepared to avoid these damages to their bases?
See what happens, Shivani, that there is no air defense system which can stop 100% attacks. And even Iron Dome has a success probability of only 82%. So when you have a swarm drone attack, because basically all these bases have been hit by drones. And when you have a swarm drone attack in which more than about 100 drones are latched on to a particular objective, then you are not able to hit each and every drone because your air defense systems get saturated. Because there is a capability built in the air defense systems, and the interceptors also, there is a rate of fire involved also as far as the interceptors are concerned. So they're not able to catch on to each and every drone. And therefore, this new technique of using swarm drones has been evolved to ensure that
overwhelm the system. Yes. No, but I want to understand from you, these US bases in the Gulf are not being used by America. They haven't been allowed to be used by the Gulf countries for any action against Iran. So there's no activity really happening there. And I think America is having to mount whatever counter offensive, defensive action is concerned from other locations, either in Israel or from the sea. So could the distance also be creating problems for them, because they can't use the territory of these Gulf countries?
You see, what is happening is this is a deliberate strategy on part of America, because that is my assessment, that in case they are launching attacks from here, the Gulf countries will also become vulnerable to a counter-attack. We have seen this happening, that most of the assets, American assets in this last 30 days have been moved out of these bases, because these are very, very vulnerable, because, and you have not heard any of their aircrafts being hit on these bases, because most of these bases are either Air Force or naval predominant, and they have their gunships and things like that. So what I can see from the satellite imagery is that most of the US assets have been moved out from this region. And that is why I think America is not unduly worried, even if you destroy a particular radar or a particular communication center, because these are not taking part in the war as one can see it, because most of their attacks are based from their aircraft carriers and their assets, which are 700 to 800 kilometers away in the sea, because the aircraft carrier is also, I believe, Lincoln is more than 1,000 kilometers away from the Iranian coastline. So I think that's a deliberate ploy by the Americans not to endanger their assets in very close proximity, because a drone attack is very much possible on these assets, and it has happened.
Yeah. So we're getting some more updates, more of the American assets being pounded. A drone has now targeted the US Embassy's logistical support camp near the Baghdad airport as well. This is being reported by Al Jazeera Arabic. Sanjay K. Verma also joining us. How long before pressure mounts on Donald Trump as more and more of the American assets get hit? There is already, of course, as many as 6 casualties amongst their servicemen and women.
Shivani, one is the domestic pressure there. And that will be mounted when you have more body bags coming from there. So far, that has not happened. But then another one is pressure mounting from the international partners. In Europe, we have already started seeing that Spain has spoken out, France has spoken out, UK has spoken out. So therefore, these pressures will be multidimensional. It will come from all directions. And sooner the petroleum prices go up, pressure will come that much sooner. So what we are looking at is now $85 for the Brent. As soon as it crosses $100, probably you'll see much more pressure coming on to the both sides to call the hostilities ceased.
Yes, also the American president is facing questions currently whether he needed a congressional approval before he launched his war. There is, of course, the UN Charter, which prohibits the use of force by member states except in self-defense or with Security Council approval. And in the US, the framework also requires that you speak to the Congress before you declare war. None of that is being adhered to. And this is the world that we live in. But America has tried to kind of suggest that this is defensive in nature, this is preemptive in nature, that Iran was going to hit them, their nukes was going to be prepared, or their missile program was going to be able to reach American soil. All of these justifications have been given. But there's no way to verify this, Mr. Verma. There's no way to know exactly who is telling the truth, especially on their nuke program, for example.
So first of all, if you look at the congressional approval, this is not the first time that the US has been able to avoid congressional approval.
Yes.
And go ahead. So that's settled. Now, when you look at the claims and counterclaims on nuclear program, we will see in the future even much more disinformation campaigns coming out from all quarters. No one exactly knows. IAEA has got the best database that it can on Iran and Iran's nuclear program. So we'll have to go by that. There is no other way. One thing which is coming out from there is the 60% enrichment has happened to more than 450 kilograms of uranium in Iran. Now, again, that's a claim. It's very difficult to confirm that, but that claim resides with the IAEA, so I would go by that. And 60% enrichment of uranium is quite high for weapon-grade materials.
Yes. Well, we'll wait and see exactly what happens, both as far as American politics is concerned. Israel is a different deal, but in America, there will be some opposition and considerable opposition as far as another war is concerned. Yes, Donald Trump and his colleagues are currently trying to tell and convince the American public that this is not going to be long drawn, this is not another Iraq, this is going to be very, very different. But some of their statements are also contradicting each other, and that is why it is leading to confusion as to what was the real need of this war right now. Yes, Iranian threat is very well established, but why now? And secondly, whether this was needed at all in the manner that it has been carried out. CNN's Nick Robertson is also reporting from Riyadh. Remember, Iranian strikes have hit US diplomatic sites here. Take a look.
What are you seeing on the ground where you are tonight?
Yeah, one of the things that's happening in Saudi Arabia, because flights can operate out of here, there are a small handful of people who are organizing to drive from places like Bahrain, from places like Qatar, from places like the UAE, through Saudi Arabia. It's only a handful of people. That's one way that some people are getting out. But the reality on the ground, and this is the picture that's emerging and the calculation that the leadership here in Saudi Arabia is making, particularly to what Clarissa was mentioning there, how is the Iranian leadership going to respond to this development in that Kurdish area, or potential development in the Kurdish area of Iran? And the view from Saudi Arabia at the moment is that the Iranian leadership is able to pick and choose targets to escalate up a ladder of putting pressure on the United States by targeting the embassy here last night in Riyadh. That is now shut down. There was an immediate threat warning, ballistic missiles or drones on the US consulate in the east of the country here in Dhahran. That was a shelter in place. Don't leave your house. Don't come to the consulate. A similar warning to shelter in place in Jeddah, the consulate in the east of Saudi Arabia here. We've seen the smoke rising. Who would have expected to see that kind of smoke rising from a US consulate in Dubai? Secretary of State said that the missile there impacted in a car park. It set fire to the Chancellery. Everyone there accounted for. No injuries, as we understand, here in Saudi Arabia. But it is causing, as you say, these embassies here in Kuwait and in Lebanon to be closed. And it's putting the United States in this invidious position of being questioned. Didn't you get people out earlier? So, but going back to that assessment assessment of how smartly the Iranian leadership and coordinated it is operating. It is doing this intentionally. That is the assessment, to put pressure on the White House as well as driving up the price of oil to end the war. So it's coordinated. So the assessment here, Iran is still acting in a coordinated way.
Anything, but we have things coming in, so we are going to just unmic. Dan, why don't you take your mic off?
and then go downstairs?
Yep, I'm going to show you exactly where we go. All right.
That's pretty dramatic.
We do need to move pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, and there we go. We're just going to get onto this camera. All right. And come with me, Dan. You can just leave that there. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to just move slowly here while Dan's coming with me. Okay. And we're going to move. So you hear the sirens now, and this is all around the area that we're in Tel Aviv. So that initial warning, it was about, I think, 5 or 6 minutes, Dan?
5 or 6 minutes.
Okay, and then let's just keep going. All right,
Yeah, this could be fire from Lebanon as well, from the Iranian instructed Hezbollah, which is part of the Iranian regime strategy of what's called survival warfare. Mobilize as much missiles coming from Lebanon. It could be the Houthis in Yemen, we don't know, but this is the Iranian regime survival strategy. Mobilize as much terror as you can to distract the world's attention away from the Iranian front itself.
What more can you tell us about this broad wave of strikes launched by Israel in Iran, and what are they targeting?
Well, Anderson, this has been an extraordinarily active day of Israeli airstrikes over the skies of Iran, likely joined by American strikes as well. As far as the Israeli strikes are concerned, indeed, the Israeli military is describing the strikes that are happening right now as broad strikes, targeting in particular launch sites, aerial defense systems. And I can tell you from speaking with Israeli officials that one of the primary goals of the Israeli military right now is to degrade Iran's capability of firing ballistic missiles at Israel. Those are the missiles that have killed at least 10 people so far in Israel in these first days of this war. And indeed, it appears that Israel is succeeding in degrading Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. While we have continued to see ballistic missiles being fired from Iran towards Israel, it does appear like those barrages are getting smaller by the day. That is at least the trend line, although it's clear that Iran still retains some capacity for firing these missiles. Earlier today, I was on the outskirts of Tel Aviv with Israel's paramedic and rescue service at the scene of a missile that was intercepted, but nonetheless, just the shrapnel from that missile able to partially cave in a roof, resulting in 7 light to moderate injuries among people there. So these missiles are still posing a threat to Israelis, but in a sign that is confident this threat has been reduced. As early as Wednesday night, we expect that some flights are going to start resuming back to Israel, mostly bringing Israelis who are stuck abroad back home.
What are you experiencing and expecting right now?
Well, look, I mean, the city of Beirut is very much on edge because, at any moment there could be more airstrikes of the kind we've been seeing very intensively over the course of the past 24 and 48 hours. I'm actually on a rooftop here overlooking the suburbs of South Beirut, and that's known as a Hezbollah stronghold, and it's where much of the Israeli airstrike activity has been taking place in this city. The majority of it, though, to be honest, has been focused on the south of the country, in South Lebanon, which is, again, those traditional stronghold areas of Hezbollah. There's been rocket fire, drone activity in the other direction as well. Hezbollah continuing an important Iranian-backed proxy for Tehran, has been firing these drones and rockets across the border into Israel as well. They've not been causing a lot of damage. They've not been particularly effective. Some of the power that Hezbollah once had in terms of its vast missile arsenal has been eroded since 2024, when Israel really kind of made significant gains in eroding the ability of that organization as a fight. But the response from Israel has been extraordinarily tough. They've been retaking areas in southern Lebanon. And again, they've been stepping up that air campaign. It's led to lost lives, dozens of people killed and injured, and of course, thousands of people, particularly in those suburbs of Beirut and in the south of the country, fleeing their homes, trying to escape the violence and seeking places elsewhere in the country for safety. And so that's an issue that's pending now. The Israelis have ordered 50 villages and settlements in South Lebanon to evacuate because there's going to be more military action there, they say. And so that's compounding the problem of people being displaced by the fighting.
Is gearing up its evacuation plan with helplines for expatriates in war-hit areas. The Ministry of External Affairs is establishing dedicated control rooms and helplines. This is to assist all the Indians stranded in Gulf countries in this ongoing conflict, disrupting flights. The government is prioritizing the safe return of all affected citizens. We're given to understand, coordinating with embassies to track their whereabouts and to estimate the numbers. Top government sources also tell us the safety and well-being of nearly 1 crore Indian citizens living and working in the Gulf region is the highest priority for the government of India. At this point, Indian embassies and consulates in the affected countries remain in close touch with Indian nationals, using regular advisories and extending all possible help to those stranded by the conflict. All right, for more on this, Christine is bringing us more updates from the newsroom. Christine, over to you.
Thanks for that, Haim. Yes, we're talking about 1 crore individuals, Indians who are residing in the Gulf, and that's the priority which has been highlighted by the central government as well. And how they're going to make this happen remains a huge challenge, because remember, the airspace in the Middle East is largely closed. We did see a little bit of a relief the last few hours, but what the latest situation is looking like, I do need to quickly bring in Siddhant. He is joining us from the newsroom once again. Siddhant, while you answer that for us, tell us what the situation on ground is looking like. What is the kind of communication channel between the government here, the embassies out in the Middle East? Also, in the meanwhile, if you can quickly take out for us the flight data and what really is the airspace situation looking like in the Middle East as we speak?
Well, the airspace over Iran is shut. It's not safe to fly over Iranian airspace, and this is the reason that the evacuation of Indians stranded in Iran is not happening. Point number one. Point number two, yesterday, if we can show these visuals, so such special buses was arranged by Indian embassy in Iran. These Indian students were taken from Tehran to the city of Qom, where they have been shifted to a safer places, Kritzwin in Qom. Now, and I'm in regular touch with these students. Students are safe. They are happy that they have been taken away from Tehran. Now, what's going to be the second stage? Perhaps we really don't know how Indian embassy is going to bring them back to the country. There is another set of students in Urmia city of Iran, at Urmia University. In fact, they are also reaching out to us, and they also want Indian embassy to evacuate them. There are multiple explosions which were in fact heard yesterday around the Urmia University. The students are directly reaching out to us, and the efforts are being made by the Indian government to rescue, to evacuate these students. Now, look at the explosions taking place around Urmia University. These are the first-hand footages and images which these students are sending us, Kritzwin. These images are taken from Urmia University Boys and Girls Dormitory, and yesterday such explosions took place around the Urmia University. So it's very, very challenging for the Indian side also to get these students evacuated, relocated to the safer place. But what we have been told is that there are two plans that have been put in place. One, first to move them to a safer safer place in Iran, and then to evacuate them to India. Now, before I toss back to Studios Kritzween, Manoj Gupta has sent this exclusive piece of information for us on the evacuation plan. So the Ministry of External Affairs is establishing dedicated control rooms from March 4th, and helplines to assist Indians stranded in Gulf countries in the ongoing conflict disrupting flights. Manoj is reporting that Modi government prioritizes the safe return of all affected citizens, according with embassies to track their whereabouts and estimate numbers. Control room will operate in key locations, including UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Iran, Jordan, and other affected areas where airspace closures have halted. This initiative aims to gather accurate data on stranded Indians and will enable the government to devise effective repatriation mechanism. Now, top government sources are telling Manoj Kritzween the safety and well-being of nearly 1 crore Indian citizens living in Gulf.
1 crore is a huge number, and so it's going to be a huge challenge. And the focus is going to be not just on Iran, also all of Middle East. There are people who are working there full-time. There are students who are studying there. There are a lot of travelers who've gone to some of these nations to vacation. So how is this really going to play out over the next few days is going to be crucial. Thank you, Siddhant, for that. 1 crore is the number we're talking about, viewers. There's a plan in place. The execution is what looks challenging at the moment. But for now, it's over to you here.
All right, and with that, of course, India's position is something that has been in conversation as well. Let's just take a look at this report for more information on that.
So there are tens of thousands of Indian students, professionals and business workers in Iran. What steps has Iranian government taken to safeguard them and their mobility during this time of conflict?
You see, if you mean during this time of war, I have to say that we have had already some discussions with India. So they have issued travel advisories. So those who heed that, they exited from Iran. But you see, we have also ignored some of our strict internal laws, but for our Indian friends, we said that without any protocol, they just have to have their passports and they can exit Iran from land borders. But our air borders are closed. So as soon as the situation becomes better, we can free up our aerial borders, and those students and other Indian nationals can exit Iran by flights.
So India has historically maintained neutrality, emphasizing diplomacy while maintaining strong ties with both Iran and Israel. How does Iran view India's position during this conflict?
India is our old friend and partner from the beginning of our work. We have had excellent relations with India. We are part of Global South, and we have seen India by our side, and right now we expect India that once again India adopt a just based position and see its realism on the ground, and I believe that India is doing so, and we are obliged to, as I said before, we are obliged to defend our governance and our nation.
So what does Iran see as an immediate path towards stability?
ایران چه چیزی رو در واقع خیلی فوری میبینه برای ثباتی که در نظر هست؟ For now, for us, the priority is that we should be able to strengthen our borders and maintain stability in the region. But unfortunately, the opposing party, the enemy, left us no choice that we have to stand strong and show strength.
Devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone, of massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is
knocked out and that new strikes targeted Iranian leadership? Israel also struck a compound allegedly belonging to a group responsible for electing Iran's next supreme leader. Let's get you some updates from the theater of war.
We are in the city of Ramat Gan on the outskirts of Tel Aviv, and the scene that you're going to see behind me, there is a lot of destruction, but mind you that this is not even a direct impact of one of these missiles. This is just what can happen, the kind of destruction that can happen when one of those ballistic missiles is intercepted and shrapnel falls in a residential area. You can see in particular on the top of this home here, part of the roof has caved in, and so you can imagine that that was likely quite a large piece of shrapnel that fell. Keep in mind, these ballistic missiles are huge. And so when we're talking about shrapnel, that can sometimes be something as big as a car in length that is falling on a building. We're told that there were only 7 injuries here. Most of them were light injuries. One person is in moderate condition as a result of some of that shrapnel. We were actually among the first to arrive on the scene here because we were traveling with Israel's Magen David Adom rescue service. We sped down here in one of those emergency vehicles with a paramedic and arrived on the scene to find people who were really in shock, but relatively okay, particularly when you consider some of the scenes that we've been reporting from in recent days, where some of these missiles made direct impact, like in Bet Shemesh on the outskirts of Jerusalem a couple days ago, where 9 people were killed. Now, the question that Israelis are asking themselves is how much longer is this going to continue? We know that Israeli and American officials certainly have the appetite for at least a couple of weeks of continued airstrikes in Iran, and the Iranians have vowed to continue to retaliate. But I've also been told by Israeli officials that the strikes that we've seen over the course of the first 4 days of this war, and particularly the last 24 hours, are expected to significantly reduce Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. And so I'm told that as of tonight, they expect that there will be a significant drop-off in Iran's ability to fire ballistic missiles and in the kind of impact sites that we see like this here. But for now, it's clear that that threat of Iranian ballistic missiles is still a very real one. And we'll have to see whether those Israeli expectations of a diminishment in Iran's ballistic missile capability actually come to fruition over the course of the coming hours and days.
Today, as I know you have been doing constantly, Michael, since this war began. So help us understand his mindset right now.
White domes, 1, 2, 3, 4.
And
these
yes,
are all
2
black.
other
I think
domes
this one
cannot
is
be
also
seen.
hit.
Yes.
So you can see 3 easily, but not
3.
the other 3.
So this dome is not visible, and 2 domes here are not visible.
I'm guessing these are satellite dishes
Yes.
again.
The picture is not clear, viewers. The satellite pictures are not very clear, but yes, we could easily understand and establish the damage caused by Iranian missiles, drones at these various air bases.
This is possibly again one of those better images that we've got. This is the very important Al Udeid air base in Qatar. This is the image from March 1, and you can clearly see there is some sort of a structural damage here. A lot of satellites, I think these are all satellites here.
Yes.
And these are all required as far as your communications are concerned. Let me just reconnect my phone. By the way, we are using this phone
Al Ubaid
to
is a very
live
important
project.
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was knocked out. These are the latest images that we are bringing to you. These are of the nuclear facilities and in fact the presidential complex actually is what I'm being told. Siddhant, I can see, is coming and joining us. Siddhant, if you can break down this imagery. This is the presidential complex in Tehran. If you look at this, this seems to be the main abode of the presidential complex over here. That's what we are circling for our viewers. And if you look at the imagery to break it down for you in the aftermath of it, completely decimated. It's been reduced to rubble. Siddhant, come and join us and break it down for our viewers at the moment. What are you learning in terms of the president? Because remember, there were a lot of misinformation doing the rounds about how the president has also been eliminated, but that's not the case.
Well, that's right. Akansha, the fact is that we have a very little information about what is happening in Iran because you know, there is no internet connection. There is a power cut. There is no power in many parts of Iran. So we really don't know. All we are relying on is the claims being made by IDF. And also what few of the Tehran-based news portals are reporting, linked, associated with Tehran. But now this is perhaps for the first time where we are establishing the damage caused by the US forces, Israeli forces, and it's a clear hit. Hit could be seen very clearly.
Because remember, this is what the US president also has been talking about, how there's going to be pinpoint bombardment.
Yes.
Their trajectory in terms of what they are going to in fact target is very clear, that these are surgical strikes. So first we saw Ayatollah's residence being targeted, and now we are looking at the presidential complex. Let's break it down for our viewers. You look at this image.
It's very clear. It's very clear, Akanksha. This is the presidential palace in Iran, and there you see the roof of this palace very clearly visible. And right there where Akanksha is standing, the damage is structure of the presidential palace.
If I may request my director to in fact prompt us the next image, you can see this is the judiciary complex now. So before and after again. This again seems completely decimated. I can see there's a heap of debris over here towards this side.
This side. Correct. You got it right, Akanksha. This side is fully damaged in the picture right there. So this is before and that is after. Correct me if I'm wrong.
But the main building still seems to be standing, but the surrounding and the adjacent areas have been completely razed to the ground. So there's clearly a very closely monitored, conscious effort being made to target all arms of the Iranian regime. First it was the Ayatollah, then it was of course the presidential complex, and now you have the judiciary complex. Let's go across to the other key area that has in fact been bombarded, Natanz nuclear facility in Iran. All right, now this is not the first time that Natanz has been attacked. Siddhant.
Second time, Akanksha, Natanz has been attacked by the US forces. In fact, you know, last year in June, Natanz, Fordo, and Isfahan, these three sites were targeted by the US forces. Now, this is the second time that Natanz has been targeted. In fact, Akanksha, there was a statement from IAEA chief also regarding some radiation and how it is not a very healthy practice of doing military strikes on such places which could become radioactive.
I'm going to stay on this image, and I want to quickly ask you to go across to Tom over there. Tom, why don't you weigh in for our viewers how attacking these nuclear facilities is going to spell deep trouble? For how long will the IAEA be a mute spectator to these attacks that are happening, and how can the world community at large ensure that there's no radioactive leakage that's bound to happen if this kind of targeting continues?
Well, the International Atomic Energy Agency can do very little in such cases except watch what has been hit. It was inspecting Iran for decades. It knows what is where. It knows precisely what building contains what kind of materials.
Help me understand, when there are such attacks happening on nuclear facilities, what is that point, that breaking point when there's a radioactive?
This is insane. You don't do such things, because many of these buildings are full of radioactive materials. And so striking this just like that, I consider this entirely irresponsible.
When last time this facility was targeted, it was said, in fact, multiple reports at that time, they said that, the nuclear material was shifted to the other place. It could not cause enough damage to the entire nuclear enrichment program of Iran. What do you have to say on such reports getting published last time around when US targeted these sites?
The point is this. The enriched uranium has been evacuated already the last year. That's right.
Okay.
But there remain gadgets, instrumentation, tools which remain radioactive, and which are going to remain radioactive for the next 10, 20,000 years. So when you then strike such buildings, you are exposing the surrounding to the radiation. It's as simple as that.
Even IAEA say that to settle such issues, there needs to be the path of dialogue and diplomacy, which needs to be adopted. The military strikes, dropping bombs on such strikes could damage the entire area. Given the radioactive substance.
It is de facto certain to cause widespread radiation.
The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps headquarters has also been attacked over here. As I said that, all the important, significant arms of the Iranian regime are being targeted. We're going to take this forward with Siddhant and Tom in just a bit, but maybe Hem can also break it down for us.
So, Akanksha, clearly, if we were to see the damage that has been sustained, it's particularly this particular area that we're looking at. And of course, this is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps headquarters.
What it looked like before.
Right, this is what it looked like before. And after the strikes here, that's what it looks like right now. Completely reduced to rubble. This particular area, if you could just focus on that as well.
This is the heart of it, where we are seeing completely razed to the ground. So, Siddhant, if I could quickly bring you in on that point. The way they are targeting, first, you're looking at the presidential complex, you're looking at the judiciary, the entire complex. Now you're also looking at the IRGC headquarters also being targeted over.
That's right. So, in fact, senior commanders of IRGC were assassinated by the US and Israeli forces. In fact, they have the list of these senior commanders. They have made that list public also. And most of them were present inside this particular premise at the time of the strike. If I'm not mistaken, more than 40 such officials have been successfully eliminated by US and Israeli forces.
In fact, being on the target is going to be extremely crucial.
So this is the before image of this. This is the compound that we're focusing on there as well. And this is what has sustained the major damage here, is what you were pointing out earlier as well.
In fact, I can see Anand is very much with us. If Anand can also weigh in on why the IRGC is so significant and why is it being targeted so consciously at the fact, all right.
Well, what's happened is you've just dragged me in because I was just doing some conversation for Inside the Bunker with Tom Cooper. Aap log se kya chupana? But the fact is, look at what's happened. The IRGC has actually forced the experts team to choose Mojtaba Khamenei as the interim leader. So you can see the influence of the IRGC and what they wield. So if we are able to break the IRGC, and the IRGC is also, as Tom Cooper has explained to us, decentralized its command across 33 different heads. So each of them can function on their own and take calls on their own. But the IRGC retains the hold. It's like a stranglehold on the Iranian administration and the Iranian regime. And unless we break the IRGC, that's what the US and the Israelis are thinking. That unless they break the IRGC and sow the rift within and split them, the control or the total regime change in Iran is not going to be possible. And if there is a regime continuation, then the Iranians, will claim victory, that the IRGC will claim victory, and this entire going back to Persia, so that everybody who has a connection with that land to be able to come back and break away from this regime hold will not happen. And that's why the IRGC becomes very, very critical.
Because of the pressure that was imposed by the IRGC on the council, that they in fact have gone away with breaking away from the traditional protocol of not having the bloodline takeover as the Ayatollah.
Yeah. Right, and with that we have some more information that's just also coming in. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps say that they control the Strait of Hormuz now. So that's the big development coming in. Remember, we also got you that marine traffic map earlier where we could see that there was minimal transit in the Strait of Hormuz in light of all the developments. Now we're given to understand that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps are saying that they are in fact in control of the Strait of Hormuz, which is, as you know, we have been saying this time and time again, it is going to be a bargaining chip in this entire war. And this is the Strait of Hormuz that we're talking about right here, is this very short route that we're talking about. So this controls 20-25% of the world's gas and vessels.
To open it on the big wall so that we can show our viewers. All right.
All right, so this is where about 20% of the oil and gas vessels pass through this waterway.
But we have it right here, so let's in fact break it down for our viewers where the Strait of Hormuz actually is. So you can see this is the crucial choke point between the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. It's a very short kind of a passage that you're looking at, and it's right adjacent to the Porbandar port in Iran, which is the strategic leverage that Iran actually is sitting over, and that's why they've shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Why is it so significant? Because it's gained control over 1/5 of the oil and LNG exports. Remember, most of our own exports, China's and Europe's, also come through the Strait of Hormuz. Let me quickly go across to Tom, who continues to stay with us as well. So, Tom, come here, come this side, and maybe you can also perhaps weigh in on the overall situation. The fact is that the conflict has very much now moved over to the Strait of Hormuz. Why is this going to spell more trouble for the global community at the moment? Because you have oil-loaded vessels passing through this area. The traffic certainly has come down by 80% from what we are being told, but the conflict has moved to the strait. And what does that mean now?
Well, that means that that the mass of gas and oil that used to be exported, especially to Asian countries, is now not exported, not moving, not reaching its destinations, which in turn means that countries like India, China and so on are soon going to face shortages of the same.
Could you also focus on the maritime dangers of it if oil-loaded vessels are getting destroyed? Because both sides, US also claims to have destroyed Iranian vessels and vice versa.
There's certainly severe damage for environment already now, and if one of fully loaded, let's say, ships fully loaded with crude is hit, even more so. Ships loaded with liquid natural gas, they are de facto floating bombs. So any hit on one of them, that would cause extremely powerful conflagration.
That's the maritime damage of it, but as we've been informing our viewers, the impact on the market is already very much visible. If you look at the Brent crude increasing, the oil and gas prices already have been in fact hitting a high. The rupee has been at an all-time low in the last 1 month. Yes. But quickly bringing you in, Tom, take our viewers through this entire map right now, just to highlight the impact of the war. What are the areas that we are looking at currently that have completely been consumed and sucked into this war at the moment?
Primarily, war is taking place here. This is Western Iran, Western and Central Iran. This is where most of the strikes are taking place. Additional strikes by US and Israeli forces, but reportedly also by Qatari and Saudi forces are taking place in southern Iran. So reportedly, Qataris and Saudis have flown some airstrikes.
So from Iran all the way to Qatar, you have UAE, you have Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia.
They are all targeted by Iran. Iraq is not targeted as such. It is everywhere the same. What Iranians are targeting.
Erbil was attacked.
Yes, Iranians are targeting US base in Erbil, and of course the US British base in Jordan, on Cyprus, and the NATO base in Chilik near Adana. And
what
of course,
are your fears in terms of a spillover? Do you see this spilling over to Turkey and reaching? Perhaps Armenia is still up above there, but do you see this spilling over to Turkey?
Spilling over, that is hard to say. It depends on how much Erdogan lets himself get dragged into the story.
Given that he's one of the leading voices from the Islamic world, I do have my doubts about for how long will he be able to take a step back and be a mute spectator to an entire conflict happening in the Islamic world.
Even more so considering recent weeks, there were open public threats from the Israeli government towards Turkey. On the other side, Erdogan has joined this peace club or whatever it is, and calling it the country club of Donald Trump, and is trying to get Turkey involved on the US side.
True.
So we are not going to see
because remember, Turkey is also a NATO member.
Exactly.
I'm going to quickly go across to him because she has some more information for us.
All right, joining us right now is Sanjay Suri. Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, we are given to understand that Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps are saying that they control the Strait of Hormuz, which is a key bargaining chip in this war and a vital shipping route for oil and gas for the rest of the globe as well. What can you tell us?
Well, that is an inevitable target. It has been threatened by Iran for long. It is an easy target for Iran. This is right by Iran's border. So very short range missiles can be brought in. Drones can be devastating, and the target is a slow moving large targets in themselves. Explosive, many of them, the oil tankers certainly, and so it would be very easy for Iran to target these, and these can be targeted from land and missile launch sites on land. The Iranian Navy, Trump claims, has been decimated, is all at the bottom of the sea. That would appear a credible claim considering that the naval fleet of Iran really would have been sitting ducks against Tomahawk and other missiles launched by Israel and the US. So the Iranian Navy is not the problem here. The danger is attacks from the ground in Iran. And until those missile launch sites are taken out, there will be a continuing problem in this strait, as there will be in Israel and across the Gulf.
Right, of course. Now, as this continues, we are seeing the kind of impact this is going to have on Brent crude, on prices across the globe as well. Of course, we're given to understand that gas in any vessels, which is, of course, hard to ignore at this point, which seek to pass through this waterway, risk damage from missiles or even stray drones. So that is something that remains a high risk factor in this entire strait as well.
Well, certainly this is going to have very serious knock-on effects on the economy and the world economy, and therefore there have been a lot of attempts made, certainly promises made. Trump has said that he is prepared to underwrite insurance for tankers passing through. He has said that he is even prepared to provide naval cover for ships to go through. A lot of these steps may not quite be practical, certainly naval cover and US Navy escorting every tanker or every group of tankers. This may not be necessarily practical or even very protective for missile launches from just across the shore in Iran. So there are a lot of steps being taken, a lot of concentration of new strategies being worked out to try and see that this oil goes straight through. But really, it's finally a question of how far and how extensively Iran's capacity to launch missiles and drones can be taken out. To the extent that there are even some remnant groups in place, they can cause a great deal of damage, and short of that, cause a great deal of scare, and the scare itself is damaging. So it really comes down to whether the capacity of Iran has been smothered to a great extent, as claimed by the US and Israel, or whether a lot of these are in place and others are being kept back in reserve. Yes.
Let me quickly bring in Ambassador Prabhu Dayal also, who's joining us on the broadcast with more perspective. Ambassador, thank you for joining in. We're looking at day 5 of this conflict. Given that Donald Trump has said it seems like a 4 to 5 week conflict, well, it's only escalating in nature. But if you look at the way Iran is currently targeting US assets, today, we've all woken up to the news that the Al Udeid air base, which is the largest air base of the United States and Qatar, has also been targeted. At the same time, they have locked down Strait of Hormuz. What is currently being used as a bargaining chip from both sides, whether it is the United States or even Iran?
Well, let me first say that I entirely agree with what Sanjay Suri said, that the key aspect right now is to what extent the US and Israel will be able to take out Iran's missile striking ability. Now, let me explain. What the US and Israel have tried to do is to decimate the Iranian regime. They have struck at important civilian targets as also military targets. And they want to bring this regime down to its knees. They want to bring about a regime change so that whatever new regime then is installed agrees to all their demands, including those relating to the nuclear issues. What Iran's strategy is to widen the conflict, and it wants to encapsulate as many countries in the Arabian Gulf as it can. So that is why Iran's ability to strike at them through its missiles becomes very, very important. And that is why the effort of both the United States and Israel is to take out these missiles and to destroy Iran's capability to launch them. But it's not going to be easy. And for that reason, this conflict is becoming much, much longer than what was expected. You know, President Trump was very, very categorical. He was saying that this war will be ended very quickly and that the Iranian regime will be decimated. However, while some of the strikes have eliminated some very important figures in the Iranian establishment, including Ayatollah Khamenei, but the regime has quickly regrouped and they have installed his son as the supreme leader. So Iran has shown a tendency that it will continue to fight.
If I could just come in there as well, and Tom, I want to come to you on that actually. We know that the US administration is going to be holding that meeting with the defense contractors as well on the 6th. So completely their stockpiles do of course appear to be depleted. As Ambassador Prabhu Dayal said as well, that perhaps earlier they were thinking that they could get this done in 2 to 3 days. Does it then appear going forward as well that they didn't really think this through?
They didn't think this really through. Trump simply didn't care to pay attention about cautioning in regards to stocks. Therefore, he has
Did they perhaps
called all the
underestimate
possible contractors to him, and now he's trying to find out how quickly they can increase the production. What is my paramount worry right now, however, is this strike on this assembly that was to select the new supreme leader yesterday by the Israelis, where it is absolutely it is not sure right now how many have been killed in Tehran. But the problem is this is adding such a major religious note to all of this, what is happening. This is turning it into a religious war, and that is going to have consequences for decades in advance. It is mind that the Sunni world is split up since Ataturk has actually cancelled the caliphate in 1922 or 24. And if now something similar happens with the Shia clergy, then every Tom, Dick and Harry can declare themselves for something important, and there are then plenty of rogues around, and then we are in deep trouble and for a very long religious war.
I want to quickly bring in Sanjay also on that note. Sanjay, we've been looking at a war of narratives, and there's a war of narratives within the US administration, because you have a word coming in from Marco Rubio on one hand, and hours later the US president is in fact contradicting him, and then you eventually have a word coming in from the Pentagon which goes on to indicate that there was no intel even suggesting that Iran is going to attack the United States first. So before we get into this war of narratives between countries, look at the war of narrative that's taking place within the US administration itself. Sanjay, can you hear me?
Well, what's also interesting,
I think let's take that forward with Ambassador Prabhu Dayal. Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, perhaps you could weigh in. I think Sanjay's frame has frozen over there. So, Ambassador, please go ahead.
That contradictory signals and statements are coming from the US administration. From Trump himself, very contradictory statements have come. On some occasions, he has said, we are prepared to talk, we want to have talks, we want to ease the tension. On the other side, he continues to say things which are extremely aggressive. He wants to say that we will decimate Iran, we will destroy the regime, etc. But, and this is a fundamental but, there is something that is a little fishy behind the whole thing. A lot of analysts within the United States feel that this entire conflict has been waged, firstly, because Trump wants to deflect and divert attention from some of the issues which were plaguing him, like the Epstein files and the Supreme Court judgment on tariffs. And he didn't want his MAGA base to think that he was weak. And now he's waged this war. He hopes to emerge victorious. And then his Trump base will say that, look, our leader is so strong, he's the strongest person. As regards Netanyahu, he's facing elections. He wants to show that he has destroyed Israel's enemy. So there are certain hidden reasons which are behind this conflict. But nonetheless, it is becoming a very, very big global problem.
Right, and Akanksha, what's also interesting there is Marco Rubio there saying that we knew that once we hit Iran, they would hit back. One would ask then what were they expecting? And also something that he mentioned, something to the tune of, we went on a proactive defense. Yes. Perhaps the word that he's looking for there is an offensive, right?
But
so,
what was the need for that preemptive strike? Nobody knows, given that there is no
and what is the end game now?
That Iran was even preparing to hit Israel. So there's in fact a very mixed, misleading narrative that we are looking at the moment. But it's time to head into a quick break. Stay tuned to CNN News 18 as we bring you all the live and rolling updates from across the globe, particularly the Middle East.
Devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone of massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kemal Shah. And this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less an organized.
US bases have been targeted.
Drone has been shot down now.
Iran can then threaten or attack enemy nationals.
A massive missile and drone attack over here.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
Breaking news coming in. According to Iranian media reports, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei will be buried in the northeastern city of Mashhad. This is the latest information that we are getting right now. According to the Iranian media reports, Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei to be buried in the northeastern city of Mashhad, and this is the latest that we're learning right now. For more on this, we have General Kulkarni with us as well as Ambassador Prabhu. Thank you so much for staying on with us on the broadcast as well. Ambassador, if I could come to you as well. Now, there's also been a lot of conversation of what Ayatollah Ali Khamenei meant for a lot of people, what he symbolized, and that's been something that has led to a lot of discourse online as well.
You know, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was the second supreme leader. When the Islamic Revolution occurred in 1979, Ayatollah Khomeini became the supreme leader. He was certainly the biggest voice in the Islamic forces. And after his demise, Ayatollah Khamenei was elected the supreme leader. I happened to serve in Iran just a few years after he became supreme leader, and when I was serving there, he continued to be a very powerful person in Iran. Now, his son has now been elected the supreme leader, and this is because the IRGC and the clergy don't want to appear disunited. You know, the Americans want to bring about a regime change. So do the Israelis. So as far as the IRGC is concerned, it wants to show that Iran stands united. And if there were dissenting voices which openly questioned the election of Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, then it would have appeared that the regime is fracturing. But the Iranians have tried to give the impression that they stand united and that any pressure to bring about regime change has not succeeded. Let me also mention that this war is going on exactly as it was expected. It was expected that the Americans and the Israelis would escalate the conflict and they would inflict a huge damage on the Iranians. That has happened. More than 787 persons have died. In fact, there are reports that the casualty figure has crossed 1,000. And it was also expected that the Iranians would widen the area of the conflict. And that they have done by attacking US embassies and consulates in the Gulf, also American bases. But of course, there has also been a collateral damage, and that has made the Arab Gulf states quite angry. And in fact, their alliances with the United States seem to have been cemented even further because they need the US for helping them out.
And Ambassador, the military escalation by Iran has only gone up. We've not seen them back down as yet, and this despite a leadership void at least for a few hours now. General Kulkarni, with Mojtaba Khamenei taking over, how do you see this playing out for Iran militarily? Because here's a man who's not a high-ranking cleric, does not have an official role in the regime. Yes, during the Iran-Iraq war, he did serve in the Iranian armed forces. Will that be enough to take Iran to the last phase of this conflict? What are your thoughts there? Because a lot of muscle and military flexing is underway as we speak. US says we have enough stocks, we're all stocked up. Iran says US stock.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying on with us. Of course, we continue to bring you all the breaking developments which are coming in at this time. A drone has targeted the US Embassy's logistical support camp near Baghdad International Airport. So this is the latest that we are getting right now. A drone which has targeted the US Embassy's logistical support camp near the Baghdad International Airport. I'm also going to go into the newsroom, bring you more updates. We have Siddhant with us as well. Siddhant, let me just come to you quickly on this. This is the latest that we're getting right now. What can you tell us, Siddhant?
Well, that's right. So, Haim, we're getting to know that a drone targets US facility near Baghdad airport. In fact, some of the footages are suggesting that there were defense systems active firing at the drone, but failing to intercept an incoming suicide drone. So the message is very clear from the Iranian regime that it's time for the US to move out of the region. Perhaps that's the warning which they gave. And they also said that if US moves out of West Asia, vacates all its air bases, perhaps then they are ready to come to the table. So, there have been regular such targeting attacks on US air bases, US diplomatic missions. So by attacking US assets in the region, so they are sending this message out to the United States and to the world that they are not only surviving, but they are giving befitting reply to the United States and Israel, and also they want United States to vacate all the air bases in the region.
All right, Siddhant, thank you so much for that. So there, as Siddhant mentioned, US assets in the region increasingly coming under threat. This is also, we're also bringing you the visuals of this. If we could play these out for you on your screens. These are this is the logistical camp in Baghdad, which has been targeted in the latest information that we're getting. This is a drone attack on the US Embassy's logistical support camp near the Baghdad International Airport. So these are the visuals, as you can see, smoke rising there and complete panic. Let me just also go across to Tom, who is with us in the newsroom. Tom, there we have these visuals playing out. More and more US assets in the region are under attack increasingly. What can you tell us?
Yes, as said already 2 days ago, the IRGC has switched over to the guerrilla mode. And now, of course, logistical nodes are one of their primary targets. They are very hard to protect properly, very easy to attack, it is very easy for the IGC to select the timing, the place of attack. It must not be some kind of spectacular weapon that is deployed against them. Important is just, you can throw a hand grenade on such a vehicle or into such a compound, and the IGC is already showing, we are still alive. That is the problem in such cases.
Right, and when we also talk about the cost of war, we're also seeing how we're going to see perhaps Iran, if we talk about their war plan and strategy here, they're going to be employing more and more of these UAVs and cheaper drones to attack such assets in the region of the United States, which is of course going to up the price and the cost of this war for the United States and of course the allies in the region as well.
Yes, we must expect them to use not only drones in terms of Shahed drones, which are relatively big, but also mini UAVs, FPVs, not to talk about RPGs, hand grenades and similar. So they are going to switch over to such methods, and well, there is very little one can do. Even more so because, as warned a few minutes ago, what this has caused is actually, meanwhile, at least from the point of view of the Shia in Iran, is a religious war. And this is not a very pleasant affair, or an affair that is very promising or something.
Right.
Getting in more breaking inputs, quickly shifting focus over to the renewed set of strikes being conducted by the IDF. What we're being told is that the IDF has struck dozens of command centers of the Iranian terror regime, internal security and the Basij command centers as well. A short while ago, in fact, is what we are being told, that the Israeli Air Force, guided by IDF intelligence, has in fact conducted its operations, particularly in Tehran. The strike is targeting internal security and Basij command centers, and these are the locations that we are bringing down for you. In fact, in Iran, it is the Basij command center. Now, why is Basij so crucial and significant? Because this is one big arm of the IRGC, as we all know, that is commanding maximum strength. Close to 150,000 troops is what you're looking at. So now the IDF, along with its intelligence, completed this additional wave of strikes targeting the Iranian terror regime's command centers throughout Tehran. You're looking at the internal security suppression headquarters. That's one of them. As far as these entire locations, are going to also request my director to please flash on the screen which are those locations as far as the headquarters of the Basij are concerned. Internal Security Command Center, Siddharth, Wayne. Yes. Basij Command Center, yes. All of these locations particularly targeted in Iran. As part of the strikes, the IDF, in fact, what we are being told, has dropped dozens of munitions and security command centers that are subject to the Iranian terror regime.
These are the sites, Akanksha, struck by the IDF. In fact, Basij is kind of a paramilitary force in Iran, loyal to the regime. In fact, in December, when protest started in Iran, at that time also Basij was engaging with the protesters. Basij was, opening fire at the protesters and handling them. So it was Basij's task at that point in time. They were given this task to handle the street, to handle the protest on ground. So a very, very important force in Iran.
Riot suppression headquarters has been targeted. You're looking at their internal security center being targeted. I wonder what's going to be left of Basij.
Akanksha, I read at this as a message to the protesters in Iran who have been protesting against the regime, because all these units, all these command centers were deployed by the regime to handle the protesters, if you remember, in December, January, when protests were happening in Iran. So the internal command center, the rights unit, internal security rights suppression headquarters, Basij command center, Basij command center
now, remember, it is the Basij which is the lifeline of the IRGC. Yes. The most intimidating force within the IRGC is the paramilitary force militia, which is the paramilitary paramilitary force commanding a strength of 150,000 troops. And so if Basij indeed is, it does fall, then that means the Iranian regime is brought down to its knees.
Absolutely, absolutely, Akanksha. In fact, as I said, that this is a message which Americans and Israelis are sending to the protesters, as President Trump says, that help is reaching your way. We are there to help you overthrow the regime. So all these units which engage with the protesters, those who speak against the regime, those who write about the regime, all these units have been targeted. Their headquarters have been targeted.
A huge area which has been targeted. So as we said, we don't know what is really left of the Basij command centers in Tehran at the moment. We will continue to bring you all the latest. In fact, it's over to him. She has some more inputs.
Right, Akanksha, and I believe Tom wants to weigh in on those visuals as well. But we are also right now being joined by Group Captain UK Devnath. Thank you so much for joining me on the broadcast. What's your assessment of where things stand right now? We are seeing the escalation in the region. We have also heard that the IRGC has now said that it's completely taking control of the Strait of Hormuz. How do you read this?
This war is now slowly turning into a war of attrition. US intelligence, CIA and Mossad, their estimation is Iran had about 3,000 surface-to-surface rockets and missiles with them at the start of this war. Now, broadly, we can break down these rockets and missiles in two categories. One, a category of rockets and missiles whose range is 1,800 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers. That means those can be utilized by Iran IRG for attacking Israel. These rockets are limited in number. Estimates are that Iran has just about 800 such missiles with them. Now, out of this 800, it is estimated that in last 5 days war, they have already fired 250 such long-range missiles. That leaves Iran with just about 600 missiles, which is a very small number, to fire on Israel in next few days. My estimation is that Iran will will finish stock of such missiles in another 5 days war. So we can look forward to a war situation there where after 5 days there will be no rockets, no missiles being fired at Israel. Second class of weapons Iran has are those rockets and missiles and drones also, where the range is limited 400 kilometers, 600 kilometers, 800 kilometers. Iran had about 2,200 of this class of small range rockets and missiles and drones. Now, Iran has already fired about 800 of them. But these will be utilized against American assets in Gulf region, American US Army, Navy and air bases, and also some places where Iranian intelligence estimates that Mossad and CIA agents are operating from Gulf region.
So, Group Captain, stay with me. There's a lot of information that's, in fact, you have parallel bombardments of happening over here. We have an information bombardment as well. The biggest news this hour is also of the attacks that have been conducted on the IRGC headquarters. Tom Cooper, who continues to stay with us in the studio, would also like to weigh in. Tom, we right now on the screens showed all of those locations. You know, you're looking at the internal security riot suppression headquarters, which was a very significant one. They were the ones which were controlling the protests. Then you also have the internal security command headquarters. I don't know what's left of the IRGC headquarters in Tehran right now, but how do you assess this entire attack?
Of course, it is impressive to see the precision and the amount of strikes. However, something like 5 to 15 minutes after the first strike, 5 days ago, meanwhile, these buildings were all empty. Which means that actual damage caused by such attacks is actually not worth mention. Foremost, the commanders of the IRGC, they are nowhere near such places anymore. Only the stupids might remain there, or the guards and the portiers, the entrances, of course. Everybody else is already long time ago away. Especially such figures that would matter. They are not easy to track down or to kill.
It's in fact attacking the spine of the IRGC.
Yes.
All right, of course, we'll continue to track all developments on that front as well. For more on the CNN's Erin Burnett also took shelter in the middle of her live interview. This was when sirens sounded across Tel Aviv. Take a look at this report as well.
Okay, now we hear the sirens. So here's what we're going to do, everyone. Sirens, and you saw that interceptor. It didn't intercept anything, but we have things coming in, so we are going to just unmic. Dan, why don't you take your mic off?
And then go downstairs?
Yep, I'm going to show you exactly where we go. All right?
That's pretty dramatic.
We do need to move pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, and there we go. We're just going to get onto this camera. All right? And come with me, Dan. You can just leave that there. Okay? All right? All right, I'm going to just move slowly here while Dan's coming with me. Okay? And we're going to move. So you hear the sirens now, and this is all around the area that we're in Tel Aviv. So that initial warning, it was about, I think, 5 or 6 minutes, Dan?
5 or 6 minutes.
Okay, and then let's just keep going. All right,
we're going to... This could be fire from Lebanon as well, from the Iranian instructed Hezbollah, which is part of the Iranian regime strategy of what's called survival warfare. Mobilize as much missiles coming from Lebanon. It could be the Houthis in Yemen, we don't know. Right. But this is the Iranian regime survival strategy. Mobilize as much terror as you can to distract the world's attention away from the Iranian front itself.
Right, and then we're inside, and I don't know if everyone can still hear those sirens. We'll hear the booms when they start hitting, which sometimes are as the sirens are going, and sometimes are a little bit after. So now we're inside, and we're just going to go into a stairwell here, Boris and Brianna. And I know it's a little awkward when you watch this, but this is what it is, and I think it's important for everyone to understand. This is what has become the cadence, sorry, Dan, of normal life. And here we are now in the stairwell. So this is where we're going to go, obviously concrete fortified. And okay, so I'll just come through here. Dan, come with me. Yeah. And as we pass it back to Boris and Brianna, what I will say, guys, is that you just don't know when it's coming. So you actually have people here who are, because these are cruise missiles that they now anticipate, ballistic missiles from Iran. It's not rockets in most cases, so you can't just go. I can hear all of it right now. People can't hear it probably on our mic. We're going to show you afterwards, but I can hear it all hitting right now, whether it's being intercepted or not. So we'll know that in just a few seconds. But it's unpredictable in terms of when, and people are camping out in garages and things like that, parking garages to try to find places that are safe. So it has completely disrupted life here.
Absolutely.
Schools closed, most stores closed. Obviously, it's a war zone.
It's a war zone. I will say that in Israel uniquely, its life still continues, business as usual. Why? Because beginning with these Scud missiles, remember 1991, Saddam Hussein fires 40 Scud missiles into Israel, and subsequently we have been in a ballistic missile war opposite the Iranian regime and its terror proxies, whether it's Hezbollah, whether it's Hamas, whether it's the Houthis, whether it's the Iraqi special forces. So people are used to this type living under terror.
Yeah. And I can hear, and obviously everyone watching.
That was a
now
big
that
boom.
you might have heard. I don't know, Boris and Brianna, if you could hear that one.
No.
Yep. Okay, so there's a lot going on out there, quite a bit, and we'll see some of these that have come in have appeared to be the sorts of things that would be like a cluster munition, where it sort of explodes in multiple pieces, and then the shrapnels come down and injured people. But so we're going to stay in here. We'll pass it back to you, but obviously we have to stay because you can hear all of this exploding right outside, and then we'll let you know obviously exactly what happened in just a few minutes.
So the barrage of missiles over Israel, particularly Tel Aviv, continue as Erin Burnett was reporting over there. Let me quickly go back to Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, who continues to stay with us. Ambassador, Group Captain just now a while ago was weighing in on his own assessment with regards to the stockpile that Iran has. Do you really see this as just lasting 5 days or so, given that they've also propped up their own terror militias, whether Hezbollah or even the Houthis in Yemen, now back into action?
Well, it's difficult to say how long Iran's missile strike capability will last. There are unconfirmed reports about some missiles being surreptitiously smuggled into Iran from China and Russia through Turkmenistan, as also through Afghanistan. One can't be sure. But nonetheless, look, I served in this region 10 years at a stretch. 3 years as Deputy Ambassador in Iran, 4 years then as Consul General Dubai, and then 3 years as ambassador in Kuwait. And I know two things. Firstly, both Israel and Iran consider each other as an existential threat. Secondly, there is great mistrust between Iran on one hand and the Gulf Arab countries on the other. Iran thinks of them as American proxies, American allies, and they mistrust Iran because of the fact that it has expansionist designs. Expansionism in terms of its control and its Islamic revolution export. Now, when I was there, a huge conflict had broken out between Iran and UAE over the Abu Musa and the two Tomb Islands. And Iran had forcibly taken control of these islands, which were claimed by UAE.
Right.
Now, this is only accentuated with time, and today we see this conflict playing out at full
And
scale.
it's also the leadership vacuum, even though the son has been elected as the new Ayatollah. How soon can they fortify the regime will also perhaps dictate the future trajectory of this entire conflict. Many thanks to you, Ambassador and Tom, for joining us on this broadcast as we continue with the coverage.
All right, with that, we're going to slip into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. News and updates are going to continue on the other side right here on CNN News 18. Stay tuned. Breaking news coming in. According to Iranian media reports, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei will be buried in the northeastern city of Mashhad. This is the latest information that we are getting right now. According to the Iranian media reports, Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei to be buried in the northeastern city of Mashhad, and this is the latest that we're learning right now. For more on this, we have General Kulkarni with us as well as Ambassador Prabhu. Thank you so much for staying on with us on the broadcast as well. Ambassador, if I could come to you as well. Now, there's also been a lot of conversation of what Ayatollah Ali Khamenei meant for a lot of people, what he symbolized, and that's been something that has led to a lot of discourse online as well.
You know, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was the second supreme leader. When the Islamic Revolution occurred in 1979, Ayatollah Khomeini became the supreme leader. He was certainly the biggest voice in the Islamic forces. And after his demise, Ayatollah Khamenei was elected the supreme leader. I happened to serve in Iran just a few years after he became supreme leader, and when I was serving there, he continued to be a very powerful person in Iran. Now, his son has now been elected the supreme leader, and this is because the IRGC and the clergy don't want to appear disunited. You know, the Americans want to bring about a regime change. So do the Israelis. So as far as the IRGC is concerned, it wants to show that Iran stands united. And if there were dissenting voices which openly questioned the election of Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, then it would have appeared that the regime is fracturing. But the Iranians have tried to give the impression that they stand united and that any pressure to bring about regime change has not succeeded. Let me also mention that this war is going on exactly as it was expected. It was expected that the Americans and the Israelis would escalate the conflict and they would inflict a huge damage on the Iranians. That has happened. More than 787 persons have died. In fact, there are reports that the casualty figure has crossed 1,000. And it was also expected that the Iranians would widen the area of the conflict. And that they have done by attacking US embassies and consulates in the Gulf, also American bases. But of course, there has also been a collateral damage, and that has made the Arab Gulf states quite angry. And in fact, their alliances with the United States seem to have been cemented even further because they need the US for helping them out.
And Ambassador, the military escalation by Iran has only gone up. We've not seen them back down as yet, and this despite a leadership void at least for a few hours now. General Kulkarni, with Mojtaba Khamenei taking over, how do you
Namaste and welcome. We are inside the bunker with the one and only Tom Cooper, who's right through this entire fury in the Gulf. As long as this conflict goes on, he's been with us at CNN News 18. Let's get a quick check of the headlines this Wednesday. Happy Holi and at 12 noon. Iran strikes US military communications, radar and satellite infrastructure across the Middle East. Satellite imagery shows key systems at bases in Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and the UAE damaged. New satellite images reveal widespread destruction across Iran's strategic infrastructure following coordinated US and Israeli military strikes. Iranian drone attack sparked fire near the US consulate in Dubai's Al Seif area with smoke visible and limited fire contained. No injuries reported as regional tensions escalate. The Trump administration will host top US defense contractors at the White House on March 6th to press for faster weapons production as the Pentagon moves to rebuild stockpiles drained by recent strikes on Iran and other military operations. Iran's clerical assembly of experts has reportedly chosen Mojtaba Khamenei, son of the late Ali Khamenei, as the next supreme leader under reported pressure from the IRGC. Amid escalating geopolitical tensions, Bharatiya markets plunge as Sensex drops over 1,750 points and Nifty falls 530 points, while the rupee sinks 66 paise to an all-time low of 92.15 against the dollar. Now, Israeli officials had earlier estimated that Iran was left with about 1,500 missiles and about 200 launchers, and we need to watch out what they have to offer. Now, let us also try and understand that as the conflict rages, US and Israel are striking key Iranian bases. But what will be their targets today? Let's try and understand that with Tom Cooper, the 5 key important aspects that he has said that we need to watch out for. One, let's try and understand this. First one, what will be Iran's missile count? How many missiles will Iran fire today? We'll talk about all of them. The second part that he has very clearly, importantly said, let's bring that down. Point number 2, US-Israel strikes. Where do US and Israel counter their strikes? What will be their targets? Also, that the CIA and the Americans may engage Kurdish forces to gather intelligence to disrupt supply lines and influence regional dynamics amid escalating conflicts. So where do these negotiations, do they materialize and now, and what will be the impact of perhaps certain amount of ground thrust, especially in that Kurdistan area, which the Kurds have claimed, northwestern, and it's very close to the one place where we've not seen huge protests against the regime, that is Tabriz. So what happens there? The fourth point, Pakistan. What does Pakistan do? There is an interesting development, what the Pakistanis are doing. Will they openly now back Saudi Arabia, as Iran is reporting that Pak soil is being used for strategic strikes and also kinetic action mounted by the Americans, and the Iranians have said that. What is Ishaq Dar and what is being said in the Pak parliament? We'll talk about that. And of course, most importantly, the fifth point that we will underline is the ongoing conflict that threatens the entire oil infrastructure. So the commercial hits, the disruption of exports, and that comes to who controls the Strait of Hormuz. So we'll talk about all these 5 points with Tom Cooper. And we have Staff Cohen and also Ambassador Rajiv Dogra joining us here on Inside the Bunker with Tom Cooper. But first up, let's call up point number 1. What is Iran's ballistic missile strategy today? How many missiles will they fire? Tom, let's start with this. Why is this important? Why do you think you will very closely watch out for what Iran does today?
Firstly, it's important because depending on the number of Iranian missiles, we can also gauge the condition of the IRGC's missile force. Is the airstrikes causing enough damage? On one side, on the other hand, to what degree are they remaining capable to launch missiles, of course? And third, and perhaps even more important issue is how many interceptors do the targeted countries expend in reaction? So this level of level of number, so to say, of missiles fired by Iran from today and in the coming days is going to be something like one of the determining factors for how is this war coming forward. We have seen lots of missiles fired on the first day, already significantly less on the second day, and ever less and less. Yesterday it was reportedly just 50, where it's unclear whether these 50 are just missiles fired at Israel or missiles also fired at Gulf states.
Gulf states. We'll also try and take a look at some of the images that we've got. So, let's try and walk across and let's see some of the satellite images of the damage that's been inflicted, especially in Iran. And we'll ask Tom to say, have the Israelis and the US, now this is the presidential complex, now we see flights there. I'm just going to get a check on what pictures we are flying. Okay, this is the presidential complex in Tehran.
In Tehran, yes.
This is before and after. Yeah. So clearly there is huge damage that's being inflicted.
If you can freeze it for a second.
Yeah, it's frozen, yeah.
Okay.
We'll hold this. Can you just freeze this, please? Yeah.
So what is now important to pay attention about is where are the impacts. So where are the holes from hits, for example, here and here, and I think here. Excuse me, I have to zoom out myself a little bit. Because this is indicative of how heavily was the building damaged.
Yeah.
Principally, obvious precision, no discussion about this.
Yeah.
Question is just who was inside. Normal procedure, and this is ironic about the IGC. IGC has copied lots of Israeli procedures.
Correct.
And Israeli procedure is the same like almost anywhere else, meanwhile, which is to, in the case of war, empty such buildings as soon as possible.
In the case of war, empty such buildings.
Yes.
So
to empty them.
Yeah, so that's the presidential complex. Then there is the judiciary complex. That's also in Tehran. So were they actually targeting President Masoud Pezeshkian and also the head of the Supreme Court? Because these were the side wings of the Iranian leadership, if you were to say.
Judiciary is particularly something... I'm happy to hear that it has been hit because they were prosecuting mercilessly any kind of opposition. I mean,
move to the next one, please. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're prosecuting not only the opposition or oppositionals who have been arrested, but also anybody who they didn't like de facto. It's just like some kind of a witch hunt that they were running for anybody, for any kind of opposition or any kind of disagreement.
Yeah. So this is the damage.
So yes,
the judiciary
we see the building here still intact, and here it's the entire complex is destroyed. So obviously demolished. So here also a major impact. Obviously, what is also obvious from all of these images is that the use of heavy weaponry.
Yeah.
It means warheads of 1,000 kilogram, at least 500 kilogram, because this kind of extension, you see the crater on this building here,
right,
is simply indicative of the use of very heavy weapons. So the intention is really to destroy, to cause damage, not only to cause damage, but to destroy.
They absolutely destroy, not just damage, but destroy and also perhaps eliminate anybody who may have been present inside.
Yes, and that is it now the problem. This is very unlikely to eliminate the people whom the Israelis and Americans want to hit. Why? I said again, standard procedure is, in the case of war, get out of here.
Get out of here.
Yes.
Get out of
This is what all the military forces are training, and correspondingly also civilian forces or civilian authorities for such cases are training.
But there is report now, and this is confirmed, viewers, that the strikes happened because 88 of the top leadership, including the Ayatollah, were present inside a conference, and the Israelis had got that intel which was communicated to the Americans. This has been reported at multiple levels, and because that happened, they all converged. They said it's now or never. This is the chance, and that's when the first assault and that huge bombing happened over that complex to take out the entire top leadership. That's what they said, and Trump made the same claim.
We just must distinguish between judiciary in this case or this council that met together, that came together in order to select the new leader, so to say. We have seen the related images related to that attack yesterday.
Yesterday.
This is an entirely different situation. So there is also, it is not absolutely sure whether this council was held in the complex that was hit by the Israelis and entirely destroyed or not. This is there are controversial reports in this regard from Iran.
Right, from Iran, but that's what the Israelis have also claimed, that this was confirmed intel. The next picture is about Natanz. That's the nuclear facility.
Natanz, yes.
This is again before and after. If you take a look, this is the entire facility, and after there has been significant damage that's been inflicted. But what you see on the surface is perhaps it's just a concrete shelter. This need not necessarily be the main office.
These are the hangars.
These
storage
are the hangars. Okay.
And so the roof is soft, as you can see, and the bomb simply goes in, causes minimal damage, but there is lots of damage inside.
Inside, okay.
Yes. This is, you can be absolutely sure that that everything that is inside
is gone.
Wrecked.
So these are the penetrating ones which explode after contact and getting inside, and that's when then they would they would
fuses
burst.
of such weaponry are usually set to detonate the bomb some milliseconds after the impact. So
after the impact.
So to punch through the roof and detonate inside.
So they don't detonate on impact. They actually, after a few seconds after impact, so then they are able to go in and then cause the. So if this is an underground facility, you're saying that it all looks all right on top, but the base could have been totally demolished or destroyed.
The point is this:
or underneath.
In lots of facilities of this kind, there are underground facilities underneath the buildings, under these hangars. So the Iranians erect the hangars, put a metal or whatever roof on top of it. But what is underneath, that is something either only them know, or perhaps the International Atomic Energy might know from earlier inspections. Considering how much have they rebuilt from the last year, it is unlikely that anybody else but the Iranians themselves know.
Now the second part, the other picture is the IRGC. Now why is the IRGC so critical that the IRGC HQ has also been attacked? Now this is in Tehran, pictures coming in of damages, extensive amount of damage that's happened. This is the IRGC core, the HQ, headquarters, and that's been smashed. Look at these buildings and there's nothing left there.
IRGC, I am designating Iranian regime an IRGC regime. I'm not calling it a mullah regime because mullahs do not have the effective power. They are influencing the IRGC. But just like in Pakistan, where the army is the core, the army has the country and controls the economy. In Iran, it is the IRGC which has the power and has the country and controls the economy. Therefore, the IRGC is almost everywhere in Iran. You have it not only indirectly controlling the government, but also controlling the telecommunications sector, banks and insurances, construction sector, everything is IRGC control.
Even the election of selection of Mojtaba Khamenei
of course.
Has come under the pressure of the Revolutionary Guards because they have a system of not continuing somebody from the same family line. There's always somebody else. That's how they are elected. Ali Reza was supposed to be the front runner, but they've gone back to Mojtaba Khamenei, Tom Cooper.
That is the point. I mean, I don't want to offend anybody, but Mojtaba is described as a psychopath by many. I'm just reporting what I've heard. So, and a psychopath who is very likely to satisfy the biggest hawks in the IRGC. So obviously they are exercising pressure upon whoever is selecting the leaders right now to select the fiercest opponent possible.
All right, we've got more news coming through and then we'll bring in Staff Cohen and Ambassador Rajiv Dogra into the conversation. The IDF has said that the IAF struck Iranian air defense operators, hit Mi-17 helicopter, and also the IDF has released footage that it showed a strike on the Iranian military Mi-17 attack helicopter. 3 soldiers have been killed in the strike. We'll just get you the footage. The Israeli forces are releasing this footage. It's very, very sparse. The footage access that we are getting is very, very sparse from our team's viewers. Let's have a look at these pictures. There you go.
Because this could be also a Gendarmerie helicopter. Iranian Gendarmerie is using the same helicopter. Could be IRGC, could be Gendarmerie. We don't know because
General Marines or the Iranian IRGC, but the Israelis are claiming this is an IRGC Mi-17 attack helicopter. Was somebody important in that helicopter? 3 soldiers were given to understand have perished. But this is the footage that is limited amounts that we are getting from Tehran, from Iran, from inside Iran. In fact, we got more news coming through. The IDF has actually begun striking the Hezbollah infrastructure in Beirut also. So there is fresh videos of that. where they have started striking the Hezbollah. So the Israelis seem to have a plan of how they want to go about.
That is a question. I do not understand. They are striking Khorramabad, which is a quadruple missile base of the IRGC, from which most of missile strikes on Israel are launched. So I know that they have hit it and bombed it yesterday and the day before and the day before. And they're not releasing any kind of images in this regard. No, they are showing us some, excuse me for expression, pointless helicopter being destroyed.
Pointless helicopter. Yeah. Let's ask Staff Cohen that. Staff Cohen, why is it that a pointless helicopter strike is being shown when you're striking nuclear facilities and ballistic missile launch sites? That's something that Tom Cooper is asking us.
How are you doing, sir? First of all, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure being here. I think we should start off, sir, with the main point, which is why this war broke at the beginning. We need to remember that Iran has murdered thousands of Americans in Afghanistan, Iraq, murdered tens of thousands of their own people, sir. They bombed American embassies, tried to assassinate President Trump twice, if I recall. They massacred, they have spread World Wide Web of terrorism in the entire world. Now, anyone who's questioned, any person, in my opinion, sir, that is not radical Muslim and is questioning or opposing that attack, that war, is basically arguing on digging or consistently. Let's call it. They just want to dig their own
I'll tell you
grave,
one
sir.
thing. There are a lot of people who understand the dynamics of this region. There are 2 points of view here, and nobody has got any love lost for a mullah regime that has backed a lot of terror and spawned a lot of terror. Nobody has the love lost. What people are asking is that the Iranians, or right now the IRGC, seems to be controlling the narrative. They are the ones who are releasing pictures of them attacking key commercial positions, oil tankers, US bases, destroying communication centers in UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, etc. So what Tom Cooper, as a military historian, is asking is that if you are pounding the Iranians, if you are pounding the Iranian IRGC establishments, why aren't you showing those pictures? Why aren't you showing that if you have taken out the ballistic missiles dump and production area and the launch sites in Khorramabad, why is the IDF not releasing it? That's what he's asking. He's not saying that Israel is not doing well or Israel shouldn't get into a war. War for a lot of people is pointless. War for a lot of people who study it, you have to be very dispassionate and keep the emotion out to look at pure tactics. What we are trying to understand is tactically, what is the IDF holding back? If they have had huge successes? That's the question.
Well, sir, I think you're mistaking me with IDF spokesperson. Unfortunately, the information that I have, and I do have it, I'm not authorized to give. As a Special Forces reservist for the past 12 years, the information that I have is classified. And I wish I could share with you my perspective on that matter, but I can definitely tell you that the IDF are publishing everything that they can, and if they're not, then you can rest assured we have a good reason for it. Unfortunately, I'm not authorized to answer that great question of yours.
Yes, sir.
This sounds meanwhile like Soviet statements about Afghanistan in the 1980s. Excuse me for expression. Look, if you're accusing me for supporting Iran or whatever, then please at least be so kind and don't explain me that Mi-17 helicopter is of particular importance. It is not. What matters is this war is the destruction of the Iranian...
I can ask you, do you support Iran? Do you support the Iranian terror
regime? I'm not supporting any kind of war. That is
great. I never accused you in anything.
And, well, what have you said initially? Shall we now get back to Trump's...
I think
one
you
day
think you're
this,
the center
one day
of the
another
world. I
day
spoke
is
to
this.
people who are opposing to this war, sir. I never addressed you specifically personally.
Okay, okay. We'll take this forward. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, you agree with Tom Cooper that you are also going to be closely watching how the Iranians fight today and how much they fire today? Because he's made a very interesting observation. Day one, the Iranians launched a lot of, the IRGC launched a lot of ballistic missiles, but their count has come down to less than 50 by the time we are entering day 5. Yep. So are there reserves being hit, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra? Are there missile launching pads, have they been hit? Have their ammunition dumps been hit? Or are they waiting to launch something far more diabolical? Will today, how Iran responds today,
show whether or not they are winning this, are they still in this, or they have absolutely gone into a guerrilla mode because they can't survive this? Ambassador Rajiv Dogra.
Anand, before I answer this, both Tom Cooper and you have been working 24/7. Conserve your energies because this could be a very long war. But well done. And in fact, both of you are informing the viewers in a very, very methodical way. So happy Holi to both of you and also to your viewers and to your Israeli guest. In fact, this question about decreasing quantity of Iranian missiles and so on could better be addressed to our Israeli friend. He may be able to advise us as to why it is happening, since he is a reservist for the last 15 years. As far as I am concerned, I think Iranian moves, as also perhaps Israeli moves, have been very calculated. It is not as if Iran, at least, is not going in for carpet bombing or mindless destructions. Its targets are selected very carefully.
Right.
Maybe it is finished with the first attacks it had on the US assets in the Gulf region. So now its concentration is on Israel and perhaps some of the ships that Americans may have in and around the area of Israel.
Okay.
So that is why there could be a reduction.
Jay, now let's just bring in point number 2 also, because we've overlapped a little bit, where he said that as this conflict rages, US and Israel will strike key Iranian bases. But what will their targets be today? What will they focus on today? So Tom, let's start with you, because clearly the Israelis are moving in. They struck at Karaj and Tehran last evening. Karaj, you said, was a strong communication center. All of
Not only communication center, major military base. You have several military, missile garrisons, if you like, around the city, plus a major radar station on top of the hill above Karaj. So it is obvious that they are trying to de facto, establish themselves a corridor towards Tehran in order to have it easier to reach the city with their airstrikes. That's why they have to neutralize as much as possible of Iranian air defenses and other military assets in the Karaj area.
In the Karaj area.
Yes.
But why Tehran and why Karaj? Well, because there is a facility in Natanz, there is Isfahan.
These are nuclear facilities.
Yeah.
Tehran, of course, is the center of the regime.
Right.
So it is logical to strike the regime at its command center, so to say. But in order to reach this command center, you need to fight down the Karaj, because it's just like an outpost in front of Tehran from Israeli side when they are approaching from the west. They have to first fight down Karaj in order to reach Tehran. Point is, they are claiming they have destroyed all the Iranian air defenses. They have destroyed whatever, and they have area superiority over Tehran. They are flying freely over Tehran. Nobody in Tehran has seen a single Israeli aircraft so far, at least nobody I know. So therefore, the question is, what are they doing? That means, okay, there obviously must be a reason why their aircraft still cannot reach Tehran. And these are the air defenses in the Karaj area.
Right. Do you think breaking into Tehran, clearing that corridor, Staff Cohen, will be priority for Israel today, along with their sidebar in Beirut, where they would want to sort out the Hezbollah? And so far, have you seen the Houthis get active? Because the Hezbollah and the Houthis are the two proxies that are being activated by the IRGC. Staff, your thoughts?
Yes, sir. Could you repeat the question? You were cut off. I'm sorry.
What I'm trying to understand is what will be the strategy today, the target. So is there an effort to try and create a clear air corridor right up to Tehran, while the IDF is also doing a sidebar in Beirut? And are you watching your backs, because the Houthis have also been activated, especially to target Israel?
Yeah, we have friends all over the place here.
Yes.
Absolutely. And we should keep in mind, sir, our beloved friends in the Gaza Strip, Hamas, which have fought many times, and they already recruited tens of thousands of people. But your question is a great one. Yes, I truly believe that at this moment, the Houthis know that once they'll raise their head up, they will no longer have that head. Now, as someone who fought Hezbollah as well, I know that currently, when you're handling the head of the octopus, sir, now the arms are starting to die slowly.
Right.
And for me specifically, you said about Iran that we need to see more airplanes over there, more of the Israeli and American Air Force. I sincerely hope that we will see Tehran falling, meaning the terror regime, so Hezbollah will have no longer force to continue this ongoing massacre of its own people. Of course, they've been hijacked, the Lebanese people, and I actually had a interesting debate with two Lebanese just the other day, and they told me that Hezbollah are making their life horrible as well. So yeah, I sincerely believe that we will see Tehran is falling. I'm sorry?
No, he's saying that's true in the sense that Hezbollah are making the Lebanese also sweat and suffer. So there's no doubt about that. But how are you going to be able to do this? Now, we've just got news coming through even as we speak, and we're going to go into the third dimension after that. The IRGC has launched a 17th wave of strike against US-Israeli targets. That's what the Iranian foreign minister is saying. Tehran is determined to defend itself, confront US-Israeli aggression. But are they slowly on the wane? Are they weakening in their counter strikes? Do you see that over the last 48 hours, Tom?
Yes, the number of reported missiles or missile firings by Iran, or the number of missiles reportedly intercepted, whether by Israel, Americans, or any of Gulf Cooperation Council states, is declining. So has the impression the intensity of Iranian strikes is lessening, which in turn leads to the conclusion that this would mean that the effectiveness of US and Israeli strikes, perhaps also additional Qatari and Saudi strikes, is improving or increasing.
The recalibration, the UAE has also said that they have blocked and they have defended about 169 missiles and projectiles that have come their way, including UAVs from the Iranian side.
Many more UAVs.
So everybody is perhaps now calibrating and coordinating better. Stav, you wanted to say something? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I just wanted to say that I, as someone who's currently in Israel for the past 24 hours, I believe I was at least 15 times. I had to run to seek shelter, and I had to help mothers carrying their babies, their dogs, their loved ones to the shelter, to the neighborhood local shelter, which everyone are basically squeezing in order not to die. And no, for me, there was no decline in the number of times. For me personally, sir, I don't know about reported strikes, but for me, as someone who lives here, I had no declining with the number of times that I had to run to shelter, just the opposite. We have, and every time that you run into the shelter, you have to stay there for 30, 40 minutes, and you hear explosions, massive explosions. Your entire building is shaking. Iran has the capacity of shutting down the Middle East. Still, at this hour, they still have plenty of more other ballistic missiles. And if I may, sir, they just started using their explosive that is, there you go. Yeah. So the hit in Bet Shemesh, a city that is very close to where I am right now, had suffered one of those, meaning that once the missile is being targeted and explode, it still had shrapnels. Yes, it still had shrapnels.
Yeah, in Bet Shemesh,
it's a facility you can't talk about. I understand this.
But Tom Cooper's assessment is that the Bet Shemesh strike was directed at its Miha, which officially IDF cannot talk about, or those in reserves cannot talk about, but it was just over the hill, and the missile landed at the hill. We've discussed at length on that. We've got more news, and just shifting focus. Dramatic visuals accessed by CNN News 18 show large-scale destruction across Iran as coordinated US-Israeli strikes enter their 5th consecutive day. So these are pictures we have been able to access. These are protests that have come out in Tehran. This is the pro-regime protest visuals. Can we move to the next one also, where there are civilian, this is the huge damage that's also happened in the civilian areas. These are pictures that we have been able to access. Buildings, cars, and also civilian infrastructure has damaged, and there is heavy bombardment and debris. So multiple visuals that have come in from multiple regions, Isfahan, Karaj, Kermanshah, they've all been targeted in what's being described as unprecedented joint offensive. Hundreds of missiles. Tehran is blocking all the pictures, footage coming out of Tehran. We have been able to access some of these pictures. We're hoping that we'll be able to get you more. But so far, there are a lot of pro-regime support, which is being shown outside. But
this is one of the points we have to keep in mind.
Yes.
An outside invasion, aerial or not, is always rallying the Iranians around the flag. Whoever is in power, whoever, whether popular or not, or hated just like this regime, Iranians are always rallying around the flag when attacked from the outside. We have seen this in 1980 when Iraq invaded Iran. We have seen this last year again.
Right.
So while it is certainly perfectly possible that some of the demonstrations pro-regime are staged, even many or even most of them, who can say, they are going to stand together. That is something that one shouldn't forget.
Right.
And then, when we are talking, keep in mind, we are talking here about at least 15 to 17 million of Iranians who consider themselves loyal to the Islamic Republic, or at least to this regime.
But we should not forget, as we go back and we go, speak to our guests also, that we should not forget, viewers, that nearly 32,000 to 40,000 protesters were shot down by the Basij militia and the IRGC.
Not only by the Basij,
in the just recent Basij militia, in the recent protests. So, are the pro-Persia protesters, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, just waiting for the signal? We just have an update that the Basij headquarters and also Basij locations have been targeted to weaken the internal police that has got this iron grip on the streets of Iran and the streets of Persia. So the pro-Persia protests, will they come out only when there is an all clear, when they know that another 40,000 will not be shot down, when this regime stranglehold is perhaps weakened? And how long will that take? Because unless there is an internal uprising, things are not going to materialize from an external force. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra.
Well, that's a very interesting question, Anand, that what is the critical point when people come out on their own, not at American instigation, but on their own, to protest against the regime, which is, according to all accounts and all opinions, a very brutal one, has been very brutal one. Now, I had examined this question after deep research for my book, Autocrats.
Right.
And my conclusion was, which I've written in the book, that people basically are afraid to come out in singles and doubles and dozens till they have confidence that others have come out.
Right.
And the others will not come out till they have confidence, as you yourself said just a minute back, that the police and the security system has been demoralized or demolished to an extent that they can't do much harm to the first
to the population,
group of protesters.
Right.
So that is a long way away. That's not going to happen. But I must also add two more points. Firstly, thank you to your Israeli guest, who's given a very candid assessment of the missiles that are coming through in Israel, unfortunately for everyone concerned in the war. But there are other visuals which are very disturbing. One is of the 164 girls of school who were killed, and there is proof of their bodies being buried. I'm told this is the largest single incident of bombing against school children, which has resulted in so many deaths. The other is the body bags have started arriving in America. Not too many, according to the visuals which were released this morning.
Right.
But the effect is there already in America among people. And the hearing, very classified hearing, which was given to some select congressmen and women in America. And some of them, for example, Mrs. Warren, who came out, said, I was worried, but after this hearing, I'm even more worried. So these are strong words.
Yeah,
and there are pictures also from Tel Aviv, which are disturbing.
Correct. Pictures will be disturbing, but if you have the enemy hiding their facilities behind schools and bang in the middle of the civilian population, it's from the textbook of the Hamas. So what do you do? So, and these are people, and if you have shot down 40,000 protesters and you're mourning 169 children, yes, 169 children hurt, but what about those 40,000 people who you shot down, point blank? Where is the accountability for that? Who's going to question the Iranian regime for that? And that kind of suppression. What about 50% of the Persian population? What about the 10 million Persians who are living outside the country for the last 4 decades because they dare not go back? So we should not forget that there is a lot more, and the villain they can actually hide behind this entire thing about children and humanity, etc. But this is classic from the textbook. This is classic from the textbook that let's play this card. Let's try and create a commercial issue. Let's try and create a currency issue. Let's try and send the world into panic by creating an oil supply. And let's continue to showcase the people who we feel are convenient to show that they have perished and hide all the brutality that we have meted out. I'm just saying it's very easy to get succumbed into one particular point of view and forget the larger picture or the broader picture. Does anybody subscribe to this mullah regime that has accounted for 90% of the terrorism in that region and has said that we are going to get rapidly nuclear despite the Khamenei's fatwa? So at multiple times,
but this is valid for both sides.
Yeah.
Because don't forget, again, Hezbollah was created in reaction to Israeli massacres of the Shia population of southern Lebanon. At the time, Israelis were not even aware they are Shia and Sunnis. They considered both of them for Muslims.
Correct.
So who cares about those Muslims? But there is PLO hiding there in southern Lebanon, so we bombed the place into smitterness. Oh gosh, we have killed, 10, 15,000 Shia Muslims.
Right.
Nobody cared about this in the mid-70s.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, let me just ask you this, Tom. Who was having a clock tower and a full march and a countdown saying 2027, death to all Jews and death, we're going to wipe out Israel?
It's the same way around.
Yeah. So Israel never has had a countdown saying death to Iran. They've never come out and said, who's created proxies? I'm just saying we can get into an endless group of who's right and who's wrong. But
which is why it would be better for everybody to stick to international law. For example, instead this is violated systematically.
Yeah, but in this sense, when you have a wave of 40 kilometers and 60,000 rockets armed with the Hezbollah and they are tom-tomming this and it's all come from Iranian money, then who's talking about international law? How has Iran anywhere followed and paid respect to any international law? So I'm going to go back to our scriptures where Krishna said you got to bend the rules to those who do not know the rules, because that's how you're going to establish peace, and you have to fight a dirty war, an ugly war, to establish peace. It's reality, and nobody is the wiser. And I'm not saying that anybody is absolutely colored white. No, there are grays. Absolutely, there are grays, and there are people to be held to account on both sides. Warmongering does not do anybody good. But if you want stability and you want peace, you need to have a liberal, more
precisely. That's what you mentioned now is my biggest concern about this war. Israel is always fighting, officially explaining the next war with creating stability, peace, and whatever.
Right.
And after every war, there is only a bigger trouble. 1967, they were claiming, oh, now there is going to be over with all the wars. There is not going to be no war at all anymore.
Right.
Do I have to explain what has happened ever since?
But that is core human nature. You want to look for reasons for conflict. We're going to take a short break. There's plenty more ground to cover, but that's what happens when you get inside the bunker. It just gets a little more intense, it gets in depth, and of course, it gets a lot more insightful. Stay with us.
Breaking news coming in. According to Iranian media reports, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei will be buried in the northeastern city of Mashhad. This is the latest information that we are getting right now. According to the Iranian media reports, Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei to be buried in the northeastern city of Mashhad, and this is the latest that we're learning right now. For more on this, we have General Kulkarni with us as well as Ambassador Prabhu Dayal. Thank you so much for staying on with us on the broadcast as well. Ambassador, if I could come to you as well. Now, there's also been a lot of conversation of what Ayatollah Ali Khamenei meant for a lot of people, what he symbolized, and that's been something that has led to a lot of discourse online as well.
You know, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was the second supreme leader. When the Islamic Revolution occurred in 1979, Ayatollah Khomeini became the supreme leader. He was certainly the biggest voice in the Islamic forces. And after his demise, Ayatollah Khamenei was elected the supreme leader. I happened to serve in Iran just a few years after he became supreme leader, and when I was serving there, he continued to be a very powerful person in Iran. Now, his son has now been elected the supreme leader, and this is because the IRGC and the clergy don't want to appear disunited. You know, the Americans want to bring about a regime change. So do the Israelis. So as far as the IRGC is concerned, it wants to show that Iran stands united. And if there were dissenting voices which openly questioned the election of Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, then it would have appeared that the regime is fracturing. But the Iranians have tried to give the impression that they stand united and that any pressure to bring about regime change has not succeeded. Let me also mention that this war is going on exactly as it was expected. It was expected that the Americans and the Israelis would escalate the conflict and they would inflict a huge damage on the Iranians. That has happened. More than 787 persons have died.
Back live and inside the bunker with the one and only Tom Cooper, and he was the one who actually raised this point and saying watch out for the Kurds. And soon we got reports that the CIA and the American government is going to actively engage with two important factions of the Kurds and the Kurdish forces, and they could not just gather intelligence, but they could actually enter Iran from that region where we also have the area of Tabriz, the one place where there haven't been pro-Persia protests, and that becomes a critical point for the regime. Let Tom Cooper explain that, and then we bring in Staff Cohen and Ambassador Rajiv Dogra also here, viewers. So this is also point number 3 that he had raised and saying why it's important. So where are the Kurds?
Just a second.
Yeah.
So shall I call it? Okay. So this is northwestern Iran.
Yeah.
Let me point it in this fashion. So northwestern Iran. The border.
Yeah.
So the Kurds, most of Kurds are here in the area from Mahabad, Sanandaj down to Koramabad. Not entirely to that's what I have drawn it now, but that is the essence of the story.
Okay.
No, excuse me, I have a little bit of problem today with this map.
Yeah, the map also perhaps for the last 72 hours we've been working the map so much that it's also acting up. It's also a little tight. That's all right. Take your time, and we'll get it straight.
Just a second. We are going to be there in a moment. So, and back to this. The problem with Kurds is that they are disunited.
Okay.
They are living in their tribal communities. Therefore, every tribal leader nowadays between the Kurds has his own political party.
Right.
Correspondingly, there are some 3 political parties in northern Iraq as well, Kurdish dominated. One is the KRG, the other is KDP, and so on and so on.
Right.
It's similar in Turkey, in southeastern Turkey, but they were short of obtaining autonomy. Thank you. But then started quarreling between each other over which of their 47 different languages is going to be the official Kurdish language for this autonomous province of Turkey.
Okay.
So now there are some Kurds. There are, of course, Kurdish population is in Syria, but foremost there used to be this PKK. This is a Turkish Kurdish terrorist organization, considered as such in all of Europe and the United States, and it used to control all of northeastern Syria for years, with US support.
Right.
They have now been evacuated from northeastern Syria, along an arrangement between the new government in Syria and the US government. They have been evacuated to northern Iraq.
Northern Iraq, okay.
Yes. Now, this is the problem. PKK or its local surrogates, it also has proxies, are not particularly popular in northern Iraq. Nor are they popular in Iran.
Right, but if they are able to organize the bulk of the Kurds, I'm going to delete this and just zoom in a bit.
Okay.
Sorry,
no problem.
Let's go back
do
here.
This and this.
Let's
try it again, yes.
Zoom this in. Now, this is Tabriz.
Yes.
Why is Tabriz important? Because you said that even if Tehran and Qom fall, Tabriz continues to be the reason why the regime will survive.
It's like this. Essentially, whenever there is an uprising against the regime in Iran, as long as there is no uprising or there is no protesting in Tabriz, nothing happens. So the regime remains. It survives.
Right.
We have seen this during the protesting in Iran of 2009, 2010, and ever since. You know, every 2-3 years there is a new wave of protesting, and Tabriz remains quiet all the time.
Right. Now, Tabriz is not so far away from where the Kurds will actually make their entry into Iran.
Yes, yes.
Now, is this possible that the Kurds will be used to try and bring down Tabriz and to orchestrate huge protests and to show that Tabriz is also against the regime? Is that possible as a military strategy?
Let me explain this with background and context. The problem is the following. The USA have lost face, and even more so Israel and Mossad have lost face between the Iranian protesters. Why? Protesting began in December, started growing, and then all of a sudden there were lots of Mossad organized masses of people coming out, and they have been slaughtered cut to pieces by not only by Basiji but by Kataib Hezbollah that was brought in from Iraq. So the people of Iran now do not trust the Americans and the Israelis anymore. That's why they are waiting. That's why there is no protesting now. Besides, why should they now go out of the streets which are targeted by US and Israeli bombers?
Correct. So that's what they are saying, that we are waiting for the queue because Shah Reza Pahlavi and so many others are actually relaying this message saying, wait, just get ready, organize yourselves, get ready because the bombs are still falling. You get out on the streets, you'll be bombed, so wait. But if there is a huge amount of uprising and trouble here in this region because of the Kurds, and that's orchestrated on ground, does that then unsettle the regime and the IRGC here?
It would shake it.
It could shake it. Just quickly getting a comment from Staff Cohen before we move to the Pakistan angle and bring in Ambassador Rajiv Dogra and Tom Cooper. We got lots of ground to cover, limited time. Yes, Staff.
Thank you, sir. I wouldn't say that the Iranians are not trusting Israelis and Americans anymore. I'm actually getting dozens of messages by the day on Instagram from Iranian followers of mine. First of all, they sent me videos of fire trucks washing down the streets from all of the blood that the Iranian terror regime murdered their own civilians. But I'm getting dozens of messages by the day from Iranians that are telling me, keep it going, keep pounding them. We're waiting for you. We're trusting that you will take them down. I wouldn't say that the Iranians are not trusting the Americans and Israelis anymore. On the contrary, now that our sleeves are off and we're getting into the dam, they're just waiting, just as you stated, sir. And if I may, earlier you said you had a bright speech. I couldn't agree with every single word that you say. You spoke about people who had to flee Iran. If I may, on a personal note, my own grandmother had to flee Tehran because she was almost got murdered from the terror regime. Now, I wish we could go back there and I could, reunite with my family that are hiding their Jewish identity in Tehran. Unfortunately, we cannot because they have the concept of jihad. Very important word that I believe your viewers should know is akhilaf. One Islamic global state, sir. And if you are a person in India, United States, Europe, Australia, and you're not radical Muslim, then you're doomed. You will die according to their ideology. Because
it's the same with
it's not enough to be Muslim, sir. May I remind you that Muslims in Syria were the ones to first get kidnapped and arrested in the middle of the street by ISIS, radical Muslims, who asked them, how many rak'ah, how many bows per day, sir, you have in a single day of 5 prayers? And if you did not know the answer, did not know how many bows you have in like 15, 18 in a day, then this is when you get your orange sweatsuit on your
we
knees,
have also
face
Jews
down,
spitting at
and
Christians in Jerusalem. It's the same.
You have what? You have Jews beating Christians
no,
in
Jews,
Jerusalem?
spitting at Christians in Jerusalem. So there is extremism everywhere.
Christians in Jerusalem?
Yes, and there are videos.
Sir,
if
when
you
was
have
the last
ignored
time you were
them,
in Jerusalem?
or ignore them, no problem. But let us return.
No, I want to hear numbers,
before
sir. It's a
our
fair
viewers
question.
fall asleep,
When was the
let
last
us return
time?
to
No,
military
sir.
issues,
You won't
because this is what
disgrace
it is
you
about.
won't disgrace my people and
All
keep
right,
on. When was the last time? Sir, when was the last time you were in Jerusalem?
Okay, let us just calm.
Tom, when was it? What year? When was the last time you were in Jerusalem? Based on what you're saying it. Sir, these are false accusations. You're expecting me here to stand and keep my mouth shut?
All right.
When was the last time, Tom, when you're in Israel?
Stop. All right. I think before we let the passions get the better of us, there are points of view. There are points of view. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome to disagree.
Lying and saying
did
that
this
Jews
happen
are
recently, or is it happened in the
It's
past?
happening every single day, dozens of times. It is
Tom,
also
when was the
prohibited.
last time?
Christians,
When
for
was the
example,
last
cannot
time?
construct a church in Israel. This is forbidden. So
Tom,
therefore,
when was
there
the
are
last time you were in
Palestinian
Israel?
Christian villages which are ethnically cleansed from Western Bank.
Right.
So if we are now losing time with this, religion is crucial for many of people. Absolutely not dispute. There would be no Israel without religion.
Right.
But issue here is military. And that's what I want to talk here.
All right. Okay. Let's try and dial it down a bit. And we'll respect everybody's points of view, and we'll also respect their right to disagree with the other. And then let's just bring it back.
It's not a matter of disagreeing, sir. I asked a fair question. Tom, when was the last time you were in Israel? Give me a number. A year.
Never.
When was the last time?
Okay.
Never. So why you're just spreading
Okay. Let's do one thing.
lies?
So after he
You've never
finishes
seen
his
it with
India
your own
visit,
eyes.
stop.
Here,
We'll ensure
no
that
Jew
that
is spitting on Christian in Jerusalem.
We'll try and help Tom also come down to Israel, have a visit there, and have a look when things calm down a bit,
Tom,
so that
I will gladly have you, sir.
Gladly.
I will gladly have you, sir.
Okay, let's quickly now shift focus and then look at another angle. That's the fourth angle. That's the Pakistan angle. Now we've got multiple updates coming through, viewers. We've got limited time, so I'm just going to jump right through it. As far as Pakistan is concerned, their Prime Minister came out openly supporting Iran, but now the Iranians are coming out and saying that the Pakistanis are providing tactical support to the Americans. The Pakistanis are providing tactical support to the Americans, and this is happening. And that's the reason why we've got another development in the Pakistani Parliament. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, Ishaq Dar has reportedly come out and said, we are with Saudi Arabia. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, as Tom cues up what the Pakistanis are doing. Quickly, sir. Ji.
Well, there's no doubt that there are a lot of reports, even before the conflict started, that American assets were in Balochistan. Assets meaning largely drones at first, but then there were reports also about the fighter aircrafts. There are now reports after the conflict started that the Americans were using Balochistan air bases, two air bases, one Kandari and then another one which has come up recently, to have surveillance flights over Iran, as well as some of the attack drones launched from there.
Right.
So there's no doubt that Pakistan has provided facilities to America. What effect it has on the local population, and I don't mean just Shia population, but population in general, as also Shia officers in the Pakistani army.
Yeah,
they are a disgruntled lot.
Yeah, they are. And also the Baluch, sir. The Baluch also have Iranian connections. And the Baluch, and through Herat, they have had historical tribes coming up here and there, and they don't even consider those land borders. Yes,
that's what happens when somebody from abroad draws borders where then have no idea who is living over there.
Yeah.
And this is then the case with Balochistan. Some of Balochistan is in Iran, some of Balochistan is in southern Afghanistan. And most of it was usurped de facto by Pakistan in 1948, following the partition. So now there are claims by the IGC, for example, that the Americans, and IGC stresses also Israel, which is absolute nonsense, are flying airstrikes via Pakistani airspace. That means like this, something like this. We have seen lots of airstrikes on Shabaha the last few days.
Right.
Why? Because it's the end of the pipeline coming from Galach, from, let's say, northern Persian Gulf, down to the coast of the Oman.
This pipeline comes like this,
Bay,
right? All the way,
down here.
Yeah.
So now the question is it true or is it not true? It is very likely, at least. Pakistan would, this is typical Pakistani politics, as soon as they can make a favor to the Americans, they're going to make the Americans pay for that favor as well, of course.
Right, and the Saudi Arabia has bailed them out. It's their $3 billion that continues to keep the Pakistani economy afloat, and they've signed a security deal here. So we're given to understand Ishaq Dar in Parliament has come out and openly said, we are with Saudi Arabia. So Iran, all that statement is gone. Now, quickly, sir, I have run out of time. If you can delete this and come down and let's focus on the Strait of Hormuz. Hormuz. Right, this region, the Iranians say we control it. I quickly want to understand from you, how can the control be wrested back by the other side?
Well, the only way to do that would be to neutralize the IGC all along the Persian Gulf or Strait of Hormuz. On Kashim Island, all along the coast of the mainland, the bases at Great and Lesser Thumb probably already destroyed. Abu Musa probably also already destroyed. IGC bases over here. So, but they are still capable of exercising or expressing threats for international shipping because not all of their anti-ship missiles have been destroyed. Not all of their UAVs have been destroyed. And as long as there is threat,
could they send a few ballistic missiles this way from central Iran or from...
theoretically, yes, they could send ballistic missiles as well, because Iran has at least claimed to have anti-ship ballistic missiles. And it is very likely that this attack on the US aircraft carrier a few days ago was undertaken by such weaponry. But primary threat in the Strait of Hormuz are anti-ship missiles and drones.
We've run out of time. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, Staff Cohen, thank you very much. And Tom Cooper inside the bunker with you is always great fun. This is the focus, viewers, for me as what we close. Whoever controls the Strait of Hormuz controls the narrative of which way this war is going. Now, I think that's going to be critical because the world is watching who controls this strait. Right now, the Iranians have got it shut. And we're going to close on that note. Thank you so much.
Devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone of massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah. And this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less an organized.
US bases have been targeted.
Drone has been shot down now.
Iran can then threaten or attack enemy nationals.
A massive missile and drone attack over here.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
Breaking news coming in. According to Iranian media reports, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei will be buried in the northeastern city of Mashhad. This is the latest information that we are getting right now. According to the Iranian media reports, Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei to be buried in the northeastern city of Mashhad, and this is the latest that we're learning right now. For more on this, we have General Kulkarni with us as well as Ambassador Prabhu. Thank you so much for staying on with us on the broadcast as well. Ambassador, if I could come to you as well. Now, there's also been a lot of conversation of what Ayatollah Ali Khamenei meant for a lot of people, what he symbolized, and that's been something that has led to a lot of discourse online as well.
You know, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was the second supreme leader. When the Islamic Revolution occurred in 1979, Ayatollah Khomeini became the supreme leader. He was certainly the biggest voice in the Islamic forces. And after his demise, Ayatollah Khamenei was elected the supreme leader. I happened to serve in Iran just a few years after he became supreme leader, and when I was serving there, he continued to be a very powerful person in Iran. Now, his son has now been elected the supreme leader, and this is because the IRGC and the clergy don't want to appear disunited. You know, the Americans want to bring about a regime change. So do the Israelis. So as far as the IRGC is concerned, it wants to show that Iran stands united. And if there were dissenting voices,
Hello and welcome, and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Priya Atul. We are taking stock of every detail as far as this West Asian conflict is concerned. With me in the studio right here, Akanksha Sarup. Let's begin with the headlines.
In fact, let's also inform our viewers that this conflict is only escalating by the day, as we've seen a renewed set of strikes being conducted by Iran. On the other hand, IDF, of course, has also embarked on fresh strikes. They are targeting the IRGC headquarters in Tehran. We will bring you all of those updates, but for now, let's begin with the headlines.
Iran strikes US military communications, radar and satellite infrastructure across the Middle East. Satellite imagery shows key systems at bases in Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and UAE damaged.
New satellite images reveal widespread destruction across Iran's strategic infrastructure following coordinated US and Israeli military strikes.
Trump administration will be hosting top US defense contractors at the White House on March 6 to press for faster weapons production as the Pentagon moves to rebuild stockpiles drained by recent strikes on Iran and other military operations.
Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps launches another wave of strikes against US and Israeli targets, with Tehran's foreign minister saying Iran remains determined to defend itself and confront what it calls US-Israeli aggression.
Iran's clerical assembly of experts has reportedly chosen Mojtaba Khamenei, son of late Ali Khamenei, as the next supreme leader under reported pressure from the Revolutionary Guard Corps.
Large-scale destruction across Iran as US-Israeli strikes entered day 5. Tehran, Isfahan, Karaj and Kermanshah have been hit with hundreds of missiles and drones, reportedly targeting military and strategic sites since February 20.
Mass mourning reported in Leh after the death of Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Intelligence agencies raised serious red flags over foreign radical elements operating in India.
Amid escalating geopolitical tensions, Indian markets plunge as Sensex drops over 1,750 points and Nifty falls 530, while the rupee sinks 66 paise to an all-time low of 92.15 versus US dollar. All right, the conflict in the Middle East is widening rapidly. Drone strikes have been reported near US diplomatic sites in Riyadh, Dubai and Baghdad, while at least 50 people have been killed in Lebanon amid continuing strikes.
Iran has also targeted US military communications infrastructure across the region. Satellite imagery shows damage to radar and secure systems at American bases in Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and the UAE. Now, if we take a look at what is happening, meanwhile, in the Washington, D.C., we're learning that the Trump administration now plans to meet top U.S. defense contractors at the White House on the 6th of March. All of this to accelerate weapons production as the Pentagon moves to replenish the stockpiles following strikes on Iran.
Meanwhile, the escalation follows joint US-Israeli strikes. Getting in breaking inputs, CNN News 18 mega exclusive inputs brought to us by investigations editor Manoj Gupta. There are serious concerns being raised by intelligence agencies on foreign radical agents in India. Disaffected Indian Muslim youth, especially in states like Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Kerala and Jammu and Kashmir, are targeted with personalized messaging.
Right, absolutely. And to take this forward, let's in fact bring in Anand Narasimhan, who's joining us from the newsroom. It's a live newsroom at CNN News 18, and we have to get in these elements to the fore for our viewers as to what really is happening in India, Anand, and why this sort of a response and reaction to the death, the assassination of Ali Khamenei, and now the fact that it's not stopping.
It's not just that it's not stopping, Griha, and to our viewers, but I think what's also happening is these pictures that are coming out. There are a lot of places where peaceful protests have been organized, but this is also a hotbed for radicalization. Shia largely have not been a radicalized entity. You have Sunni factions and some of the radical Sunni factions that have used this kind of messaging. Even the Al-Qaeda has been able to seed itself there. But if this triggers a certain level of misinformation and a certain level of Shia radicalization, there can be young youth who, along with expressing their angst and their sadness, could turn around to do something far more diabolical if they are misinformed. And I think intel agencies are on red alert right now that the Al-Qaeda social media mechanism and their new way of co-opting professionals and also slowly seeding discontent and seeding in radicalization on educated individuals and professionals and getting them to do something over the long term, on a medium to long term, which largely look like lone wolf attacks, but they are actually coordinated attacks, using encrypted social media platforms. Individuals who've been arrested, they've been seen to be active on more than 50 to 100 different social media platforms where they are engaging with these youth. What kind of information is being disseminated, and is there a certain level of trying to encourage them and goad them into a certain level of revenge, a certain level of action? Now that is something which is going to become a concern, and the agencies are saying that yes, you can be upset, but this is Bharat, this is not Iran, you are not directly under the IRGC. And be Shia or Sunni, your prayer is to Allah and not to an individual particular head who may have been deemed as a religious head, etc. And don't let this entire angst and this political whipping up of emotions turn you towards a path which is of no return, where you decide that it's kosher to take the lives of innocents. So that is something which the agencies are very carefully noting, and especially the turnouts that are happening. Now these are pictures from Leh that we have on our screen, and this can be worrying. Leh is important because Kargil and also POJK, a lot of it towards Kardu, is largely Shia population. Those Shia have been, because it's Pak-occupied territory, have been ostracized and they have been villainized and they have been treated poorly by the Pak military and by the Sunnis. And there are Sunni Punjabis who have been deliberately placed there, and the Shia find themselves displaced. So there is a certain level of civic discontent already there, frustration and anger there. Along with that comes the Khamenei's killing. And then this could then just, boil up into something else totally. Remember, in Leh and Ladakh, of late, there has been this entire call for autonomy, its own state. Now, how that manifests and perhaps how that is tapped into could be a problem which the agencies are very carefully watching.
But Anand, since you mentioned about this Leh protest, and we are constantly putting out those images, and this is not Iran, we have to in fact mention that this is very much happening in India. We'd seen similar protests, at the Lal Chowk in Srinagar. This is only coming in from these sections, and in northern India particularly. It's not just restricted to Kashmir. You just mentioned Leh. We have, these matters come up from places like Uttar Pradesh as well. One thing is that you're looking at Ali Khamenei as your spiritual leader because he largely caters to the Shia community. The other aspect is this concerning one that you just spoke about.
Yes, it is. We must understand, Lucknow has an Imam Bada. An Imam Bada is a Shia prayer. And that's where in the first month of the Islamic calendar comes the 10th day, that is Ashura. And that's where they mourn the death of Imam Hussein. And so that's why you have an Imam Bada, because Lucknow was largely controlled by a Shia ruler. The Maharaja in the past used to be a Shia ruler, so it's an Imam Bada. And that's why you see protests in Lucknow and UP, because there is a long, strong Shia population there. The same thing in Srinagar. In Badgam, these are all huge Shia population areas. And what you're seeing is the Shia. So the Shia, after 33 years, after the abrogation of Article 370, was the first time that they could actually mourn the death of Imam Hussein and on the 10th day of Ashura conduct the Julus on the streets of Srinagar, because the previous government would not let them do it. So the Shia were anyway marginalized even by the elite Sunnis in Jammu and Kashmir. So we have to understand these dynamics. The Shia are largely very, very peaceful, but they are upset. Now, for them, they follow the family tradition of Ali, the descendant of the Prophet or the nephew of the Prophet, whereas the Sunni follow the Sunnat, that is the teachings of the Prophet and whoever was appointed by the council and Abu Bakr and etc. So the Shia and Sunnis are different in the way they follow the tenets of the Prophet, but they all pray to Allah. So that's why that unites them in terms of Islam, but they are deeply divided in terms of their sects and their belief.
So 1400-old divide.
Yeah, it is a big divide. And that's why we must understand this, that not every Muslim is a Shia or not every Muslim is a Sunni, and even among them they have various firqas which have their own beliefs. So in Sunni also there are a lot of moderate firqas, and then you have the Salafi, Al-Wahhabi groups, which from where the Deobandis emerged and from where you have most of these jihadi tanzeems. So they are very different. But to color all of this into a narrative, to just influence out of this entire crowd of, say, because these are all Shia and they are upset, they have come out there and expressed, support for Palestine, for the Hezbollah, because they believe that the Khamenei and what the Khamenei says there is important, and for them he is the spiritual leader. Oftentimes this is forgotten, that they are not supposed to revere a spiritual leader. Their only prayer has to be Allah. It's forgotten, and these figureheads tend to become more important because of the misinformation that is spread across. So I think that's what the agencies are also very worried, that this needs to be controlled.
Right, absolutely. Thank you so much, Anand, for that. And let me toss this over to my colleague Akanksha in the studio, as she has certain graphics that we will in fact bring to our viewers to take this forward and see what really is happening as far as the West Asian conflict is concerned.
All right, many thanks. Yeah, in fact, as we all know that the US Gulf allies to the United States are bearing the brunt of this, because it is these Gulf allies which are also housing US military bases. Let's take you through all of them. First and foremost, in the last 24 hours, we've seen an attack in Saudi Arabia. That is, of course, the Prince Sultan Air Base. Satellite images have in fact gone on to indicate the kind of damage that has been done. Plumes of smoke have been seen, the entire air base being razed down to a heap of rubble. Bahrain, US Navy's 5th Fleet base was also attacked again. The satellite communication images have gone on to indicate the way these terminals have been destroyed. And there's an attack after attack in Qatar. That is one of the biggest attacks that's taken place at the Al Udeid Air Base. Why is this significant? Because the Al Udeid Air Base is the largest air base of the United States in any of its Gulf allies. This one is in Qatar. Massive destruction again seen in the satellite imagery that has come out. In Kuwait, Ali Al Salem Air Base has been damaged. The structures, in fact, go on to indicate the kind of damage that's been done. Again, these are all damages being inflicted on the bases of the US allies only through the missiles that Iran is actually sending out. There are also UAVs, but UAE Al Ruwais military installation is another location which has again been destroyed. Again, if you look at the kind of satellite imagery coming in, which goes on to indicate the before and after aftermath. This is the satellite imagery of August 18, and cut to 1st of March, the damage, of course, can be seen over here. It's again been reduced to a complete heap of rubble. This, as you can see, was the initial structure that was standing over there. Let's take you through Al Dhafra Air Base. Again, another very damaged structure seen on the March 1st satellite imagery that has come out of UAE. So if all in all, it is UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, all of these three US allies that are bearing the maximum brunt of this. Let's quickly go across to Anand, who continues to stay with us. Anand, many are talking about how this was a strategic miscalculation, but do you think that this was on expected lines, the kind of retaliation we've seen come in from Iran?
Well, Akanksha, good afternoon, and to our viewers. Well, one must understand that war comes at a cost, and if we are gaming the enemy is also gaming us, and they will also take out critical installations which are important logistically and also communications-wise, and that's what the Iranians have done. They have attacked the US air bases. The Iranians at all points in time had said that if this opens up into a conflict, then we will attack the US air bases in the neighboring Gulf nations, although we broke no animosity with the Gulf nations themselves, but you have given the Americans land to seed their own bases, and they're going to operate out of there, and from a war point of view, we're going to attack them. But in the bargain, what have they done? Some of their missiles, projectiles, interceptions, because via interceptions or otherwise, have landed in civilian areas, and the Iranians have also actively targeted some of the commercial establishments, the oil pipelines, the energy pipelines, etc. in Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain, in Qatar, in Oman, and they've also attacked oil tankers to try and close the Strait of Hormuz. So they have openly declared hostilities. The Americans and this region, they thought that, okay, they will strike the air bases, but stay away from the civilian installations and also commercial installations of the neighboring Gulf nations. That's not happened, and that's why now we see a far more calibrated and collaborative measure by which the Iranians are pounded. The Iranians now don't have any of the Gulf nations on their side because of their actions. So miscalculations have happened at both ends, and missteps have happened from both ends. Let's go straight across now. Perhaps the first voice from Tehran that's speaking out on a national media here in Bharat. Hamid Raza Gholamzadeh, he's the head of the Iran's diplomatic house. He is with us. Mr. Hamid Raza Gholamzadeh, thank you very much for your time. My first question is that Iran claims it's responding to aggression, but critics argue that it's the proxies that have triggered the escalation. Will Iran take responsibility if conflict escalates into a full-scale blowout in the Middle East?
Iran had already warned that any attack would translate into a regional war, and it is the nature of this aggression that they have carried out. So the United States is attacking Iran with the help of its proxy, the Israeli regime, and with the help of the bases that they have in Arab countries in the region. So the proxy war is something that the Americans have already launched against Iran. So if there are other players involved in retaliation, there is no blame on Iran. It's actually the way that they have started it. They have started a war, which result is a regional war, and they need to pay the price for that. And that's the
You're neither confirming nor denying the involvement of proxies. But Israel and the US are claiming they own your airspace, that your air defense mechanisms have been severely deleted and deflated. They're also saying that strategic assets from Tehran's perspective have also come down, degraded. Has Iran lost deterrence, or is the real retaliation yet to come?
If Iran had lost the deterrence, the Americans would not change their rhetoric and change their objectives. At the beginning, they said that we wanted to have a regime change, and after that, they are changing their goals because they could not achieve that. And we are hearing from President Trump saying that the Iranians are asking for negotiations, which is totally wrong. And we need to translate it in reverse. So when he says that negotiations, it means that President Trump wants talks, and Iran has already said that it's not accepting any talks with the United States or with others. So no, Iran has not been degraded in its strategic assets and its deterrence, and most of the damages that the Israelis or the Americans have inflicted upon Iran are just buildings. They are attacking evacuated buildings and just damaging that. Neither of for example, yesterday they attacked the building of the Assembly of Experts, claiming that they have attacked the meeting and the gathering for electing the next leader, while it is totally wrong. The building that they gather is in Tehran, while they had attacked the building in Qom, which is an office building, of course, but it was already evacuated and there was no meeting at all.
Right.
Or many of the military bases and buildings that they have attacked they have been actually evacuated before. And so the damage is not that much. Most of the casualties that you can see on the reports sorry, are civilians. Are civilians who have been in their houses, they have been killed, or in the schools or the hospitals that they have attacked.
Right.
And they're killing civilians.
Okay.
Strong majority of the casualties are civilians. So the damage is not strategic at all, and Iran is responding strongly. Iran has been attacking the American assets in the region,
right,
and Israeli interests in the region, and the occupied lands of Palestine with the Israeli regime as well.
Let me also ask you this, given how things are escalating, is there a rethink on Iran's nuclear deterrence, or does that red line still remain?
Iran had never wanted to have a nuclear weapon.
Okay.
And one of the main reasons was, first, it didn't consider it useful. Second, we had a fatwa, a religious order from the Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader, banning any acquisition or using or keeping nuclear weapons.
Right.
So with the assassination of the supreme leader, the next leader might have a different point of view in terms of religious order, and he might not ban access to a nuclear weapon, because we are being threatened by the Americans and Israelis, both having nuclear weapons, and it would be necessary to defend the country. So maybe the next leader thinks and decide that it would be better to reverse the order and to have some nuclear weapon. In that case, yes, Iran might go for that. Otherwise, still, it doesn't have wanted to.
So you're saying you stand by the fatwa of the former supreme leader, but if the new current elect supreme leader, that's Mojtaba Khamenei, decides otherwise, there may be and issues a fresh fatwa, then Iran may then progress or follow a different line. That's very interesting, very important point that you make, Mr. Hamid Raza Gholamzadeh. But I just want to ask you this. This war is also dragging in some of the neighboring Gulf nations. Their businesses, their oil pipelines are being hit. Do you think that's a right strategy? Could this war not be fought without dragging in Saudi Arabia and some of the other NATO nations?
Iran is not attacking those countries. Iran is attacking military bases and any interest or anyone abetting this war against Iran. So yes, Iran has attacked military bases of the United States. Iran has attacked hotels where American forces have been residing in, those who have been evacuated from the military bases. Iran has attacked a port where the Americans were using. Iran has attacked airports that the Americans have been using. And Iran has attacked, for example, the database of Amazon, which is giving intelligence and data to Israeli army. So Iran is not dragging them into war. Iran is not attacking those countries and has
but you've attacked Aramco pipeline, oil tankers here.
By the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council on Saturday. Iran said that we are targeting only anyone who helps the Americans or Israelis in this fight against us. So everyone who has invested in the Israeli or American army or are helping them in one way or the other, they would be a legitimate target because they are helping the war against the country. So there is no blame on us. Who wants to drag Arab countries into the war is actually Americans and Israelis, because they are running out of ammunition and they are paying a heavy price.
Right.
So they want to pay at the cost of the Arab countries, and they want to bring them into the war in order to have their casualties, have their weapons, and use them. And after the war, they would sell again same munition and same weapons to the same Arab countries. So they are trying to bring them into the war. But Iran has already warned that they should not get involved.
Right. But Mr. Gholamzadeh, I must ask you this. You knew that the Americans and the Israelis are watching. Why do you then have to move the supreme leader? Why did he decide to change location? And why was that convention with 88 leaders even, grouping that meeting conducted? Does that rankle?
Because he's not a coward like Netanyahu or President Trump. He stood fast, and he actually was in the fight, and he was commanding the fight. The fight is not since Saturday. The fight has been going on for decades, and he has been the commander-in-chief, and he has been responsible for that. So that's how he has been working without any fear, very strongly. He was in his office doing his job and his tasks and his duties as the leader. So he was not a coward like Netanyahu to go to the shelters deep in the ground, or like President Trump moving from this way to the other way to just take refuge. So no, he did not accept to do that.
Right. Mr. Hamid Raza Gholamzadeh, thank you for speaking with us. The big takeaway is that if the new supreme leader elected changes the nuclear red line or the fatwa on that, then Iran will move towards in a different direction. Right now, they follow the fatwa of the earlier supreme leader who said that Iran will not weaponize its nuclear technology.
Absolutely. Anand, thank you so much for that important conversation that you've had with the leading voice there from Tehran. Let's open this up now. We have more guests joining us on the broadcast. Dr. Einat Will, former Israeli MP and co-author of The War of Return, and also former diplomat Rajiv Dogra is with us. So let me take this across with Dr. Will first. We just had a leading Iranian voice join us here, and he went on to mention that any kind of narrative that's coming in from Israel when it is about depletion of resources, or in fact getting Iran to get away from that entire act of deterrence, really is not heading anywhere as US and Israel would have wanted. What do you make of this assessment and this narrative coming in from Tehran, sir?
I can only use facts. I can tell you that in the last few days in Israel, we're seeing day by day, this is something that is, I'm actually living it, is whereas on the first day, Iran was able to send quite a few ballistic missiles. Yesterday, I already was able to sleep well. Those were few and far between. So we're actually seeing day by day the depletion of the abilities of the Islamic Republic to attack Israel. We also see that they are attempting to direct significant attacks at the Gulf countries. And even though they're trying to kind of manage the fallout, as was mentioned by one of your people earlier, this was indeed a massive mistake, because it has forced the Gulf countries into a position that they've been trying to avoid, to position themselves as clear enemies of Iran, as legitimate attacks by the Islamic Republic. And we also saw something that I think is much more significant. The biggest attack by the Islamic Republic was on the UAE, and a lot of its symbols, such as the hotels, the airports, so symbols of openness, of prosperity, of tolerance, not unlike the attack of Al-Qaeda on the symbols of United States in 9/11. And I don't think it's a coincidence. I think it has to do with the fact that the Islamic Republic is waging an ideological war against any notion that Islam can be open, tolerant, moderate. And they understand that the UAE is the biggest symbol of what a Muslim and an Arab country could be. And they are representing the exact mirror image of a failed country that has taken the significant capabilities of its people, and rather than use it to build a wonderful country, as Iran used to be, is to use it for the truly stupid ideology of death to America and death to Israel.
All right.
And when this is the ideology, this is what you get.
Dr. Will, stay with us. Let me also bring in our other guest, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, renowned former diplomat, also very much with us on the broadcast. Ambassador Dogra, another very important information that's coming today is that of Mojtaba Khamenei, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's son, to be taking over the succession. At the same time, Israel has issued another threat saying that anybody who will continue with the succession of Ayatollah Khamenei, meaning if they will continue to target Israel and the United States, they will also inevitably be eliminated. How do you view the leadership void that is now being filled and this overall trajectory shaping up? Do you think they'll now be gunning for Mojtaba Khamenei next?
Well, that's a question best directed to your Israeli guest.
I will.
Member of parliament, but I will try and answer it also. I think it was very useful that your channel has got a voice from Iran also, besides your Israeli guests who are more regular on the channel. And they are very useful, their contributions. But your Iranian guest, Ghulamzadeh, he was quite candid and he was quite frank in giving answers, including to the nuclear question which Anand had posed to him. As far as the new supreme leader is concerned, the second son of Ayatollah Khamenei, the answer given by Ghulamzadeh had a hint of what his intentions might be. He said, while the previous supreme leader had said no nuclear option, I cannot say the same thing about someone who succeeds him. And the second son of Khamenei, Ayatollah Khamenei, is known to be more radical, more inclined towards IRGC. So, you never know the direction that he takes Iran to. But if his reputation, as told to us and to the media in general, is any indication, then I think we may not have an Iran which is going to reduce its aggression.
Ambassador, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I need to slip into a quick break. But before I do that, Dr. Wilf, would you like to weigh in on that question? Because the Defense Minister of Israel, Minister Katz, has in fact issued that warning. How do you foresee this trajectory now?
Yes, I mean, the assumption that the Islamic Republic continues is the assumption that we challenge. And I'll remind people that any effort by non-dynastic regimes in the Middle East, whether it was Gaddafi and his sons, Saddam Hussein and his sons, Mubarak and his sons, Assad and his son, every effort to put the son in charge did not end well for those countries. And this is another indication of the desperation of the Islamic Republic.
Well, absolutely. We will take this conversation forward, but right now we have to slip into a very short break. I'd request my guests to continue to stay with us as we go into a short break and come right back.
Devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone of massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah. And this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less an organized.
US bases have been targeted. Drone has been shot down now.
Iran can then threaten or attack enemy nationals.
A massive missile and drone attack over here.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
increasing quantity of Iranian missiles and so on could better be addressed to our Israeli friend. He may be able to advise us as to why it is happening, since he is a reservist for the last 15 years. As far as I'm concerned, I think Iranian moves, as also perhaps Israeli moves, have been very calculated. It is not as if Iran, at least, is not going in for carpet bombing or mindless destructions. Its targets are selected very carefully.
Right.
Maybe it is finished with the first attacks it had on the US assets in the Gulf region. So now its concentration is on Israel and perhaps some of the ships that Americans may have in and around the area of Israel.
Okay.
So that is why there could be a reduction.
Jay, now let's just bring in point number 2 also, because we've overlapped a little bit, where he said that as this conflict rages, US and Israel will strike key Iranian bases. But what will their targets be today? What will they focus on today? So Tom, let's start with you, because clearly the Israelis are moving in. They struck at Karaj and Tehran last evening. Karaj, you said, was a strong communications center. All of
Not only communication center, major military base.
Military
you have several military, missile garrisons, if you like, around the city, plus a major radar station atop of the hill above Karaj. So it is obvious that they are trying to de facto, establish themselves a corridor towards Tehran in order to have it easier to reach the city with their airstrikes. That's why they have to neutralize as much as possible of Iranian air defenses and other military assets in the Karaj area.
Increasing quantity of Iranian missiles and so on could better be addressed to our Israeli friend. He may be able to advise us as to why it is happening, since he is a reservist for the last 15 years. As far as I'm concerned, I think
Welcome back. We're getting in breaking inputs. In fact, this is the impact of the war in West Asia. There's already a bloodbath on the Dalal Street. Nifty is down by 413 points. Sensex is down by 1,200. We'll in fact be getting you more inputs on that news story. Let's quickly go across to Mangalam Malu, who's joining us from CNBC TV 18 in just a bit. But remember, we've seen ever since the war began on Saturday, there's been an impact on the overall Brent crude as well as oil prices. Perhaps even Griha would like to weigh in on that.
Right, absolutely. We have been constantly talking about the fact that the Strait of Hormuz has been impacted, how underwriters are not allowing certain ships to go ahead and pass, and there is an official missive that has come in from Tehran, and that will go ahead and impact trade, commerce significantly globally, and that's why the markets are seeing this kind of impact. Nifty now down by 413 points, Sensex down by 1,200 points. We are looking at every significant blow that India will also suffer because of the kind of strategic interest that India has in the Gulf regions, in West Asia, and with this closure, all of that comes down to the Indian market, and that's why we are seeing all of these figures really ringing. Nifty now down by over 400 points, Sensex by over 1,200 points. Possibly there will be more crash coming because the versions that are coming in from both Washington and Tehran, we do not really see this war, in fact,
and
anytime
we also
soon.
do not know by to how low is going to be the rupee falling right now. Let's quickly go across to Mangalam Malu of CNBC TV 18, who's joining us on the broadcast. Mangalam, what else can you tell us right now? How low has it been for the rupee? Because till yesterday we were being told that the rupee was staring at an all-time low in a month's time.
As we speak, at an all-time low as well, at 92.3 against the dollar. Remember, it closed on Monday's trading session at 91.47, opened above 92 today, and now as we speak, there has been consistent selling. But as far as the stock market impact of the West Asia crisis is concerned, there are two major impacts that Indian markets have. One is the rise of oil prices. So Brent crude is close to around $84 per barrel right now. The second is the weakening of the rupee. So those are two macro fundamental issues for our market, though authorities from the government have assured that we do have 50 days worth of supply for oil and gas. But the other part is a lot of these individual companies which have increased exposure to the Middle East in terms of order book or business, say something like an L&T, which has seen a big decline. It's the top nifty loser in today's trading session. The other group of stocks would be obviously the travel and tourism stocks. So Interglobe Aviation, the one that runs Indigo, is down about 4% as well. And then you have the oil and gas majors which are impacted. Petronet LNG for one is down about 9% in the market. So there is a broad-based sell-off in the Indian markets that we're seeing right now. But the good part in which we can clutch onto some of the straws is that one, India did not participate as much on the way up because we had a lack of an AI trade. So as a result of which, we don't have much below to go here from here as well. And even if you look at it in perspective of our exposure, it's limited to a few stocks or few sectors. And the third part is that, while other markets are declining, Indian cuts are limited. So for instance, today the Korean market was down by almost 10%. The Japanese index was down by about 5%. In context with that, yesterday and today, put that together, the Indian markets have not fallen a lot more than 2.5%, 3%, 4% at best. Importantly, even from today's lows, we've seen a near 170-point recovery on the Nifty. Some of the heavyweight stocks like Reliance, HDFC Bank, our IT stocks are doing the heavy lifting because a weaker rupee generally is better for the IT pack, which has currently been impacted by the AI trade. So those factors work more in favor of the Indian markets than against it. So yes, there is obviously tension. The Nifty is lower by about 2% right now. The Sensex is lower by 800, 1200 points as well, as you were talking about it. But we've recovered from the lows, and in context with the decline that we've seen in other global markets, the Indian market is relatively less impacted. So from an investment standpoint, the best thing would be to right now, continue your SIPs and keep your head down, look at the market fundamentals, which actually are offering attractive stocks to, bet on.
All right, you say keep your head down and continue to watch the market, Mangalam, but I do want to understand from you, from the figures that we are getting so far, we do understand that this is an all-time low in the last 10 months, and that's how significant this crash really is, something that India is looking at. The bilateral trade that India has with the GCC nations also, and the remittances, all of that will get impacted. Do you think there is a significant amount of crisis in the market, and that's why how we see this fall being registered on a day-wise basis, probably within hours?
Well, at an index level, yes, we are at a 10-month low, but it was just about 2 months ago that we hit a fresh record high on the index as well. So the index is a constituent of just about 50 stocks. If you look at the broader markets, they've been under pressure for their own reasons. Lack of foreign inflows, in fact, foreign fund selling that took place, lack of earnings visibility, and a general weakness into the Indian markets because of the lack of any options when it came to the AI trade. So we can't particularly drill them down to the recent nervousness that we're seeing. In fact, the exaggerated decline could be an outcome of the recent nervousness, but not to suggest that, the fact that we're at a 10-month low is largely because of these two factors. There is a trade that we do with GCC, but from a listed company standpoint, the trade is limited to just a couple of these infra players, maybe a few travel and tourism players, and a few rice exporters. On the other hand, we could, see some sort of benefits coming in with the globe, looking to diversify away from the GCC and look at India as a manufacturing partner. That's what market experts are betting on from here on as well. And if you go back in history as well, if you look at any of the wars, be it the Gulf War I or the US-Afghanistan war in 2003, or even something as recent as Operation Sindoor that we saw, markets have actually seen a decline in the very near term, but immediately after, at best 30 to 40 days later, they come back to their original levels, if not higher.
Okay, let's see how many days are we giving to this one. Thank you so much, Mangalam, for that information.
All right, let's quickly take this forward with our guests as well. Dr. Einath Wilf, former Israeli MP and co-author of The War of Return, continues to stay with us, as does Ambassador Rajiv Dogra. Dr. Wilf, let's talk about one strategic breakthrough that's taken place today, which is the attack on the IRGC, especially the Basit headquarters in Tehran. Do you think that this is going to have a significant impact and dent as far as the Iranian forces are concerned?
That is certainly the plan. I think in many ways what inspired the possibility that the Islamic Republic might finally fall, like the Soviet Union in its time, like the Nazis, is that the people showed tremendous courage in going out to the streets. And then the regime brought down the internet and engaged in brutal acts of massacre and putting down the uprisings. But what we saw and inspired us all is the courage of the people of Iran, and we know that it's still there. So this time there is a commitment to ensure that the Islamic Republic is not as capable, much less capable, hopefully not at all, to put down the next uprising. And that means going against the forces that put down the uprising, the Revolutionary Guards, the Besieged. This will take time because essentially the attacks are designed to peel off all their systems of control, and that takes time, both communications, electronics, buildings, people, machines. But yes, the idea is ultimately to create a space for the courageous people of Iran to take back their country from the Islamic Republic and finally have the freedom that they truly deserve.
Right, absolutely. And Ambassador Dogra, let's go back to another statement that has come in from the US president as he addressed yesterday as well. Why does it sound that the confusion really is not going anywhere from Washington, D.C.? Because he did look like a very, very miffed child when he went after Spain. They did not allow us to use their bases, and that's why we would be throwing tariffs. So he's again playing the tariff war here, despite that rap that has come in from the US Supreme Court in the middle of a war.
Well, let me add another dimension
Sure.
to your question. And that dimension is that so far we had been focusing, we meaning media in general all over the world, on missiles and bombs and what effect they have had on one side or the other. But now, as your CNBC correspondent explained in detail, the attention is also focusing slightly but meaningfully on the economic effects of the war. And the Central Bank of Israel has already come out with a statement that the roughly 3 days of war have cost Israel $17 to $20 billion. I don't know how much it is costing USA, because if it is costing $17 billion, let's say, to Israel, USA, it must be a much greater figure. And to the world, it will be much greater still, because if there is no movement, after all, there's no air traffic going one way or the other, that means businessmen cannot travel. That also means orders cannot be placed. So the cost to the world economy would be humongous. And also the psychological fear that obtains in such circumstances when there is uncertainty all around is very bad for business. There are sell-offs by some banks of their Bitcoin holdings, for example. There is also mistrust between European allies of America and America, because as you said very rightly, Spain has said, ask the American fighter aircrafts to get out of their territory. Croatia has said, we are not interested in entering this war. Italy, the Prime Minister has also expressed reservations. So all this adds to a bad news for economy. That is one. As far as Trump is concerned, his statements cannot be taken at face value, because he says something one moment and contradicts himself the other moment. But even worse, it is Rubio, who is supposed to be a stabilizing influence. His statements show confusion creeping in. And that is bad
Absolutely.
news
Ambassador
for
Dogra,
America.
I'm sure you will agree, we've also discussed this kind of back and forth in the political narrative that's surrounding this war. But let me quickly, interesting figures you shared in terms of the losses that Israel is bearing. I want to bring in our third guest, Adam Scott Bellos, who's the CEO at Israel Innovation Fund. Adam, thank you for joining in. How do you assess the figures that are coming out? And at a a time there's so much talk about a war of attrition. Well, Israel already has been at that when you talk about the war going on in Gaza ever since October 7, in fact, in 2023. For how long can one afford this war, not just in Israel, but also the overall impact on the global economy?
I think we need to be extreme. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. It's always great to be here with you guys. I think we need to be extremely clear right now. This war hasn't even lasted a week, and the Islamic Republic's leadership has been utterly decimated. If you were here during the last 12-day conflict that happened directly with Iran, the bombardment on the country was much heavier. While more has maybe gotten through due to the cluster firing that the Iranians are doing, which is a violation of international law, maybe there are some more buildings that are being hit in Tel Aviv, but the actual running to the bomb shelter and the inconvenience on Israeli lives in general is nowhere near what it was during the 12-day conflict about a year ago. And I think that's very important to understand. I do not see this being a protracted conflict. Yes, is this going to have a major global economic impact with the closing of the Straits of Hormuz and the choking of oil? Yes, for sure. And the Saudis are right now trying to reroute oil through the Red Sea. Let's not get hyperbolic on an endless war or start making crazy conjectures. Right now, we're in a very dramatic situation. The markets are reacting because markets don't like instability. Bitcoin and alternative coins have already been tanking for the last, I would say, 8 weeks, if not 12 weeks, going Bitcoin, for example, dropping from 120,000 to I believe it's now at 62,000 a coin. It's extremely important not to overreact. Any financial analysis expert or any financial forensic expert would tell you that obviously there's going to be some type of recorrection. I want to add one other thing that's very important. The Chinese element of this financial aspect is extremely important, because right now the entire strategy, it seems, of the Americans has been to squeeze China and isolate China's energy supply, which is extremely important, and it's going to force Russia to make a choice. Do they want to be Iran's biggest client, or do they still want to be their own superpower?
Right. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Bellos. We have a quick piece of breaking news that we'd like to put out for our viewers. Do stay on with us. All right, getting in some breaking inputs. This is with regards to a fresh wave of attacks being undertaken by the IDF. What we're being told is that the IDF has launched a 10th wave of strikes in Tehran. The Air Force has now begun a broad wave of strikes targeting infrastructure of the Iranian terror regime in Tehran. Further details are yet to follow, but what we can tell you that Tehran is back now as far as the overall radar for the IDF is concerned. Not only did we see that the IRGC's Basit headquarters, their central command, their in fact also the ones that were looking after suppression of protesters, all of the various headquarters located in the Basit headquarters in Tehran have been targeted, and that in itself is a huge sort of dent to the IRGC. Let's quickly, in fact, go across to Siddhant Mishra, who's joining us from the newsroom as well. Siddhant, take us through why Tehran is currently bearing such a brunt. Initially, we've seen the IRGC also being impacted. Any information coming in through your sources with the IDF? What are the new targets in Tehran at the moment?
Well, I think looking at today's situation, Akanksha, in fact, we have been discussing since morning. So there has been a change in goalpost from day 1 to day 4. And now there is immense pressure mounting on US and Israeli forces, A, to justify this entire operation which is being carried out against Iran, and B, that till when this war is going to continue. And perhaps this is the reason that a short while back we were playing the Basij headquarters, their internal riot command center, etc., were engaged militarily. The bombs were dropped. So, that was a message to the people, anti-regime in Iran, that they can overthrow the government, etc. Now, it would really be interesting to see that what is going to be this target in the 10th wave. They have still not given details of the target. So, it would really be interesting to see. Perhaps
Absolutely.
then we could get to know more about the objectives in the 10th wave.
So as you rightly highlighted, this is just day 4 and we're already staring at the 10th wave of strikes being conducted by the IDF. But more importantly, as we were highlighting today, the big breakthrough over here is how the IRGC headquarters in Tehran have been in fact targeted. You're looking at the Basit militia. I want to quickly get in another word from Siddhant with regards to what the Basit means, not just to the IRGC, but to the overall Iranian regime.
Yeah, so very few people know that Basij is a paramilitary force in Iran, loyal to the regime. And when the protests were taking place in Iran, it was Basij which was engaging with the protesters, were clearing the roads, were putting them behind the bars, arresting them, crushing the voice of dissent in Iran. So they are very loyal to the regime. And today, Akanksha, in fact, we discussed this earlier, that today Basij headquarters were hit, the internal riot control command center was hit. So the message is to the protesters against the regime that they should come on the streets and overthrow the regime. So the message was very clear, which was given by US and Israeli forces. Now, I again say that it is very interesting it will really be interesting to see that what all other targets they are going to hit in the 10th wave.
All right, stay with me. In fact, I'm getting in some more breaking inputs. This is big breaking input coming in. We're getting in a word that China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi has dialed Israel's counterpart over there. In fact, gone on to also share the Chinese sentiment, openly talking about how they condemn the strikes on Iran by Israel. In fact, he's spoken to his Israeli counterpart, and this is a big statement. Is China now going to be the mediating force over here? It seems like the indications that are coming in, but the Chinese Foreign Minister, Siddhant, dialing the Israeli counterpart is big news.
Well, that's right, Akanksha. So this has been a very long dream of China to play a role of mediator in West Asia. In fact, if you remember a few years back, they got Saudi Arabia and Iran, some kind of a pact mediated. If you remember, I very clearly remember those pictures where Wang Yi was sitting in between and his counterparts from Saudi Arabia and Iran were on the other side. So they definitely want this US dominance over West Asia to end. In fact, they have been trying really hard to get this dominance ended, and now perhaps they're looking.
And also they have their own vested interests.
Yes,
let's not forget, with the Strait of Hormuz being shutting down, we also know that the Chinese supplies are also in fact bearing the brunt of this.
But Akanksha, I doubt that Chinese supply will bear the brunt,
okay,
because given the kind of relations and equations they have with Iran, perhaps when there was nobody standing with Iran buying their crude, China was buying their crude. So and there is a tech transfer, military cooperation, etc., etc. So I doubt that Chinese vessels will be stopped.
That's a very interesting point. For all we know, that maybe perhaps there is in fact a special passage being created in the Strait of Hormuz for those Chinese vessels, which is why that phone call has gone on to Israel. We will keep coming back to you with all the more inputs, the latest breaking inputs that are coming in on CNN News 18. With that, it's a quick wrap from my end. Thank you so much for watching.
Who, what, where, when, why. You see the bits, I see the whole. To know the inside story on Iran, get with me inside the bunker. Only on CNN News 18.
Increasing quantity of Iranian missiles and so on could better be addressed to our Israeli friend. He may be able to advise us as to why it is happening, since he's a reservist for the last 15 years. As far as I'm concerned, I think Iranian moves, as also perhaps Israeli moves, have been very calculated. It is not as if Iran, at least, is not going in for carpet bombing or mindless destructions. Its targets are selected very carefully.
Right.
Maybe it is finished with the first attacks it had on the US assets in the region. So now its concentration is on Israel and perhaps some of the ships that Americans may have in and around the area of Israel.
Okay.
So that is why there could be a reduction.
Jay, let's just bring in point number 2 also, because we've overlapped a little bit, where he said that as this conflict rages, US and Israel will strike key Iranian bases. But what will their targets be today? What will they focus on today? So Tom, let's start with you, because clearly the Israelis are moving in. They struck at Karaj and Tehran last evening. Karaj, you said, was a strong communications center. All of
Not only communication center, major military base.
Military
you have several military, missile garrisons, if you like, around the city, plus a major radar station atop of the hill above Karaj. So it is obvious that they are trying to de facto, establish themselves a corridor towards Tehran in order to have it easier to reach the city with their airstrikes. That's why they have to neutralize as much as possible of Iranian air defenses and other military.
Hello and welcome to the continuous coverage of the conflict in the Middle East that continues to escalate. My name is Ayushman Singh Jamwal.
And I'm Priya Atul. Let's now get you the headlines.
Iran strikes US military communications, radar and satellite infrastructure across the Middle East. Satellite imagery shows key systems at bases in Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and the UAE have been damaged.
Also, new satellite images reveal widespread destruction across Iran's strategic infrastructure following coordinated US and Israeli military strikes.
Donald Trump administration will host top US defense contractors at the White House on March 6 to press for faster weapons production as the Pentagon moves to rebuild stockpiles drained by the recent strikes on Iran and other military operations, facing a lot of constraints in the conflict zone.
Iran launches another wave of strikes against US and Israeli targets, with Tehran's foreign minister now saying that Iran remains determined to defend itself and confront what it calls US-Israeli aggression.
And shifting focus to the power structures inside Iran, Iran's Clerical Assembly of Experts has reportedly chosen Mojtaba Khamenei, son of the late Ali Khamenei, as the next supreme leader under reported pressure from the Revolutionary Guards.
Also, we are learning of large-scale destruction across Iran as US-Israeli strikes intensify. Tehran, Isfahan, Karaj, also Kermanshah have been hit. We are also learning of hundreds of missiles and drones that have ended up targeting the military and strategic sites since the 28th of February.
And talking about the situation back home and the ripples created by the assassination of Ali Khamenei, mass mourning reported in Leh after the death of Iran's supreme leader. Intelligence agencies raised serious red flags over foreign radical elements operating in India.
We're also, in fact, learning of escalating geopolitical tensions and how Indian markets are now plunging as Sensex has dropped over 1,750 points and Nifty has fallen 530 points, while the rupee now sinks 66 paise to an all-time low of 92.15 versus the US dollar.
And so a lot of reverberations coming in across the spectrum, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the situation in the Middle East, as the conflict is only escalating and more tensions are only rising between Israel as well as Iran, as the United States also now struggles with the entire stockpiles, calling the defense contractors for a crucial meeting. Let's take you through the situation that is emerging from within India. As you can see, this is Leh, this is not Tehran, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, support for Ali Khamenei is just spreading across Leh and in different parts of the country. We also saw those protests coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where in the city of Srinagar there was widespread unrest after the death of Ali Khamenei, where several radical elements have spilled onto the streets. And also we're seeing those scenes coming in from Leh. You can see the hundreds of people who have gathered to mourn the death of this former supreme leader of Iran. And you can see that intelligence agencies are flagging serious concerns with the rise of these radical elements now emerging out of the woodwork ever since Ali Khamenei was assassinated by US and Israeli forces. This is a huge cause for concern when it comes to the situation inside the country, given the fact that India has been consistently targeting the notion of radical cells across the country. And now, after the death of Ali Khamenei and the fact that Iran is the progenitor of the entire terror infrastructure that has spread across the Middle East and to other parts of the world, this is also raising a lot of concerns in India, in intelligence circles. You can see the visuals on your screen. These are several parts of Leh, and hundreds and thousands of mourners have gathered to mourn the death of Ali Khamenei. What kind of designs are at play over here is the situation that is being assessed by the intelligence agencies. Also support coming in from top echelons of India's political circles as well. This is what former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti had to say.
आज हमने सोचा हम बाहर तो प्रोटेस्ट कर नहीं सकते हैं ऐसे हालात में, क्योंकि दिल बहुत गमज़दा है, दिल में बहुत तकलीफ है। तो कम से कम ये जो शैतानी ताकतें हैं, चाहे वो नेतन्याहू हो या चाहे वो ट्रंप हो, तो हमने आपके सामने उनका पुतला जलाया और ये मैसेज देना चाहते हैं हम पूरी दुनिया को कि जहां तक ईरान के लोगों का सवाल है, जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग, बिलखुसूस वादी कश्मीर के लोग, जो मुस्लिम उम्मा है, वो इस वक्त ईरान के लोगों के साथ है। हम उनकी शहादत को सलाम करते हैं, उनकी बहादुरी को सलाम करते हैं और गुजारिश करते हैं यहाँ की सरकार को, जितने भी लोग जेलों में आपने बंद किए हुए हैं उनको रिहा कर दीजिए।
And as you can see, the radical elements coming out of the woodwork in Jammu and Kashmir, even in Leh, as we can see, thousands of people protesting on the streets. Anand is joining us on the broadcast. Anand, this is something that we thought was a bygone era in Jammu and Kashmir, where radical elements were not so mobilized on the streets and not so vociferous with their protests, as well as the solidarity with radical elements like the Ayatollah. But these scenes in Leh, as well as what we saw in Srinagar, very concerning.
Well, you know what happens, we must say, we must also add this very clearly to our viewers, that not all the people who are out on the streets are radical there. They are all Shia. Now, Budgam, you know Jammu and Kashmir well, Ayushman. Budgam, a lot of parts of Kargil and also northward into POJK up to Skardu has a lot of Shia population. And the Shia believe that the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was their spiritual leader. Now, whether they are misguided in terms of thinking that they can come out on the streets, but there is a certain level of angst and a certain level of this. It's not that the Ayatollah has been pro-Bharat. He has actually in the past made statements about Azadi of Kashmir, etc., taking line that is a pro-Pakistani line. All of that is one part. So he's taken a political point of view there. But he's also their spiritual leader. So there is a certain level of angst and a certain level of sorrow which people would want to express. So they have come out to express. But they should not forget that this is Bharat. This is India. And India respects everybody. So you have the right to come out and protest, but don't turn it into a statement of violence or a statement that looks like an extreme position compared to what Bharat's syncretic culture is. People like Mehbooba Mufti like to feed on the frenzy. They have been oftentimes guilty of fanning these flames and fumes in the past. And the concern is that, in trying to express pain, it should not turn into that you start pelting stones, you resort to violence, and you try and do things which are not allowed as per the rules and structure of Bharatiya laws are concerned, Nyaya Sanhita is concerned. And you have to not forget that all Muslims, the only true person to pray to is Allah. And that's something which should not be forgotten. A particular head or a religious leader, whatever their positions are, they may come and go, but your right to prayer is not taken away from you. But the Shia in this region have largely been marginalized. This is the first time in 33 years. The Shia should not forget that only after the abrogation of Article 370 were they able to also mourn Imam Hussein, were they able to conduct the March of Ashura on the streets of Srinagar and also at Lal Chowk. And that happened only after the abrogation of Article 370. Otherwise, for the last 30 years, it was not being allowed. The same Mehbooba Mufti, the same Omar Abdullah denied them this. So they must remember these aspects, and somewhere they are letting out their pain and their angst, but they also have to ensure that there is a daira. The other question they have to ask is, something's happening in Iran. We are in Bharat and we are very, very safe and comfortable. All students from Jammu and Kashmir and Uttar Pradesh, etc., have been safely evacuated, moved out to Jordan, and they should be all back home. And that's all happening because they have that blue passport and the Indian citizenship.
But Anand, the mobilization of so many people and the scenes that we saw in Srinagar, stone pelting was something that the government said is now a thing of the past. And we saw those scenes in Srinagar. From an intelligence and security standpoint, that is a concern at the end of the day, to see this level of mobilization taking place for someone who was against Bharat, but at the same time, that the radical elements can have this level of influence on the people in Jammu and Kashmir.
See, at times it is possible for somebody to make this assumption, and they are youth. A lot of them have not seen 70s, 80s, 90s. They're all born in post-2000. And they have not seen the brutality that's been meted out by the IRGC, which shot down 40,000 protesters. What they are seeing is that their spiritual leader was bombed. They were bombed by US and Israel. They are not coming out in protest against the Bharatiya government or Bharat. They are coming out in protest against those who they believe killed the Khamenei. So the Trump regime, Bibi Netanyahu, etc. They can, one would ask, saying, hey, something's happening elsewhere in, 4,000 kilometers away. Why are you joining issue with them? But you can also say that, all right, if there is a sentiment, let them vent it out. But like I said, there has to be a line that has to be drawn, and these people have to realize that you cannot act against the country and take law and order into your own hands while you come out to protest. And who are you protesting for? Did he stand up for your rights? Did he stand up for you when Pakistan was trying to bomb and trying to send drones? Which side did Iran stand on? What did the Ali Khamenei at that time have to say? What was his actual position? What did the IRGC have to say? The same IRGC that took a pro-Pakistan stand today is complaining that the Pakistanis are giving their air bases to the Saudis and to the Americans. So this is all very duplicitous, and one needs to actually filter this information across to them for them to understand the reality.
Absolutely. And the only people to enforce those red lines for security are the Indian forces, and that's something that they have to be very vigilant about. We're tossing back to Greha because we're getting a piece of breaking news coming in from the war zone. Greha, over to you.
Absolutely, and this is another exclusive information that CNN News 18 has managed to access. And we are in fact talking more on these protests on the Indian side. As in Leh, in Ladakh, thousands of Shia Muslims have gathered in mourning following the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in this joint US-Israel strikes. We are in fact going to be putting out these visuals of crowds dressed in black. They marched through the streets and they were seen carrying the portraits of Khamenei, waving those black flags in grief. Anti-US, anti-Israeli slogans also were raised as participants condemned the attack and expressed solidarity with Iran. In fact, Ayushman, since you have Anand with you, we were taking that conversation forward. There was earlier mention of leaders like the PDP chief, Ms. Mufti. She too was seen burning the effigy of the top leadership of Israel.
Absolutely, and now Donald Trump as well as Benjamin Netanyahu are enemy number one when it comes to the situation in Jammu and Kashmir as well as Leh, where the anger is spilling against Israel as well as the United States. But the question remains, should the Indian intelligence circles and the security circles be also vigilant about this rising mobilization that we are seeing? Anand, we were discussing this, that this is something that they're venting their anger because they saw Ali Khamenei as their spiritual leader. But the spillover that we can see in other parts, especially the parts of Jammu and Kashmir, which are prone to radicalism, that continues to be a concern. And we can see all that mobilization on our screens.
Well, this is happening in Lucknow, viewers. So those who don't understand or perhaps have limited understanding of Islam and its various firqas and sects, the Shia and Sunni are very different. What's Lucknow famous for? The Imam Bada, right? What's an Imam Bada? An Imam Bada is a Shia area of prayer or mourning. And the Imam Bada comes into play when the first month of Islamic calendar happens, and then the 10th day, that is Ashura, where they mourn the martyrdom of Imam Hussein. Now, the Shia follow the direct descendant of the Prophet, and that's his nephew. It all starts with Ali, and from there, the Shia sect itself draws its roots. Whereas the Sunnis, they follow Abu Bakr and also the teachings of the group that follows the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad. So that's why they are called the Sunnat, or they follow the Sunnat of the Sunnis. So masjids, mosques are different, Imam Badas are different, and that's why Lucknow has a very strong Shia population. And that's why we see the Shia coming out to protest. And this is how they protest. They dress in black, they mourn, and as they are mourning Imam Hassan, the same way they are mourning Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. That leader for a lot of people was radical. He was a mullah. He fostered terror groups and also responses. But there are always two sides to the coin, and how the narrative is seen and the perspectives that are seen. At this moment, for the intel agencies and for the local administration, as long as it is mourning because a spiritual leader is dead, that's what connects Shias around the world. That's so it is okay. But if this becomes a hotbed for radicalization and a fresh round of violence, then we have a concern. And I think all the leaders, the Shia imams, so that's why those who are Shia leaders are called imams. And if the imams are playing their role responsibly, they will ensure that the youth who came out to mourn stand there, do their mourning, and vent out their angst or their pain, perhaps burn a few effigies, and then go back and realize that they are in Bharat. And their citizenship and their allegiance is with Bharat, its syncretic culture where there is safety, there is not a radical regime here, and continue to then go back to doing their service to the country. As long as the imams are able to ensure that, I think we don't have a problem. But if there are elements which try to poke in and try to radicalize and politicize this matter and deliberately try and stoke violence, that's a concern, and that needs to be nipped in the bud.
Absolutely. And that is the concern, and the security forces have to be vigilant. Thank you, Anand, for decoding that for us. Tossing over to Griha to get more details as more and more updates coming in from Jammu and Kashmir as well as Leh when it comes to the situation and the reverberation after Ali Khamenei's death. Also, the latest updates coming in from the war zone.
Right, absolutely, Ayushman. And we are constantly tracking the rapidly widening escalation as far as Middle East and West Asia entirely is concerned. Drone strikes that have been reported near US diplomatic sites in Riyadh, Dubai, also Baghdad. At least 50 people, we are learning, have been killed in Lebanon amid continuing strikes. Iran has also gone on to target US military communications across the region. Satellite imagery also is going on to show and register that damage to the radar and secure systems at American bases, be it in Bahrain, be it in Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and also the Al Udeid base for that matter. If we take a look at what is the missive that's coming out of Washington, the Trump administration, we learning of, is planning on meeting top US defense contractors. Now, why is that? These meetings will take place at the White House. We are told that this might happen as early as the 6th of March. All of this to accelerate weapons production as the Pentagon moves to replenish the stockpiles following strikes on Iran. There are also reports that are indicating the Ayatollah's son, Mojtaba Khamenei, he is being elevated as Iran's next supreme leader. So back home, there is an impact already that the markets are witnessing. Even as these tensions continue to rise in West Asia, we are learning about how the markets have reacted very, very sharply. Indian equities have plunged in early trade and the rupee has weakened by 66 paise. Very, very concerning piece of news for the Indian rupee, as it has now gone to a record low of 92.15 against the dollar. So let's in fact give you an assessment visually of what this escalation, the attacks from both sides, from a three-way attack really is looking like when it is about this growing conflict. We first take a look at the presidential complex in Tehran. And if we take a look at the before and after images, that's right behind me on the video wall here, you can see it's pretty intact here. Before we marked it here in circle, and to give you an assessment of the kind of damage that it has seen. And there you see the second image, it's completely obliterated. The dome is no longer there, the presidential complex gone. That's a strike in Tehran by Israeli and US forces. This is the result. If you take a look at the next set of slides, this is coming in from the judiciary complex in Tehran. And if you can see, this is what it looked like before all of this satellite imagery that we've managed to access. And after the strikes, this is the damage that we have managed to register, so that you can get a comparison to understand what has been the impact of these strikes in Tehran particularly. Nuclear facility in Iran. Remember, the bone of contention, it all started from there. At least that's how the US is choosing to, in fact, send out a narrative. The Natanz nuclear facility. Take a look at this. If we take a look at the next set of images, I request the director to cue us to the next set. This is the Natanz nuclear facility in Iran. Before it, this is how it fought. But this is what has happened to it now after the strikes. Remember, there were earlier strikes that had happened on the nuclear facility in Natanz, in Iran for that matter. The US president, with his own assertion, has spoken about how the entire nuclear doctrine, the way the stockpiling really is happening on part of Iran, all of that has been completely obliterated. All of that came in from Washington, then they go on to strike the nuclear facility again. Now, the next one is from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps headquarters. So IRGC, significant heft that it commands in Iran. Even their headquarters have been struck. Before, this is what it looked like, and after it, there you can see this is a significant damage that the IRGC HQ has registered in Iran. A lot of importance and a lot of, in fact, heft, like I was mentioning, that the IRGC really has in Iran. But if you can see the strike and the impact of the strike, Ayushman, we can, in fact, only assess the damage that has, the building at least has, in fact, had. And of course, the entire discussion about the next supreme leader, it goes on to Mojtaba Khamenei and how, despite the fact that they never were into bloodline elevation, they are now, in fact, forced to it. And IRGC is responsible for doing that.
Absolutely. But the situation also emerges that, are we seeing the revival of Iranian nationalism once again, given the fact that Ayatollah Khamenei, by attaining that martyrdom status, did his son get the, if you will, the cultural as well as the political heft to be declared the next leader to continue the entire regime of under the Ayatollah's name, under the moniker of the Ayatollah? Is that the situation that has emerged? While the strikes continue, politically, have the United States as well as Israel miscalculated the entire situation? Let's get to our guest, Sanjay K. Verma, former diplomat, Anand Ranganathan, author, as well as Group Captain MJ Vinod, defense expert, as well as Igal Malka, Israeli activist, joining us on the broadcast. I want to take this question first to Sanjay K. Verma. Sir, just from a diplomatic perspective, looking at the situation that's emerging, looking at the strained narratives coming in from the Trump administration, where everyone from Marco Rubio to Pete Hegseth to even Donald Trump seem like headless chickens when it comes to talking about the entire narrative for the war. Has the United States and Israel miscalculated the messaging as well as the optics surrounding this conflict?
So let me first talk about Washington. So it seems that the strategic communication is not coherent coming out from there, and different heads of his own cabinet ministries are talking differently. That is something which will never be able to build a narrative favoring the United States steps that it has taken. Israel, I would say, more or less is quite coherent in its narrative. So therefore, diplomatically speaking, we are looking at a situation where it seems that the decision was not taken in Washington unanimously, and probably it was the head of the state who took the call without consulting many of his colleagues. Second point here is, from the diplomatic perspective, diplomacy and dialogue had to be given more space to move forward. I know some of my colleagues or fellow panelists could also be of the view that it had been given enough space to resolve the issues. The second question starts from the legalistic point of view. Where does it stand in the US domestic laws and constitution? Where does it stand in the international law? And any jurist will be able to tell.
But Sanjay K. Verma, does that matter to Trump? Honestly, does that matter to Trump?
If it doesn't matter to a country, then if another country takes a similar step, should it matter to him as well?
But as per Donald Trump, it's the law of the jungle nowadays when it comes to international order. He's made that extremely clear. American power is here to enforce its own agenda, and we're seeing that play out given the fact that he's bombed 8 countries ever since he became president without any congressional authority.
Absolutely.
And clearly, Iran is the same chapter of that book.
See, that is why if you look at it, his allies themselves are falling apart.
But
Spain
let
has
me
said
take
that
this.
they will not be... Sorry, you were saying something.
Sorry, sir. Sorry to interrupt you. But let me also bring in Anand Ranganathan on this very point that Ayushman was making. Mr. Ranganathan, the fact that there were attacks at Qom, there were versions that came in from Washington that they will decide on the next line of leadership for Iran. They, in fact, are talking about how it's a earlier, again, the same thing, Rubio coming out and in fact dissing this entire regime change narrative. It was about something that Israel possibly were wanting to attack US, I beg your pardon, Iran, and that's why we went ahead and did that. All of that information, which looks like a very, very confused narrative that's coming in from Washington. Then they go on to say that we would have gone ahead and decided on the next leadership, but even they were killed. Now we learn of attacks that have happened at Qom while an election was going on, as far as the assembly of experts really are concerned. How does one really takes the US seriously when it is about this war? Because like many are saying, it does not have a congressional approval. Of course, it's illegal. Many are mentioning that part as well. Ayushman just mentioned about it. But can we take them seriously? Because they're not sticking with one narrative, one idea.
Good afternoon, everyone, to my fellow panelists, and as well to your viewers, and wishing everyone a very happy Holi under trying circumstances, has to be said. I'd like to make a couple of points. Number one, I think we need to understand, when I speak as a layman, there are enough experts on the panel out here who are free to correct me, of course, and I'm here to learn. There is only one entity that can decide if America wins or loses a war, and that entity is America itself. Let's be very honest out here. With such overwhelming power at its command, the only race America is having is with time. And I explain you. And this is where I think the calculations, as people are saying, went a bit wrong. Because America or Americans will never allow America to undertake a long drawn-out war. It has never won a long drawn-out war. I mean, I don't even need to go back to Vietnam, where you had 47,000 American soldiers killed. Afghanistan, for 20 years, you had 5,000 American soldiers killed. It pulled out of them. It lost those wars. Now, you can compare it, for example, with Putin and Ukraine. In the last 3 years, Russia has lost, it's a conservative estimate, 320,000 Russian soldiers. I'm not even talking of Russian civilians. 320,000 Russian soldiers have died, and the Ukraine war sees no sign of slowing down or stopping as far as Putin is concerned. America will never allow that. You have already half a dozen body bags coming to America. If that count increases, you will have Americans questioning severely the idea of undertaking this war. So when America entered this Iran war, it did on the pretext, maybe it was convinced by Israel or others, that we are going for a very swift regime change, and then everything would be hunky-dory and everything would be under our command. That hasn't happened till now. This is not to say in the next couple of weeks that I think America can afford with minimum casualties. It might still happen. But for that to happen, two things have to happen. The revolution has to rise from the ground of Iran itself. Now, one of the things that was going well for America and Israel was that there was a groundswell of protests against the current regime. That has yet to surface. If that surfaces, I think that in conjunction with the awesome power, military power at display, we might still see America taking hold of Iran. But there is confusion, and I agree with that.
Right, but Anand Ranganathan, yesterday also we saw on the streets of Tehran pro-Khamenei agitations. All the anti-Khamenei agitations seem to have disappeared. We saw pro-Khamenei agitations. And secondly, talking about the politics inside the United States, Donald Trump is a different political beast as compared to his predecessors. Even if the body bags increase, even if more American servicemen are killed in this conflict, is it possible for him to politically survive? Because he's still known as Teflon Don. We've seen the MAGA base coalesce around the idea of waging war against Iran. Can he survive this politically if the American casualties increase?
Impossible. Impossible. No president has been able to do that. We have to, as I said, even in Vietnam, when you had the war drag on for 20 years, even then America had to pull out and lost the war. And we are living in an age where already people are talking about this war having been undertaken by Trump to hide the Epstein saga. So that call is getting shriller and shriller. And, you know, when you have unfortunate circumstances where Americans are killed in this war, which they would be if the war goes with the same intensity as it is going right now. Coupled to that, the attacks that are going to happen, as Iran is saying, it has now completely blockaded Hormuz and it's going to attack every ship that goes past it. America is saying it's going to have a safety net of American Navy guide those ships. Under those circumstances, you expect a direct combat between America and Iran. So you expect casualties to rise. Trump cannot withstand.
But Group Captain Vinod, I'd like you to come in here. This entire aspect of the Strait of Hormuz and how America is now talking about how they will have their own set of underwriters to probably insure the vessels. How much can that be taken at face value?
Great question. In fact, I was on the other channel talking about it. Whoever has come up with this idea,
Group Captain Vinod, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, do go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So whoever has come up with this idea of escorting oil ships out of Hormuz.
Sir, I think you're on mute.
No, I'm not.
No, we can hear you. I can hear you.
Only you can't hear me. I think
We'll just fix that. So
go ahead.
We'll just fix
Yeah. So whoever has come up with this idea that you're going to escort an oil tanker coming out of Hormuz is either not a military man or completely uninitiated. And I tell you why. First and foremost, I've written an article on it. North of this Hormuz is hilly terrain. Natural caves are there. From there, even an ACAC gun can take out ships coming out of Hormuz, and it is just a 3-kilometer corridor where 2 ships have to pass. It's just 10 kilometers at the neck. So what about midget submarine? So these escort ships, are they going to, somehow stop midget submarines from coming and, sticking a bomb which will explode sometimes later? It's impossible. In fact, the trump card of Hormuz for Iran is much bigger than the trump card of the nuclear bogey that they've been throwing around. Let me take also a leaf from what Anand, just now talked about. Trump has, not the trump card Trump, the President Trump. The President Trump has only one choice with him, and that is to, accept whatever the peace process comes out, and that peace process has to be nothing less than Iran climbing down from saying Iran should unequivocally say, we are not here to destroy Israel completely, and we will not be pursuing our nuclear aspirations. If these two are met, I think Iran should be let go, and that is the only way America can extricate out of this. There is no other way. Genghis Khan tried it. Saddam Hussein tried it. I don't know if people who have not been to Iran have flown a lot over Iran. Iran is a different, kettle of fish altogether. The Isfahan and that area is totally different. It's a large country.
So while you're making that point, we will in fact continue to discuss this. We have a big development that we have for our viewers, and let me put that out for them. We're learning that Israeli military has in fact said that an F-35 has been downed, and this is an Iranian fighter jet that has come down over Tehran. So over Tehran, right at the heart of Iran is where this has happened. Let me in fact take this across to my colleague there in the newsroom, and we will in fact get in an assessment of what really has happened.
35 that has been down. We do not really think of Air Force when it is about Iran. It has a significantly diminished Air Force, but this one will be denting it further there, Akanksha.
Right, and this is in fact an Iranian jet that we are looking at. It's known as Adir in Iran, and it's an F-35 that was shot down by Israel. This is the first shoot down in history of a manned fighter aircraft by an F-35 Adir fighter jet. Now, this is indeed big news, as this has in fact been confirmed by Israel. Now, these are claims that are being made by the IDF at the moment. What we can tell you, because the Israeli military is now claiming that they downed this Iranian fighter jet in Tehran, which means that they literally entered the Iranian airspace, and there was perhaps a dogfight, and eventually it's led to this strategic loss. But going on to also indicate that today itself IDF has started a fresh wave of airstrikes, and maybe in fact have Tom also with us. Tom, could you also shed more light on these Iranian fighter jets that are currently getting down? We were just having a word on that.
Yes, thank you. Generally, Iranian Air Force is flying with light jets. Yak 130 is a training jet over Tehran area and shooting down incoming Israeli and US missiles. And it makes sense for Israelis to try to suppress them, to shut down some of their jets. That is definitely so.
I was earlier asking Akanksha this as well. When it is about air power, Iran doesn't have that significant heft in front of an Israel and an America. So how much of this will be denting what they are saying about their deterrence further?
Well, Iranian Air Force is old and mostly consisting of old and worn-out aircraft, like F-4s, F-5s, F-14s from the 1970s. They have been minimally upgraded over the time, but they are no deterrence. They are at most useful against Israeli and US drones operating over Iran. Right. This is what they were doing, and now one of them was obviously shot down in this fashion.
Right. Thank you so much for that, Tom. In fact, Ayushman, maybe you'd want to take this across to our guests as well, because this is another major development. We are talking about how this has happened right in the heart of Iran, particularly in Tehran.
Absolutely. I want to take that to Igal Malka, Israeli activist who's joining us on the broadcast. Thank you, Mr. Malka, for joining us. Now, when we talk about Israeli air power, it is legendary when it comes to the Middle East. We all remember the Six-Day War, how Israel was able to neutralize the air force of 4 other nations that had retaliated against it. But talking about the situation that's escalating in the Middle East and the rise of this pro-Khamenei kind of support that we're seeing on the streets of Tehran, is there a fear within the IDF that this entire military exercise could lead to a revival of Iranian nationalism? Could we see the rise of another Mahmoud Ahmadinejad type figure who can rally the entire Iranian nation against Israel more vociferously than we've seen before?
Okay, first of all, this is not the Six-Day Wars. This time we are aiming to 3,000 kilometers from Israel. Iran is not here in our border, so we get the fight over there and not here. So it's completely different issue now. About the fear that they will rise another terrorist leader in Iran, yes, of course it can happen. Same as we saw in Lebanon when Hezbollah raised their leaders one after another. When you kill one, then they rising some other one. But the issue is that now the American people, the American president and Israel are aiming to change the regime. The issue is not killing Khamenei, and that's enough. The plan is to change the regime after almost 50 years, 5 decades
but Mr. Malka, just to clarify, 40 of the top leadership has been eliminated. Still, they were able to pick a supreme leader who was Ali Khamenei's son. Have you created a bloodline succession by making Khamenei into a martyr? He's pretty much gained that position in the upper echelons of Iranian politics, where you've created a figure like Ali Khamenei, whose now son is the supreme leader. Have you miscalculated politically in some way? Because earlier we were seeing anti-regime agitations on the ground. Now we are seeing pro-regime agitations on the ground. So have you miscalculated this politically by pouring more life into the regime, if you will?
Well, first of all, Ali Khamenei's son become a target, same as his father is a target now.
Wow.
And besides that, when we are talking about the support of the regime in Iran, you have to understand the people in Iran doesn't believe that this regime is coming to end his life very soon. And they still have to think about the day after. Just imagine that this war will end and the regime will stand on its foot. Those people have to show support. They are terrified from the idea that this war will end without the fail of the regime.
Right. Mr. Malka, I think Israel since 1948 has been in for the long haul when it comes to fighting these forces. But the question remains, does the United States have the same stomach for this kind of a war the same way Israel has? That's the big question.
Well, we would take that forward, but we have to take a very short break at the moment. Gentlemen, do stay on with us. We'll come right back after a quick break.
Devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone of massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah. And this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less an organized.
US bases have been targeted.
Drone has been shot down now.
Iran can then threaten or attack enemy nationals.
A massive missile and drone attack over here.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
Increasing quantity of Iranian missiles and so on could better be addressed to our Israeli friend. He may be able to advise us as to why it is happening, since he is a reservist for the last 15 years. As far as I am concerned, I think Iranian moves, as also perhaps Israeli moves, have been very calculated. It is not as if Iran, at least, is not going in for carpet bombing or mindless destructions. Its targets are selected very carefully.
Right.
Maybe it is finished with the first attacks it had on the US assets in the Gulf region. So now its concentration is on Israel and perhaps some of the ships that Americans may have in and around the area of Israel.
Okay.
So that is why there could be a reduction.
Jay, now let's just bring in point number 2 also, because we've overlapped a little bit, where he said that as this conflict rages, US and Israel will strike key Iranian bases. But what will their targets be today? What will they focus on today? So Tom, let's start with you, because clearly the Israelis are moving in. They struck at Karaj and Tehran last evening. Karaj, you said, was a strong communications center. All of
Not only communication center, major military base. You have several military, missile garrisons, if you like, around the city, plus a major radar station atop of the hill above Karaj. So it is obvious that they are trying to de facto, establish themselves a corridor towards Tehran in order to have it easier to reach the city with their airstrikes. That's why they have to neutralize as much as possible of Iranian air defenses and other military assets in the Karaj area.
Increasing quantity of Iranian missiles and so on could better be addressed to our Israeli friend. He may be able to advise us as to why it is happening, since he is a reservist for the last 15 years. As far as I am concerned, I think Iranian moves, as also perhaps Israeli moves, have been very calculated. It is not as if Iran, at least, is not going in for carpet.
Welcome back. Now, while we talk about this West Asian growing conflict, there is one particular term that you might have heard a lot, and that is the Strait of Hormuz and how Tehran has now officially blocked it. Now, this one is the world's most critical energy artery. It has been constricted, and India is now feeling that pulse, the pressure. In the latest, we are learning that Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has declared full control over the Strait of Hormuz. It is a defiant move, and Tehran has warned that any vessel attempting to navigate this vital energy corridor risks immediate destruction by missiles or stray drones. Remember, they have in fact gone on to shot one Omani vessel as well in the past 5 days of this conflict. Aishman has more.
When it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, there are other avenues as well that nations around the globe can actually access as well as explore. First is the port of Yanbu, which is the Saudi Arabia's east-west pipeline via the Red Sea. It has the capacity of 5 million barrels a day, expandable to 7 million. This is another alternative to the Strait of Hormuz. More details on the Saudi Arabia east-west pipeline as we continue. It moves crude from the eastern oil fields to the Red Sea, bypassing Hormuz entirely. But at the same time, more cost of movement of these oil tankers, and they are still vulnerable to attacks from Iran. But if we look at more options which are coming in, then there is the UAE's Abu Dhabi crude oil pipeline via the Gulf of Oman. It carries 1.5 million barrels a day and directly to the port of Fujairah. But we also saw that how this entire sector is also vulnerable to attacks coming in from Iran. We saw the blast taking place at Fujairah from an Iranian drone, because Iran can launch those swarm drones from its territories on mobile trucks. So all of these oil fields across Saudi Arabia are in harm's way, are in the firing line of those swarm drones. It lies beyond the Hormuz, enabling uninterrupted exports even during a blockade. But at the same time, the entire infrastructure in this area continues to be vulnerable to Iranian attacks. If you look at more options also which are coming in, these are the several areas where oil can be moved, but the entire region is in harm's way of Iranian swarm drones. So even if other options are explored, the logistics are different, but the threat remains exactly the same. Greya, back to you.
Right, absolutely. And let me, in fact, take this across to our guests who continue to be with us on the broadcast. Ambassador Verma, I'd want your expert analysis on what you see really happening here. This was a given that any kind of escalation, if Iran does go ahead and decide to attack, the one leverage that it will go on to use is, of course, the Strait of Hormuz and the immediate blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. This is what has happened. But we are seeing the impacts, and it is not looking good. Sensex, Nifty crashing, rupee at an all-time low, sir.
See, that's just the beginning. Now, when our own reserve starts getting depleted, that will be the time you will see the impact at the household level, where the gas cylinders will become more expensive, thereby putting some political cost to what's happening in the Middle East. So at the moment, it is very erring. It is not a surprise that IRGC has decided to close Hormuz Strait of Hormuz, and it is not surprising that they keep threatening the vessels passing through that channel.
Right. And Anurag Nathan, I want to take that point to you. Do you think that is the Iranian strategy, to game this out to that level, send such a bloodbath through the energy markets by playing the Strait of Hormuz card, that all American allies, and there is a global consensus from around the world that America and Israel must pull out? Do you think that can be Iran's, if you will, scorched earth strategy when it comes to the energy sector?
Yes, that is what Iran is thinking, but America is never going to allow that. As far as India is concerned, half of our energy imports come from the Suez. So we are kind of not entirely dependent on the Strait of
But even
Hormuz.
Houthis are attacking that, sir.
Yes, I know. I know this is a complete bloodbath out there, but I'm just saying between the devil and the deep blue sea, you know, we are not completely exposed like many other countries are. So at least, you know, and we saw our petroleum minister saying that our reserves can at least, you know, let us pass through another month at best without overly worrying about it. But if Iran believes that America is going to just sit back and allow Iran to completely monopolize the Hormuz or, you know, attack the ships that pass through it, then Iran does not know what is coming its way. Trump, not just America, it is Trump that has literally gone to war and abducted, kidnapped, killed people because it wants an oil monopoly. I mean, Venezuela being just the latest example, Iran being another. Is not going to allow that. Just I think very recently it was Trump who said he's going to make sure at a very quote unquote reasonable price that the oil companies and the oil lines are going to be insured by the American insurers. Good luck with that. But the point is Iran cannot be allowed to go on like this.
Absolutely, but I find it very interesting that how the United States was able to secure its oil interests in Venezuela before sending the entire energy market into a tizzy by targeting Iran. So you can see Trump's art of the deal pretty much at play over here. MJ Augustine, Agriha, you want to ask?
I just wanted to make that one point that also Ayushman you were making, but Captain Vinod, the fact that there is a significant, input that has come in from China, so far China has stayed away from any kind of response when it is about this growing aggression. Now they have implored upon a stoppage to this. We had been talking about how they have a significant leverage when it is about the Strait of Hormuz despite the blockage. Do you see China now getting impacted, and because of which that missive is also coming out from China?
You know, we need to understand this very, very clearly and loud and clear. Iran is playing out a playbook to the T. And that playbook is to choke every other country so that those countries, including the oil-producing nations, oil-consuming nations, right down to South Korea, Japan, who don't produce any, those nations choke Mr. Trump. That is the playbook that they are playing, A. B, Qatar is the largest producer of not oil, of CNG.
Yes.
Or LNG, liquefied natural gas. It has to be carried on a gas carrier or a methane carrier. Thirdly, you know, there's something called VLCC, not Vandana, Luthra, curls and curves. It is very large crude carrier. Very large crude carrier carries 2.2 million barrels.
I'm amazed you knew the full form, but yes, do go.
I didn't know it.
2.2 million barrels. And every day there are 60 to 80 that cross Hormuz. What are we saying here? This pipeline, Fujairah pipeline, is already burning. There is no other way. Like Rajnath Singh ji said, there is no other way, Griha and Ayushman, that all of us, the oil consumers, have to get at Mr. Trump's throat and tell him, please stop this war, and get at Iran's throat to say that Israel, Jews have only one nation. Don't look at obliterating it. These are the only two possibilities. There is no third possibility. It is as simple as that. Over to you.
Right. And Igal Milka, I want to give you the final word. Now, the fact that the United States and Israel have pretty much crippled the conventional arms of Iran on the surface of it. Several reports say that the underground operations of the defense forces of Iran continue. We've also seen the swarm drones being operated through mobile trucks. That is something Israel has not been able to tackle, or the US forces at the same time. But these swarm drones on these mobile trucks, these are the ones which are crippling the oil fields across the Arab world. What is the strategy to target those capabilities of Iran, which despite the airstrikes have not been taken out?
Well, I guess that the strategy is to take control of those oil fields in Iran. And once you have the control, you are controlling the oil field of Iran, you become the biggest supplier of oil to the world. So I believe that in the short term, yes, we can expect that the oil prices will rise up. But in the midterm and the long term, once the mission completed, then we will see a relief in the world, because United States will control the oil field in Iran, or a democratic regime will come up in Iran, and not the terrorists that we are seeing right now.
Eagle Milka,
So
I think you're extremely optimistic. You've just said
I'm optimistic.
you've said that America will control the oil fields of Iran, not the people of Iran. Number one. Number two, you are hoping
I'm saying
for
that in the short term, yes. Till we will have a new regime in Iran, that's
do you
what's
think
going
So
to
we're
be.
talking about regime change again, because
do you think America does anything in the short term, especially when it comes to oil? Come on, Eagle Milka, let's
But
be a little
I would
more
want,
practical.
in fact, Mr. Milka's, analysis on what we have right now, because we have this piece of breaking news that we'd want to put out here on the big wall. As Iran, remember, prepares for the funeral of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, this is what is happening in different parts of Tehran. In central Tehran, targeting by US and Israeli forces continue, and we are just going to be putting out these images, and you can see these images, you can see these plumes of smoke, and this is the central Tehran that we are talking about, ladies and gentlemen. The attacks by US and Israeli forces continue, even as there's 3-day mourning that has been announced as the funeral will be underway of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. We have a new supreme leader in his son, Mojtaba Khamenei, and while that is happening, this is the status in Iran, Tehran particularly. Mr. Malka, would you like to weigh in? These are the images that we've managed to access. The pounding by US-Israeli forces continue. You were talking about how there will be a taking over of the oil reserves of Iran as well. The regime change still becomes a big question that US doesn't really want to be a party to, at least for now. We all do understand how fickle they are, but then this continues to happen.
What is the question?
Yeah,
This
we
is
want to
continue
understand about...
happen.
Yeah. Just say,
The war is continue. I'm in Israel, and we are still getting missiles from Iran. They are not stopping the shooting over more than 5 countries around them. So why do you think that Tehran need to rest in peace? Because the terrorist Ali Khamenei had a funeral. I don't think he deserves any funeral. He's a terrorist. They don't see the question.
Right. You went on record and you mentioned about any second in command is going to be having a target on his head. In this case, we are talking about Mojtaba Khamenei. Is this a step in that very direction? Because these are coordinated strikes by US and Israel that continue, even as Washington right now seems to be stepping away from this entire regime change narrative. That's my question, sir.
Okay, Washington is talking about the U.S. interest. We are talking about our interest, and the regime change is one of the biggest, if not the first one, of the targets of the Israelis. We cannot allow that this regime will continue after this war. If this regime will stay, then I don't see why we had to go out to this war, and it's useless.
Right, Eagle Milka, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. I want to thank all our other guests as well for giving their perspective on the entire situation emerging in the Middle East. But Israel gaming this out as the rise of democracy, Griha, in Iran, at the same time saying that the United States will control the oil reserves, which I feel will be the end game of the Trump administration at the end of the day. But we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. The calculations seem to have been misconstrued by both sides, but clearly the entire fight rages on in the Middle East.
Absolutely, and we'll discuss it off-air, Ayushman, if Trump and Washington really needed that endorsement. But we'll take this forward. We go into a very short break at the moment.
increasing quantity of Iranian missiles and so on could better be addressed to our Israeli friend. He may be able to advise us as to why it is happening, since he is a reservist for the last 15 years. As far as I am concerned, I think Iranian moves, as also perhaps Israeli moves, have been very calculated. It is not as if Iran, at least, is not going in for carpet bombing or mindless destructions. Its targets are selected very carefully.
Right.
Maybe it is finished with the first attacks it had on the US assets in the Gulf region. So now its concentration is on Israel and perhaps some of the ships that Americans may have in and around the area of Israel.
Okay.
So that is why there could be a reduction.
Jay, now let's just bring in point number 2 also, because we've overlapped a little bit, where he said that as this conflict rages, US and Israel will strike key Iranian bases. But what will their targets be today? What will they focus on today? So Tom, let's start with you, because clearly the Israelis are moving in. They struck at Karaj and Tehran last evening. Karaj, you said, was a strong communication center. All of
Not only
the
communication center, major military base.
Military
You have several military, missile garrisons, if you like, around the city, plus a major radar station atop of the hill above Karaj. So it is obvious that they are trying to de facto, establish themselves a corridor towards Tehran in order to have it easier to reach the city with their airstrikes. That's why they have to neutralize as much as possible of Iranian air defenses and other military assets in the Karaj area.
Increasing quantity of Iranian missiles and so on could better be addressed to our Israeli friend. He may be able to advise us as to why it is happening, since he is a reservist for the last 15 years. As far as I am concerned, I think Iranian moves, as also perhaps Israeli moves, have been very calculated. It is not as if Iran, at least, is not going in for carpet bombing or mindless destructions. Its targets are selected very carefully.
Right.
Maybe it is finished with the first attacks it had on the US assets in the Gulf region. So now its concentration is on Israel and perhaps some of the ships that Americans may have in and around the area of Israel.
Okay.
So that is...
Hello and welcome. You're watching our non-stop coverage here. It's day 5 of the war in the Middle East. Which side is winning this war? Which side is tiring the enemy out? That's something that we'll decode here. I'm joining you here, Poonam Burde. My colleague Griha is also with us. We'll decode what exactly is transpiring, what the impact is going to be, not just for the stakeholders and for those who have stakes in this war, but for the rest of the world as well. But first, let's get you started with the headlines. Mass mourning reported in Leh after death of Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Intelligence agencies in India raised concerns, red flags over foreign radical elements operating in India. Iran strikes US military communications, radar and satellite infrastructure across the Middle East. Satellite imagery reveals the impact. Key systems at bases in Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi and UAE have been damaged. New satellite images reveal widespread destruction across Iran's strategic infrastructure following coordinated US and Israeli military strikes. Iran's Clerical Assembly of Experts has reportedly chosen Mojtaba Khamenei, son of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, as the next supreme leader. Israel vows to eliminate him as well. Amid escalating geopolitical tensions, Indian markets plunge as Sensex drops over 1,700 points. Nifty falls 530 points, while the rupee sinks 66 paise to an all-time low of 92 rupees versus the dollar.
The Middle Eastern or the larger West Asia war that doesn't seem to dim down.
with the IDF now releasing satellite imagery of the extent of damage that has been inflicted upon Iran. Satellite photographs that are revealing extensive destruction at several bases and facilities targeted by US and Israeli strikes, including missile sites, airfields, radar installations. All of this has shown collapsed infrastructure. There are scars, burns, debris in the fields as well. Commercial satellite imageries have also been published showing damage near the compound associated with Iran's supreme leader, including after-strike views of the site as well. Remember, earlier we were talking about how a lot of AI and traffic camera footages were used by Israelis to in fact track down the supreme leader and then went about the plan of assassinating him altogether. And satellite footage has also been captured as of March 2nd following the damage to buildings and access structures at the Natanz nuclear enrichment complex as well, marking one of the most significant confirmed strikes on Iran's nuclear infrastructure in the current conflict. Remember, earlier strikes on nuclear installations have also happened by Israel and US combined. And in fact, Washington coming out and saying that we've obliterated the nuclear program of Iran. But yet these strikes continue as of today. Remember, Iran too has hit several of the US bases, and that has happened across West Asia. In fact, with me here in the studio is also Tom Cooper. Tom Cooper has been with us through this entire conflict and the escalations that we are seeing. Tom and Poonam, we will ask you to join us here so that we take this conversation forward. But before that, Poonam, I think we will just want to, in fact, talk about the imagery that we have managed to access and how much of the damage that we've assessed from the before and after pictures that we have here on CNN News 18.
And so far, Griha, for the last 4 days, we've seen the videos come out. We've seen the kind of strikes that have taken place, the kind of smoke that has bellowed out across skylines in across Tehran, across Iran and across Israel as well. But what really has been the impact? Let's try and get you a sense of that. This is the presidential complex in Tehran. This is what it looked like before. This is that presidential complex. Right after the strike, this is what it looks like. There is a gaping hole that you see. That's where the missile, the drone, the projectile that came in from the United States or the Israeli side or the Allied forces side, so to say, that's where it struck. That's the impact that is now being shown as far as this imagery goes. Next we have is a judiciary complex in Tehran. Again, the seat of power, remember, was struck. That's something that was targeted by the Israeli United States forces. This is that complex, and this is what it looked like before the strike. This is where the impact can be seen, as Tom Cooper is also pointing out. This is that area where you can see right now, it looks like there is complete rubble, destruction there on that particular side of the judiciary complex in Tehran. Then there's a nuclear facility that was also hit in Iran. That's the Natanz nuclear site. These are the two places which were reportedly hit by the American side, by the Israeli side during their particular this thing. This is the impact. This is what it looked like before, and this is completely flattened there. This is what it looks like now. Again, there is a gaping hole, so to say, right where that particular facility is. What exactly is the impact on that facility itself? That's something that is still being ascertained. Both sides, of course, have their own opinions to make about this. But looking at these pictures, Tom, I just want to ask you, as far as the nuclear facility in itself is concerned, given what we are seeing in these imagery, how extensive or not so extensive would you think the damage would be?
Essentially, from these photographs alone, we know nothing. Point is that the mass of Iranian nuclear facilities are deep under the ground. And then on top of this, the area where the underground facilities are, they're constructing different buildings. So what we know, okay, the roof was penetrated or not, probably everything under this roof was destroyed.
Yes.
Provided there was something of some kind of use. What we don't know is whether the bombs actually went through, not only through the building, but also underground. This is not visible from this image. It is also, you have marked down here these two buildings. This is a typical situation. Again, a hangar or something, house-like, was constructed atop of what is probably an underground facility. And whether this is now, well, there are obviously traces of smoke or fire on this side. Yes, possibly something underneath was damaged or inside was damaged, but what exactly and to what degree, This is unclear from these photographs. Fact is, all of this has been hit. There is no doubt that there is precision and so on. Absolutely no question. But what exactly was damaged, the extent of damage, is unclear.
And that's something that we will not know unless something actually comes out of Tehran, isn't it? Because they have been saying that they have nothing to hide in terms of what their nuclear capabilities are, because there are none.
They were quite often in this regards. They were cooperating with the International Atomic Energy. So as soon as the foreign inspectors are left into Iran again, then they can actually inspect these facilities and say, okay, this was destroyed, this was not destroyed. The inspectors also know what is there, or what was there until June last year, until Iran cancelled the cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency. Whether they know what is there now is a different question.
Well, we'll talk about that in depth as well. But before I toss it back to Griha, we also want to take a look at another picture. And this is the seat of the military power in Iran, in Tehran, that was struck. And this is the headquarters of the IRGC, which is the one that seems to be holding the key as far as both military and what the political succession in Iran looks like. This is what the imagery shows. This was what it looked like before the strike by United States and Israel, and that's the picture, that's the satellite imagery that we see after the strike. Tom, if you could just give us a sense of what exactly it is that we can make out from this particular imagery?
This is a little bit confusing because the two photographs are not entirely the same. This one might be
this side of this particular
side, yes. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure. Fact is, there is lots of damage here.
Right.
Debris everywhere. You can even see several places probably hit by I would say, quite heavy weaponry, 500 kilogram upwards. And this is burned out, obviously. But what exactly was here destroyed, that is hard to gauge because it's not sharp enough or crisp enough.
But again, if this was the place where they hit with the intention of wiping out the entire leadership, then from what we see, the remnants, it looks like they were successful in that case, and we also have data to prove that.
I have no doubt that they were successful in killing, let's say, 40 top officers of the IGC. No dispute about this. Fact is just, overall, I doubt this is going to destroy the IGC or significantly damage its capability to suppress the population. And that is what, at least nominally, the Israelis and Americans are after.
Absolutely, and they continue to have that sort of sort of power in Iran. They're also discussing and deciding who the next successor is going to be. And we'll talk about that in depth, but I request you to come with me as we take our seats. And Griha takes this forward with our guests as well.
Absolutely, Poonam. Thank you so much for that. And also, Tom, let me, in fact, bring our guest back on the broadcast. Anand Ranganathan continues to be with us here on CNN News 18. Also joining us is Sheni Moore, lecturer, Reichman University. In fact, Sheni, since you are with us and we just played out the significant damage that we are seeing, particularly on the Iranian side, what do you make of this growing escalation and the constant assertions that are coming in from the IDF, where they speak about how they have massively impacted Iran, but at the same time the deterrence continues from the IRGC?
It's hard to measure the effectiveness of the IRGC's deterrence, whether it's domestic or here. We can only say that we have a pretty small end to gauge by, but in 4 days of war, there's a monotonic secular downward trend in the Iranians' ability to launch missiles at Israel. Neither Israel nor the United States has any realistic capacity to affect regime change on their own in Iran. But what they can do is, first of all, make progress on the three strategic issues that were important to them kinetically, particularly the first two, the ballistic missile program and the nuclear program. In terms of regional proxies, that's a more complicated operation. And regarding the fourth one, which is the regime itself and its crackdown on protesters, if it's sufficiently degraded that once one or both of the sides call for a ceasefire, the Iranians take to the streets again, the regime will presumably have a much more difficult time repressing that uprising than it did in January, although even there it's not clear ahead of time what the conclusion would be.
Right, absolutely. Let me also bring Anand here. Anand, we were initially talking about how there is a live attack that we managed to, in fact, intercept, and we were just playing that out on the broadcast as well, while there is a mourning that has been announced. In fact, Mr. Moore was talking about how
any kind of significant impact on the IRGC so far has not really been made by the Israelis, even if they want us to believe that. And that's why the constant assertion has been dissed by the Iranian side. We did have a Iranian speaker also come on the broadcast, and they in fact went on record and they said that the deterrence continues, that is not stopping. And this entire strategy on part of Iran on going ahead or talking about depletion, you were making a mention of that. It is coming from Washington as well. They are already talking about replenishing, talking to cooperators. That will happen on the 6th of March. So where do you see this really headed? Is it only now restricted to a narrative war where one side is saying something, the other something else? Anand, you're on mute.
Thank you for that very important question. Let me answer it in two ways. I think it's very difficult for democracies to continue to win the narrative war, especially because if you know for the last 3 years where Israel has the moral right and obligation to defend itself after the October 7th, 2023 genocide, you've seen how the narrative has shifted completely against Israel in the last 3 years. I mean, now you have people that saying in America, especially in the universities and in the upper echelons there, that it was Israel that is committed genocide. The same will continue here as well. Already you see that awful spectacle of a school that was bombed accidentally, and the funerals, they are taking more of the media space. I think the narrative war is going to be very difficult to control for democracies. That's always been the case. Iran, because it's an evil dictatorial regime that doesn't care one way or the other what happens to its population, that has actually killed verifiably tens of thousands of citizens of Iran just on the pretext of that you're not wearing a burqa or a hijab and the mundane things. It will be very easy for Iran to control the narrative. So as far as narrative goes, that is how I look at things. Now, you see, the other fact is, has Iran or have Israel and America severely depleted Iran's arsenal? I don't think so. Because Iran, possibly, common sense tells you, would have known this to be coming. And it also knows that unless you have boots on the ground, you will not be able to change the Iranian regime if the groundswell in Iran itself, that is the common citizens, actually raise up and perpetrate or orchestrate a revolution. That doesn't seem to be happening as of today. You already talked about pro-Khamenei movement happening. Well, that is orchestrated in Iran, so that is understood. You will not have an anti-regime voice on the streets coming up. Obviously not, because then they would be killed mercilessly.
And why I spoke about this narrative war was also because, Anand, very, very recently, we just spoke about the F-35 that has been brought down. At least that is the version that came in from IDF. But how much of an impact really will that have on Iran? Because we do know that Iran, for one thing, does not really boast of air power. Tattered aircrafts that one is talking about. So even if an F-35 has come down, how much of that will really impact? We'll continue to, in fact, discuss this. And Anand, do weigh in on this point. But I do have to get in Poonam. Poonam has a next set of visuals that we've managed to access. And that will, in fact, be giving us an idea of which way is it really headed. Poonam?
Which way is it really headed is also a war of perception, really, Griha, and that's what we're talking about here, because even as the United States and Israel thought that this is a war that they could perhaps win within less than 5 days, that hasn't happened. Iran has managed to sort of humble them, to say at least on some levels, which is why we're now seeing that there is some amount of reinforcements that we're seeing coming in from the United States and from the Israeli side as well. This is the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters. This is in Bahrain, which was targeted by the Iranian forces. Iranian projectile hit this particular area in Manama in Bahrain. That is where the satellite communication terminals were destroyed of the United States. Remember, United States assets have been at the target of the Iranian forces, of the Iranian drones and their projectiles ever since this war began, and they had made it clear that United States and any other country that stands with the United States will feel the brunt, which is why we're seeing several of these Arab world nations, the Gulf countries, that are being dragged into it. One such instance came in from Qatar, where again another air base that was targeted was an asset for the United States, was being used for the United States, which is why it came under attack. This is that particular airbase, the Al Udeid airbase, where you can see, again, the impact of where it hit, where that projectile came in and hit. Qatar, like UAE, like Saudi, have been at the receiving end of these particular attacks from the Iranian side, all because they have been standing with Israel and the United States. In fact, we have more information that's now trickling in. What we're learning is that there is a missile that has hit and dismantled a defense system in Tehran, or at least that's what the IDF seems to be claiming. This is Operation Roaring Lion as far as Israel is concerned. The Israeli Air Force has targeted dozens of these Iranian defense systems, Ayushman, is what we're given to understand?
Yeah, we're getting these visuals on our screen, which is the precision strike of the on the Iranian defense forces by the IDF. You can see those visuals on our screen. It's mirroring from our smartphone over here. And as you can see these visuals, it's how this precision strike coming in from the IDF hitting this defense facility of the Iranian forces. It's zooming in. In real time, it captures this destruction that has taken place in Tehran. So you can see that how these batteries are still operating around Tehran, even though the security forces of the Israeli Defense Force as well as the US forces are crippling the infrastructure on the surface of Tehran. You can see how these mobile units are around Tehran, but they are now also being hit by the precision strike operations of the IDF. You can see that how this guided missile is zoomed in on this target, and as we keep playing those visuals, these are Iranian defense arrangements near Tehran, which are being targeted by the Israeli Defense Forces through these precision strikes. Tom Cooper is also with us on the broadcast. Tom Cooper, can you decode these visuals for us? What are these arms which are being used by the IDF to carry out these precision strikes on these Iranian defense attachments in Tehran?
So I can't clearly recognize what kind of a system is attacked. Probably something related to air defense. But the video was almost certainly taken by the camera in the nose of Delilah mini cruise missile, which is launched, for example, by F-16s foremost. I've shown them yesterday in the bunker.
Yes.
So what you essentially see is that the weapon is heading for this vehicle without any particular problems, and there appears to be no air defense. Nobody's firing back at the missile. So, but essentially, yes, this is typical for Israelis. We have seen this so often over the last years, from Syria, for example, from Israeli airstrikes on Syria.
It's also typical of the Iranian side, isn't it, that they do not have air defenses really to intercept any of these incoming projectiles, which is why...
On the contrary, lots of such weapons, lots of Delilahs are shot down exactly like UAVs. So this is less relevant, so to say. Point is, the Israelis are now trying to knock out the Iranian air defenses. That is what matters in this case. Why? Because they are, as explained yesterday, they are trying to drill a corridor over Karaj in direction of Tehran in order to make their other aircraft, non-stealth aircraft, capable of operating over the Iranian capital. Because currently only the F-35s can get anywhere.
Yes.
They are stealth aircraft. They can get anywhere close to Tehran. This is why they have to neutralize the air defenses in order to enable other non-stealth aircraft to get into that area as well.
Right. Right, so we'll try and decode this further, but I do have to interrupt this and take a quick pause here because we're joined by an Iranian actor on this broadcast. Madana Karimi is also here with us, and thank you so much for speaking with us, Ms. Karimi. I understand there are some plans that you have to move to Iran at the moment, leaving India, but you were one of those people who celebrated the Israeli and United States onslaught, which eventually led to the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. If you would tell us why exactly is that, why is it that you think that Trump did what no one else could and that should be celebrated?
Thank you for having me, first of all. First, I want to say that I'm leaving India, but I'm not going back to Iran because, as you know, right now there is not a situation that I can go back to Iran, and I've been banned from Iran for many years. But on a celebration, well, let me put it this way for you: the Iranian people have been in war with this regime for 48 years. And what's happening right now, especially with the death of Khamenei, there was a new hope for us that this regime is going to go, and that's the reason we celebrated. And imagine the suppression this government has forced upon us, that the fact that we celebrating, the celebration has become our tool of resistance towards this regime. Because yes, you can kill us. Yes, you can execute our young people. You can keep us in such a heavy separation, but you're not going to be able to kill our soul and our iman and our faith to fight with you. And the celebration is a source of resistance for all of us in Iran and outside of Iran.
But do you think that things will actually change with the end of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei? Because what we're learning is that it's his son who's probably going to take that mantle now.
See, it has to change because the reason the people of Iran, they've asked for this war, they asked for the help of Israel and America, is because if you stay the same, it's actually more deadlier than any other. If the change is not going to happen, I mean, Iranian people, they don't know what to do anymore. We don't know what to do anymore, to be honest. And when you're talking about his son coming in power, it's like another Khamenei coming to power, because a father who has been in a direct order killed more than 50,000 people only in January 8 and 9, and 47 years after suppression by this regime, how anything is going to change? Do you think a son of a Khamenei who's from the same family, who's from the same breed, is going to change anything? And the second point is, why the Iranian people an option to choose for themselves? Why is that? Because now Iranians in Iran and outside of Iran are chanting and shouting and screaming and saying that Reza Pahlavi, we want him back. And by putting his son, nothing is going to change for Iranian people. And probably, and in one of the statements that the United States has made is that this war is not going to stop until they clear this regime. And you can see it also. 2 days ago, they on a first day after his death, they put someone else in power for roughly few hours, and he was dead. That just shows this regime has to go, because this regime is a cancerous cell, not only for Iranians, not only in that, but in the whole region. Look at the way they attacking UAE. Look at the way they're attacking the other neighbors around Iran. This regime cannot stay, and not only for Iranians. It's if the regime is gone, not is only good for Iranians, but it's good for the entire region. It's good for the world, as we know that they are the reason behind of a lot of funding of organized terrorist organization. So imagine a free Iran, and an Iran where Iranians they can go back to their country and they build. Imagine that Iran for a second.
But I just want to ask you this. I mean, you know, the US president even yesterday came out and said that the ultimate goal for this operation was always regime change, and that they want someone that would be pliable, would be good for Iran and for the rest of the world as well. But what's the guarantee that the individual that, say, a United States or anyone outside of Iran would choose would be the individual that's right for Iran?
First of all, USA also has announced that we are giving the help that Iranians they ask for us. In the latest process in Iran, there was a lot of people asked why the flag of America and Israel in Iran was alongside with our Shiro Khorshid flag, which I'm wearing it as well, right? That's because Iranians in Iran they asked the help of USA. And the goal is changing of the regime. And why Reza Pahlavi? Because Reza Pahlavi has been working on a program, on a plan, how we can build Iran. And he keep repeating himself, I don't want to become a next king. I don't want to become so and so and so. I want to go back to Iran. And for now, all the Iranians are showing their support for him. But he said it many times that when we go back to Iran, when we take our country, I want people to vote. And if people, they vote for me, which so far they do, because in the country, they're just chanting Reza Pahlavi. Outside of the country, everyone says Reza Pahlavi. But I want the Iranian people to have a choice, to have an option, to choose for themselves. But this regime is not even saying that. And to be honest, after so many years of oppression, they've lost Khamenei as well. Why aren't they putting their guns down and they joining the Iranian people? Why are they not doing that? Because this regime is a terrorist organization. It's not an official or a representative of Iranians.
I want to also ask you this, right at the beginning, we did speak of you wanting to leave India. You said right now is not the time that's right for you to return to Iran, which is your home country. But do you see that day coming in anytime in the near future? That time for you to return to Iran?
Of course. We've always had the hope and the prayers that one day we're going to go back to Iran. And to be honest, this time is the first time after so many years. There is no coming back from this. And I want to tell you something. This past few months, it has broke something within us. As Iranians, we have, in Mahsa Amini time, the white movement, there has been a lot of movement has happened. But this time, what they've done, I give you an example. On the 8th of January, one of my own cousin who was on the street, she says, quote to quote, we were walking, suddenly all the lights went off, our phone was completely cut off, and suddenly we could hear gunshots from the sky hitting us, and we had to just run. If a regime who has been murdered and planned, this has been a plan, not only they kill people on the street, they attack hospitals to kill the people who were getting treatment. So yes, this time is very different, and there is no going back from what this regime this time has done. And to be honest, it doesn't matter what's going to happen in the next few days with the war. The conversations that I'm having with a lot of sadness, but every Iranian who I'm talking to from Iran, they're saying this thing, that this time we have hopes. We can feel it, that this regime is dying, and they have to go. And hopefully that day is going to be very soon.
One last thing before I just let you go. We were just playing out pictures of those images that you had also put out on your social media of the protests that you were carrying out against the Ayatollah. What kind of reaction, what kind of whether support or opposition did you sort of face here in India when you were hitting the streets here?
See, to be honest, Reza Shah Pahlavi, he did an announcement because the blackout was for a really long time in Iran. So a lot of Iranians outside of Iran, they programmed, they planned to gather together, to write to officials and go outside of the embassy and do rallies for Iranians. India was the only country, nothing was happening. So I tried, first of all, I went alone, no one gave me support. They said, oh, we cannot talk, this is too much of politics, No one joined me. And I tried to get a permission. I did not get a permission. Not only that, I got calls that do not do it. Don't do it. It's nothing that you should talk. You want to fight, you fight. Go back to Iran, pack your bags.
Sure.
But I didn't give up. Because see, for me, I'm an Iranian individual. I'm not a politician. I'm not part of any organization. I'm an Iranian girl who ran away from Iran for freedom, to be able to live my life. Because I could be one of the kids who they died in 8th and 9th of January. I could be Mahsa Amini. I could be of the 1,000 girls who they lost their life. And I didn't get any support in India. And for me, it breaks my heart. I call India my home. India has given me so much, and I'm going to be grateful to the peace that I had in this country.
Well, it's unfortunate that you had that experience, but I do hope that the day for you to return to your home country, to Iran, comes soon enough, and this war that we're seeing there ends soon enough and ends on a positive note. Ms. Karimi, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18 and sharing your perspective. Our coverage here, meanwhile, will continue as to what's transpiring in West Asia, who's winning the war, both on the battlefield and as far as the perception war goes. Graham, my colleague, continues to be with us as well. Our guests are with us too, but we do have to take a quick pause here on this broadcast. Don't go anywhere.
Devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone of massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah. And this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less organized.
US bases have been targeted.
Drone has been shot down now.
Iran can then threaten or attack enemy nationals.
A massive missile and drone attack over here.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
Increasing quantity of Iranian missiles and so on could better be addressed to our Israeli friend. He may be able to advise us as to why it is happening, since he is a reservist for the last 15 years. As far as I am concerned, I think Iranian moves, as also perhaps Israeli moves, have been very calculated. It is not as if Iran, at least, is not going in for carpet bombing or mindless destructions. Its targets are selected very carefully.
Right.
Maybe it is finished with the first attacks it had on the US assets in the Gulf region. So now its concentration is on Israel and perhaps some of the ships that Americans may have in and around the area of Israel.
Okay.
So that is why there could be a reduction.
Jay, let's just bring in point number 2 also, because we've overlapped a little bit, where he said that as this conflict rages, US and Israel will strike key Iranian bases. But what will their targets be today? What will they focus on today? So Tom, let's start with you, because clearly the Israelis are moving in. They struck at Karaj and Tehran last evening. Karaj, you said, was a strong communications center. All of
Not only communication center, major military base.
Military
you have several military, missile garrisons, if you like, around the city, plus a major radar station atop of the hill above Karaj. So it is obvious that they are trying to de facto, establish themselves a corridor towards Tehran in order to have it easier to reach the city with their airstrikes. That's why they have to neutralize as much as possible of Iranian air defenses and other military assets in the Karaj area.
Increasing quantity of Iranian missiles and so on could better be addressed to our Israeli friend. He may be able to advise us as to why it is happening, since he is a reservist for the last 15 years. As far as I am concerned, I think Iranian moves, as also perhaps Israeli moves, have been very calculated. It is not as if Iran, at least, is not going in for carpet bombing or mindless destructions. Its targets are selected very carefully.
Right.
Maybe it is finished with the first attacks it had on the US assets in the Gulf region. So now its concentration is on Israel and perhaps some of the ships that Americans may have in and around the area of Israel.
Okay.
So that.
Well, the fury in the Gulf rages on, and so does our coverage. With me here, my colleague Poonam Burde in the CNN News 18 studios. We are getting some breaking news on the broadcast. So let's quickly take a look at that. There is some sort of a response that's coming in from Pakistan. So that's what we are learning of, a CNN News 18 exclusive, where we are revealing Pakistan's dual stance. Pakistan prioritizing Saudi Arabia over Iran, and that has been pretty made clear by the Deputy Prime Minister Ishaq Dar, where he's gone on to stress on the Tehran compliance. The defense pact with Saudi Arabia has also been cited. So a dual game there that is at play with Pakistan. On the one hand, they did go ahead and condemn the US-Israeli strikes on Iran, and then they has also cited this defense pact that they have with Saudi Arabia to further possibly condemn the attacks which have seen an expansion of this conflict into West Asia by Iran. Let's take a look at that reaction first.
सऊदी अरेबिया पे आते हैं, वहाँ हमारा माशाल्लाह 25 लाख लोग बहन भाई मौजूद हैं जो डियास्पोरा जिसे कहते हैं, वहाँ काम के सिलसिले में और वहाँ जो रेजिडेंट हैं मुख्तलिफ जॉब्स कर रहे हैं, वहाँ रिलेटिवली पोजीशन स्टेबल है सऊदी अरेबिया में। उसकी वजह यह है कि पाकिस्तान ने जब ये हुआ तो मैं वहाँ था, तो मैंने जब अब्बास अराग़ची साहब से बात की तो जैसे आपको मालूम है कि हमारा एक डिफेंस पैक्ट भी है, सितंबर पिछले साल हुआ था सऊदी अरेबिया के साथ, स्ट्रेटेजिक म्यूचुअल डिफेंस एग्रीमेंट। तो मैंने उनको ये बावर करवाया था कि हमारा डिफेंस एग्रीमेंट है, तो इसलिए आपको ज़रा मुताद यहाँ हो। तो उनकी ये थी कि जी इनको फिर आप श्योर कर लें कि ये सऊदी अरेबिया की जो सरजमीन है वो किसी किस्म की फैसिलिटेशन के लिए ईरान के ऊपर हमले के लिए इस्तेमाल नहीं होगी। तो वो मेरी फिर शटल कम्युनिकेशन हुई सऊदी अथॉरिटीज़ के साथ, उनके फॉरेन मिनिस्टर साहब के साथ, और इसी तरह ईरान के साथ हमारी शटल कम्युनिकेशन हुई, और जिसके नतीजे में आप अगर देखेंगे तो सबसे जो कम जो थोड़ा सा जो है यानी मूवमेंट जो ईरान की तरफ से जो अटैक या कोई मिसाइल इस तरह ड्रोन, वो मिनिमम है वो सऊदी अरेबिया में और ओमान के से। ओमान तो मीडिएट कर रहा था, तो ऑब्वियसली ओमान को तो बिल्कुल उन्होंने टच नहीं किया पूरे रीजन में।
So Pakistan there taking sides, and whether it comes as a surprise or to anyone or not, that's something that we'll try and decode. But the minister in Pakistan there making it very clear that they've decided to take Saudi's side because they also have a defense pact with Saudi Arabia, and that is something that has been conveyed to Tehran as well. That's something that the Pakistani minister came out and confirmed. We do have more details as far as this particular piece of information is coming in. Akanksha, my colleague, in fact, joins us. Ayushman will be joining the conversation as well. But Akanksha, as far as the Pakistani minister is concerned, he has made it very clear that A, there is a defense pact that Pakistan has with Saudi Arabia. That's something they want to adhere to. And secondly, the number of people, the number of Pakistani nationals that reside in the Gulf is far higher than one in Tehran. So that is what they're going to choose.
Also, let's not forget, it's also about religion being the primary factor for consideration. Pakistan is majority Sunni population. That is also the majority population in Saudi Arabia. In fact, Ishaq Dar has also quoted the population numbers over here. He's gone on to say that 2.5 million Pakistanis are already residing in Saudi Arabia. But if you look at Iran, only close to 35,000 Pakistanis are residing there. So for them, it is also about protecting their diaspora. But as Poonam, you highlighted, primarily it is to also do with the Saudi-Pakistan defense deal, which, as we all know, was forged only last year. And they are under compulsion to actually abide by that deal. At the same time, it is Mecca, Medina. In fact, let me also quote in inputs that have been shared by investigations editor Manoj Gupta, where there is a term, Haramain Sharifa, which is in fact an indication of two holy sanctuaries, that is Mecca and Medina. And so, for as we all know, religion is the opium of the masses, and Pakistan in fact abides by that entire diktat. And for them to protect their population that is residing in Saudi Arabia, in fact, Ishaq Dar has minced no words. He's clearly indicated that we've already sent out a word to the Iranian regime that do not expect us to go against the Saudi-Pakistan defense deal. We will very much be standing in solidarity with Riyadh. They have also condemned the Iranian attacks against Saudi Arabia.
Right. So the one thing that's clear, and Akanksha, thank you so much for that. The one thing that's clear is that it's not just Israel, Iran and the United States that have stakes in this. A lot more countries have been brought in, dragged in into this entire war that wasn't theirs, an endgame for which they don't have. In fact, we are getting more information that's trickling in from Lebanon as well. Ayushman, my colleague, now joins us, getting us that piece of breaking information. Yes, Ayushman.
Yeah, we're getting this information that the Lebanese state media has reported that the Israeli army has entered southern Lebanese town of Qiyam, about 6 kilometers from the Lebanon-Israel border. So Poonam, as we were pointing out, that the Hezbollah, which is a proxy of Iran, that has also been activated by the Iranian regime, launching those rocket strikes that they've been doing for decades against several Israeli cities along the Israeli-Lebanese border. And also what we're seeing is that Israel is now escalating its operations against Hezbollah to cripple their entire leadership structure. But now this time, instead of launching those strikes on those Hezbollah installations inside inside Lebanon, they are moving the tanks into southern Lebanon to completely take control of that area. We could see another buffer zone being created between Israel and Lebanon in southern Lebanon. It seems the escalation of the tensions is going in that direction.
And it looks like both sides are going to use these proxies to further agenda on both sides. But Ayushman, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that. Even as we see this entire conflict spread across the Gulf region, dragging in countries, dragging in stakeholders that weren't stakeholders to begin with. Griha, my colleague, continues to be with us and getting us more details. And yeah, Griha, even as we talk about these proxy wars that kind of might be something that we see in the region, the CIA and the United States is also now mulling in, dragging in the Syrian Kurds to try and get them on their side and pinch Tehran from that end.
Absolutely. And let me bring Tom also, because we were discussing this aspect as well, Poonam, with Tom. The fact that there is another set of aggression in Lebanon, and the pretext that is coming in from the Israelis is, of course, that they are going on to pound the Hezbollah, infrastructure there. But that is not stopping. Now, the Kurds point that Poonam was also mentioning, any kind of access of resistance support that the Iranian regime can really get after the assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is being targeted by the Israelis. And all of this is being done at the pretext of how the aggressor comes in from that side, and how these proxies have once again been, in fact, activated by Iran after this escalation has happened.
Essentially, it is obvious that Israelis are striking IGC bases and the tools of the regime to keep itself in power and to maintain itself in power. There's no dispute about this. The problem is that largely empty buildings, destroying largely empty buildings, except when there's a specific meeting, is not going to change a lot. So what they need to find is a way to destroy the lower-ranking commanders, because IGC has meanwhile de facto not really dissolved itself, but it broke down its organizational structure, and now it's local commanders who are in charge. And disabling such a network is going to be extremely tough. That is one point. And in Lebanon, there is always the same. Collective punishment against the population, against everybody, driving dozens of thousands of people out of South Lebanon into northern Lebanon and into Syria, and destroying large-scale destruction. It is not without noting that former Israeli chief of the general staff, Eisenkot, has called this Dahya doctrine after this district in Lebanon, which was entirely demolished by Israelis under the premise of we have to destroy the Hezbollah, therefore we are destroying the entire district of the city.
Right, absolutely. And Tom, since you're making a mention of that and how we do see an increased counter that has come in from the axis of resistance, and that's something that we cannot really stay away from. But from 2024 to now, and if we particularly cater to this Hezbollah factor, after the assassination of Nasrallah, have they been massively impacted and their force has been depleted? That has in fact seen a significant reduction. Then why this pounding coming in from Israel?
Because they are rebuilding. And the fact is that Hezbollah is not some terrorist organization that came from Mars or from Jupiter and then came to the idea to embed itself in southern Lebanon, but they are the population of southern Lebanon. Therefore, they are there, and every time Israelis withdraw, they are rebuilding their structure, they are rearming themselves, and they are continue to exist. That is the next point. They are guerrilla force. Therefore, as long as one of them exists, the idea continues to exist, and they continue to represent a threat for Israel in terms of somebody in Lebanon does not like Israel.
And that's something that we're only going to be seeing, that those fault lines only deepen further from here on if both sides try and use these proxy wars to unleash and further an agenda on both sides. And that's something that we will have to watch out for. But we do have some more breaking information that's now trickling in. Griha, getting you those details.
Absolutely. We are learning that a British warship now has approached Cyprus. It has been deployed, we are told, to protect UK military bases amid the rising regional tension. And we are also putting out certain visuals that we've managed to access. And these are the visuals. There you can see the warship there coming very, very close in the Mediterranean to Cyprus to in fact go ahead and protect the UK military bases there, because we have seen attacks that have come in from the Iranian regime very, very close to where this UK base really was. And that's why the versions that have come in from the United Kingdom, the Prime Minister Keir Starmer also talking about how they do not want to be dragged into the conflict, but if there will be attacks, will happen close to our military bases, because this one in Cyprus really is called an unsinkable ship as far as the UK Royal Navy is concerned. So let's take a look once again at these visuals. You can see how the British warship now is approaching the waters, the Mediterranean waters, and there you see in the visuals, and I have here on our smartphone so that we can mirror it on the big screen, and this is a closer image of this British warship that is now approaching Cyprus base there. There were in fact talks of the attack by Iran that have happened close to the waters and also on the runway there, and because of which there is an alerted UK, United Kingdom that is possibly now reacting, and that's why we see this warship now approaching the Mediterranean waters very, very close to Cyprus is where we are getting these visuals that we managed to access. And there you can see, Poonam, this is a big development. Tom wants to also in fact come in here. UK warship in the Mediterranean waters after the kind of versions that we are seeing, Tom, from the UK Prime Minister. If you want to weigh in on these visuals as well, and also the attacks that I've been speaking about.
This is the Type 45 air defense destroyer, very powerful warship, HMS Dragon, and it's there to provide air defense or to bolster the air defense of Akrotiri air base in southwestern Cyprus. So yes, from that point, perfectly normal reaction from London, so to say. And it's going to probably going to slowly cruise near Akrotiri off the coast, you know, very slowly. It does not need to move very fast. On the contrary, it's better if it's moving slowly because it's more stable. The radar picture is more stable. So purpose is bolstering the air defense of the British air base Akrotiri on Cyprus, from all kinds of threats, from ballistic missiles, but also from UAVs.
And that's something that not just the United Kingdom is doing, but we're seeing several other countries that are also bringing in reinforcements, France being one of them. And Shani Moore continues to be with us as well. And like I said, France too has now come out and said that they'll deploy their Rafale jets to guard their bases in the Middle East, because clearly all of those countries that seem to be siding with Israel are bearing the brunt, and they will not want to be in this war for as long as Donald Trump wants to be in it.
Applying a lot of pressure to end the war quickly, and as they normally do before a decisive result has actually come to pass. From the perspective of the US and Israel, which also have slightly different priorities, I think a ceasefire, especially if it's only temporary for 48 hours or whatever, even taken unilaterally, could very well work. What we're seeing here domestically in Iran and regionally is really a tectonic shift. The Iranians have spent 40 years constructing a generational deterrent, a veritable ring of fire around Israel. They've sunk enormous amounts of treasure and political capital into something that most of the most seasoned and self-important observers in the West convinced themselves they didn't actually mean, but didn't make any sense unless they really did actually mean it. And they've seen it go up in smoke in less than 2 years. They've lost their biggest client state in Syria. Their proxy in Lebanon was almost completely wiped out in a short war in 2024. And what's left is being dispatched as we speak right now in Lebanon. They've lost most of their ballistic missile capability and a great deal of their nuclear program. And they've plunged themselves into an economic crisis so severe that their people have risen up against them. In the event of some kind of ceasefire, even without all of the war's goals having been met by the US and Israel, just after having done so much damage to its internal forces of repression, should another wave of demonstrations erupt, the regime will be in a more difficult place to suppress them. And if it somehow manages to anyway, I suspect that any strategic danger that Iran poses to the US or its allies in the regions can once again rather easily be met with the kind of air power that we've seen in the last 4 days.
Sure, supremacy in terms of military assets and military performance, the United States, Israel would have an upper hand. But going into this war, going into this conflict, Shanimur, did the United States and Israel actually think that this would drag on for as long as it did? It's been 5 days, and many would say that Iran has managed to humble them to an extent.
I think anyone who says that hasn't been actually watching what's going on. The Iranians have barely been able to fire even a fraction of the missiles that they fired at Israel in the 12-day war. Their air defenses have been, shall we say, far from effective marketing for the producers of those weapons in Russia and China. And regionally, they're falling apart. They've turned even neutral powers in the Gulf into hostile ones. I don't think there's any way, in any conceivable way, that this war can be seen, so far at least, as a success story for Iran.
Okay, one follow-up question on this latest piece of breaking news that I want to take with Anand. There continues to be with us. Anand, British warship in the Mediterranean waters, very, very close to Cyprus, that we have just shown our viewers. But there is not very, very, flattering terminology that the US president has reserved for the UK Prime Minister, saying that he's no Churchill. What do you have to say about this version that's coming in from Washington for the United Kingdom, and the fact that so far UK has managed to stay away from being involved in the conflict? With this warship now in the waters, do we see things differently now?
That's a great question, and I'd like to put it in, a surreal way. Both sides are playing a game of chess out here, Griha. You have Iran trying to incite the neighbors that are not antagonistic towards it. You've seen it in the bombing of Dubai, Bahrain, UAE. And you have, on the other hand, Trump, who's trying to not incite, but trying to prod its so-called allies to come along and join Israel in its war on Iran. You've seen what happened with Spain. You've just had a communique by the Spain government saying that Trump must honor the trade practices and the rule of the law as far as trade with Spain is concerned. Good luck with that. But the fact of the matter is that both sides are trying to gather as much support as they can in order to win this war. Let me just take you back to, because fortunately or unfortunately, I'm a child of the 80s and the 70s, and of course I know 90s very well. Remember the Gulf War in 1990 that America won? What was the result of that? You had a coalition. You completely disarmed Iraq down to the bare bone. You were ruling over it, literally the skies. And then for the next 13, 14 years, you had the same government. You did not manage a regime change. Now, if something like that were to happen this time round as well, and I think it augurs very well.
It is happening in Venezuela, isn't it so?
Yes, but what will happen right now in the next, I would say, a month at least, that Israel and America will have complete air superiority over Iran. That's not in question at all. What in question is, will they be able to orchestrate a regime change? They weren't able to in Saddam's Iraq, that lasted for another 15 years and perpetrated large-scale brutality that America and Israel, sidestepped. If the same thing is going to happen right now, then I'm afraid all the moral uprightness with which both these parties have gone into this war will lie in tatters. And that is what I worry.
That we will have to wait and watch out for how long this really drags on and what the outcome of it is, who wears who out. That's really something that we have to look at. But the new piece of information that's just trickling in and that we're tracking is that Israel claims that Iran does have significant missile capacity now, and that's something that Tel Aviv seems to be wary of. That is something that they do have in mind as far as their defenses, their offenses are concerned against Tehran, against this onslaught that they have now unleashed against Iran. Different parts of Iran have been hit by the Israeli side. They've been putting out several videos, they've been putting out several claims that have been made as far as elimination of the top leadership in Iran is concerned. But now they go on to say that there is missile capability that Iran still has, and that's something that Israel is keenly looking into. Akanksha, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details on this as well. Yes, Akanksha, what more can you tell us?
So, Poonam, let's not forget that this is the claim that was made by Steve Witkoff, the US envoy for Middle East, also saying that the most problematic stance of Iran was when they started off the negotiations by saying that we have over 460 kilograms of enriched uranium and that we still have the capacity to come up with 11 nuclear missiles. Now, that in itself was a big problem for them, but according to US intelligence inputs, there is enough to suggest that Iran has the largest stockpile of not just missiles, but even drones. This was an intel shared with them in 2025. Having said that, we've seen the Iranian general, when he was knocked out, Qasem Soleimani in Iraq, Iran has been deploying these missile systems, these drones against US and Israeli forces ever since 2022. More importantly, they've in fact also been supplying this to their terror militias like Hezbollah in Lebanon and even the Houthis in Yemen. So Israel, of course, has very much reasons to believe so. So does the United States, as intel is suggesting that they're sitting over a stockpile of missiles and UAVs, which, as we all can see, already shape up the entire conflict in Middle East, which they are deploying.
The fact that Iran has managed to drag this on for as long as they have, they clearly do have a stockpile that they're relying on. But Griha, I believe you have more information that's now trickling in.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, let's take that piece of breaking news that we have managed to get for our viewers. Remember, we've been talking about how the rupee has slumped to an extent where it's gone to a record low. Now we talk about the Brent crude oil prices that have gone up by 3%, we are told. It's currently trading at $84 a barrel. This is the highest since July 2024. That is what we are looking at currently. So remember, that's what has happened because of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the significant impact globally that this growing escalation in West Asia really is having. Pallavi is joining me with for more on this. Pallavi, highest since July 2024. Brent crude up by 3%. Close to $100, but still, in fact, trailing up there at 84. How does one look at this?
Obviously, this was waiting to happen because much of the oil supplies, crude oil supplies, really comes in from the Gulf region, and Iran itself controls a lot of the passage or the supply of oil. But more than that, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the uncertainty over there, all of this is going to create a huge uncertainty as far as the crude oil prices are concerned. But if I'm going to focus back home over here in India, the government is 24/7 monitoring the situation. They claim, and they are saying so, that they have 25 days of supply of crude oil plus 25 days of energy inputs, which includes petrol and diesel. So 50 days we are kind of taken care of.
All right, just 50 days. That's a concerning piece of news that Pallavi is there bringing to us. But let's see, the government in India is monitoring the situation really, really closely. Poonam, the fact that we were looking at this, now that Brent crude has gone up by that whopping 3%, close to $84, and it is slowly, every geopolitical analyst is really concerned about how this could go up close to 100, and that's where the concern lies.
But India has made it clear that so far we are not feeling the impact. So far we're not feeling the shock, and that's an assurance that has come into the fore from the Indian government as well. That's something that we will keep a track of, because this is not just a war that's transpiring between three parties or three stakeholders, but something that has engulfed the entire world. We do have to make a quick pit stop here on our coverage, but we'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Increasing quantity of Iranian missiles and so on could better be addressed to our Israeli friend. He may be able to advise us as to why it is happening, since he is a reservist for the last 15 years. As far as I'm concerned, I think Iranian moves, as also perhaps Israeli moves, have been very calculated. It is not as if Iran, at least, is not going in for carpet bombing or mindless destructions. Its targets are selected very carefully.
Right.
Maybe it is finished with the first attacks it had on the US assets in the Gulf region. So now its concentration is on Israel and perhaps some of the ships that Americans may have in and around the area of Israel.
Okay.
So that is why there could be a reduction.
Jay, let's just bring in point number 2 also, because we've overlapped a little bit, where he said that as this conflict rages, US and Israel will strike key Iranian bases. But what will their targets be today? What will they focus on today? So Tom, let's start with you, because clearly the Israelis are moving in. They struck at Karaj and Tehran last evening. Karaj, you said, was a strong communication center. All of
Not only communication center, major military base.
Military
you have several military, missile garrisons, if you like, around the city, plus a major radar station atop of the hill above Karaj. So it is obvious that they are trying to de facto, establish themselves a corridor towards Tehran in order to have it easier to reach the city with their airstrikes. That's why they have to neutralize as much as possible of Iranian air defenses and other military assets in the Karaj area.
Increasing quantity of Iranian missiles and so on could better be addressed to our Israeli friend. He may be able to advise us as to why it is happening, since he is a reservist for the last 15 years. As far as I'm concerned, I think Iranian moves, as also perhaps Israeli moves, have been very calculated. It is not as if Iran, at least, is not going in for carpet bombing or mindless destructions. Its targets are selected very carefully.
Right.
Maybe it is finished with the first attacks it had on the US assets in the Gulf region. So now its concentration is on Israel and perhaps some of the ships that Americans may have in and around the area of Israel.
Okay.
So that is why there could be a reduction.
Jay, let's just bring in point number 2 also, because
Viewers, big news today. Big news breaking all around as we continue our rolling coverage going into the afternoon of day 5. Viewers, there's a lot happening on the ground, and we're going to keep you abreast of these developments, because fundamentally, viewers, this is really about covering an ongoing absolutely multiple front war now, which has really expanded to pretty much every corner of the Gulf and beyond. And let me bring you the headlines at the top of the hour as we begin our coverage. Israel cripples Tehran's defenses. That's the news that is coming out of Tel Aviv. Multiple strikes jolt Tehran, and US and Israeli forces crippled different parts of Tehran as they were targeted by US-Israeli forces. Israel uses precision bombs to target Iranian defenses, and that's the big story of the moment. It's not one way, and we've been telling you the Iranians have been quite resilient. The Iranian strikes US military, communications, radar and satellite infrastructure across the Middle East. Satellite imagery shows key systems at bases in Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and UAE have been damaged. Those are the pictures you're seeing on your screens, friends. These are the pictures that tell us, almost with X-ray quality, how the Iranians have been systematically targeting US assets. Trump administration will host top US defense contractors at the White House on March 6 to press for faster weapons production as the Pentagon moves to rebuild stockpiles drained by recent strikes on Iran and other military operations. It looks as if the talk from Trump about how his system, his war machine, was burgeoning with arms was a little sketchy. And Iran's clerical assembly of experts has reportedly chosen Mojtaba Khamenei, son of the late Ali Khamenei, as the next supreme leader under reported pressure from the Revolutionary Guards. It doesn't happen very often that you have a direct descendant of the Ayatollah assuming power. But in this case, that veto or that norm has been waived, because this man, viewers, is supposed to be really a hawk. Mass mourning reported in Leh after the death of Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Look at those pictures. It's a beehive of mourners. Intelligence agencies raised serious red flags over foreign radical elements operating in India, and the backdrop of this mourning that has erupted. This is not, viewers, let me tell you, Iran. These masses are from India. And amid escalating geopolitical tensions, Indian markets plunge as Sensex drops but rebounds 1,000 points, Nifty falls 550 points, while the rupee sinks 66 paisa to an all-time low of 92.15 versus the US dollar. Obviously, viewers, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, or at least a chokehold over energy supplies, spooking the markets. And viewers, we will continue down that road because that headline prompts us to take up the big story. The world's most critical energy artery has been constricted, and India is feeling the pulse. In the latest, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has declared full control over the Strait of Hormuz. In a defiant move, Tehran warned that any vessel attempting to navigate the vital energy corridor risks immediate destruction by missiles or stray drones. Now here's a look at the marine traffic through the strait from the 28th of February to the 3rd actually of March. And we're going to look at this and we're going to analyze this because the Strait of Hormuz is looking extremely inert. This was 28th of February. You saw a lot of movement of fishing and of course trawlers and other cargo vessels. But now, friends, as the days go by, that traffic begins to slow. So that's 28th February. Let's move down the date line. Let's go to the next date. Now, the 1st of March, you're beginning to see clumping. Those are all boats that are waiting to dock. They are obviously cargo ships, and a large number of others are going through. Those are faster moving vehicles, perhaps taking all sorts of other passengers even. They could be ferries, they could be fishing trawlers. I'm not so sure about that, but certainly these red ones are the big cargo boats. And soon, viewers, on the 2nd of March, when things start heating up, you're seeing still some movement. But here around the Strait of Hormuz, you're seeing lesser movement. That's because everyone is now beginning to dock. They're going to stay in port. That's where you can see the concentration. On this side, that is Dubai, and that is that's Sharjah. There are many other, Abu Dhabi down there, and Ras Al Khaimah. So all these areas getting more busy as ships come into dock, to harbor. And this area, which is the real strait, this is about 20 miles sometimes wide in some places, is emptying out. Nothing is moving in or around that bend out. So that's the big problem. Let's go on to the 3rd of March, and you can see very little moving in this particular area. And that is because the Iranians have been sinking a few boats. They've also issued warnings. If anyone goes through the Strait of Hormuz, they're going to pay for it. So nothing is going in. All these city-states in the UAE are suffering because they don't have goods coming in. A large number of Indian exports that have come through are stuck here. A large number of oil tankers that would have moved out to come through to India are stuck. And of course, friends, there's a ripple effect down the line because there are also ships that supply to China and Southeast Asia and other parts of the African coast. So there's that problem, and it's becoming worse by the day. What can India do if Hormuz is disrupted? That's the big picture, viewers. India can reroute oil from US, Africa, Latin America. Now, let me tell you something, viewers. We can also start, once again, tempting fate, tempting Trump by importing Russian crude, despite Western pressure, despite US pressure. We can do it because we can, at some level or the other, come out and say that force majeure allows us to take exceptions from the trade deal. So that's one other thing we can do. Whether we will or not depends. Now, that's the Strait of Hormuz, as I said, viewers. It's completely, at this moment, moribund, out of action. Fuel exports could be curbed also to, of course, protect supply. So it's possible that India says, look, we have a lot of oil. We don't want to export it. This will all be now for domestic consumption. Let's have a look at the next point on that graph. So strategic and commercial stocks can bridge short gaps. Now, just in the last 8 hours, President Trump has come out and said that he is going to ensure that the supply keeps continuing through the Strait of Hormuz, and he's going to do it two ways. It stopped because predominantly a large number of insurers, big companies, said they were not going to insure oil tankers that were moving through the Strait of Hormuz. They were going to withdraw that precondition, which meant that no company that was involved in the business was going to risk losing a tanker here, losing money. He says he's going to force these companies to get back in and honor their commitments. So he's going to make sure that the insurance is made available. Secondly, he's going to provide security guarantees. He's made it very clear that there will be boats of the US military, the US Navy, that will accompany some of these big ships in order to ensure that there is no disruption and the Strait of Hormuz remains open, so the world's energy, the world's trade is not choked. Near-term risk is a price spike, not a shortage, so that oil will continue to flow. We'll find different ways, but it might be costlier. And that could nudge up inflation. Right now, it's well below the RBI mandated 4%. It's at about 2.4, 2.6% viewers, but that could start nudging up. Luckily, India has enough supplies for the next 8 weeks. That's what the ministry has told us. The Ministry of Oil has told us. So we don't have reasons to be worried. For example, in Thailand, viewers, the government there has decided to freeze prices at the pump. They'll give a subsidy because they don't want a situation where those prices increase. So you can see how the map has changed through the Strait of Hormuz. Slowly and steadily, the ships stopped passing this particular area. And now you have a problem. So let me just go across to Lynn Pamiez, who joins us, I-24 host. Remember, viewers, we're doing these joint broadcasts with our collaborators from Tel Aviv to get a sense of where things are. Tom Cooper, military analyst, the best in the business, is also here with us in the Noida studio. Azriel Berman, senior researcher of the Institute of International Relations, Prague. Dr. Anand Ranganathan, Daniel Carmon, former Israeli ambassador to India, will also be joining us. But let me begin with you first, Lynn. First of all, let me just ask you simple and off the bat. I hope you're safe. I hope people you know are safe. And Israel and Tel Aviv are safe.
Well, thank you very much for having me, first of all, and namaste, Baghdad. So here in Tel Aviv, I have to say everything is very quiet, actually. The Home Front Command has issued the guidelines for here. That means no events, no gatherings, not working at any offices. The streets of Tel Aviv are quiet. The shops are closed, restaurants are closed. There's some coffee shops that are open, but also there's not a lot of people here on the streets. There are also not a lot of people out and about. A lot of people have left also Tel Aviv to seek shelter elsewhere in the country. These guidelines will remain in place until March 7 at least, and then they will reevaluate. But also siren-wise, it has been very quiet. The last siren was last night at 11:20 p.m. And I have to say that was just one ballistic missile coming from Iran. Now, I was also here during the last Iran war in June of last year, 2025. And that was such a difference. Like every night we had to go up 3-4 times to go to the shelter. Also during the day we had to We had to take shelter, and this time it's completely different. There's a long pause, there's way more lulls, the barrages are not as big as they used to be. And that's also a testimony to the US and the Israeli capacity and the military operation that they are carrying out in Iran. The US has said that it has struck over 2,000 targets since the beginning of the war. They have destroyed 17 ships. Israel has said that it has destroyed 300 missile launchers in Iran. So also this is part of the reason why we don't see so many rockets